This is Josiah Plays Sunless Skies. The game just came out today. It's a successor to Sunless Sea, and I'm excited about it. I really liked Sunless Sea. Played quite a bit of it, enjoyed it, finished it in as much as you can say you finished Sunless Sea. And I've been looking forward to this one for a long time. So let's get into this and play some Sunless Skies. I am looking forward to a whole lot of reading out loud. I will be doing voices for characters, so prepare for that. I'm not a professional voice actor, so the voices might not be very good, but I'll be doing my best. Load game. There is no games to load. Okay, new game. You get a new game. If you die, you can only continue with a new captain, legacy campaign. That makes it kind of roguelike. Or if you die, you can reload or continue with a new captain. Well, I choose you, merciful. I like being able to reload my save. Starting over again and again with new captains, not really the experience I'm looking for. How do I feel about difficulty? We've got some aiming assistance. Only a few player weapons arc towards targets. Many player weapons arc gently towards targets, making aiming easier. Many player weapons arc aggressively towards targets, making aiming easier. You know, I don't play these games like Sunless Sea and this for the combat aspect. I'm not really looking for an action experience, so making the fighting easier is probably right up my alley. I want to kind of get to the story. And enemy projectile speed, standard, measured, stately. Let's go with stately. Not slow, stately. It's nice. Supply consumption. Fuel and supplies are consumed at the default rate. Thrifty, they last longer. Provident, they last much longer. I don't know if I want to mess with that setting. I don't want to have what feels like an adulterated experience. No, I think I'm going to leave this on standard. We'll have the combat be easier, but I want to go with the standard rate of supply consumption so I can feel like I'm playing the game as it's intended in terms of, you know, the resource management. Londoners first arrived in the heavens through the avid horizon. Look for it in Albion. Loading screen, loading screen, loading screen, it's a loading screen. We are loading and it's a screen, that's why we call it loading screen. Log of Her Majesty's Locomotive, the Orphean, March 14th, 1905. Our expedition to the domains of the dead has been eventful. The Orphean is damaged and in grievous need of repairs and supplies. We are returning in haste to the Reach, where I hope to make port at New Winchester. May God be with us, for 1,000 deaths wait in the sky. Final entry of Captain Amelia Charity Whitlock, DCM, written shortly before her death. Ominous. Failbetter Games presents. Oh, here we are. We've just jumped right into it. Don't I like get to do like a sort of semi-character creation or something? Where I decide some things. Well, maybe we're in like a tutorial right now. I like the UI though. Crew members, 2 out of 12 hold space, 15 out of 30 haul. You give the order for hash rush to eke out the last of your supplies. Oh. Oh! I really don't... Oh, I need to... How do I pause the game? How do I pause the game? Escape. While I'm just messing around, I shouldn't be sitting here eating supplies. So we're gonna go forward. You have returned to the Reach, an unnamed sunless span of the heavens, London's new frontier, a celestial garden run wild. That's pretty cool. Probably using up extra fuel when I do that. Your journey back from the Blue Kingdom was tumultuous. Your locomotive is crippled and Captain Whitlock badly wounded. Oh, Captain Whitlock from the introductory quote. I like that little side-to-side dodge thing you can do. As first officer, the crew look to you. The nearest station is in New Winchester. Can you get the Orphean there safely? This is fun. Space Locomotive! Uh-oh. What's all this? Oh, I can scavenge! Much to the relief of your stokers, you find a barrel of fuel among the detritus. Well, that's good. Of course, we're all gonna starve to death in a second. The Ozymandias, a wreck drifts here, less fortunate even than you. We should scavenge her for repairs, a crewman suggests. The wreck of the Ozymandias. The wreck hangs in the sky, pocked with recent gunfire. You and the boarding party don your sky suits, garments of waxed canvas, lined with felt to protect against the cold of the sky. Two of the crew are whispering as they dress. What business did Captain Whitlock have in the Blue Kingdom anyway? Why the devil did we trespass on the districts of the dead? You silence him. Now's not the time. Leap across to the wreck. The gap between the two engines isn't wide, but the endless fathoms of heaven gape beneath it. Just out of curiosity, can I save the game whenever I want? Not from this menu. Alright, let's leap across to the wreck. Leading the way. You jump. Your stomach lurches with vertigo as the stars blaze above you and below. The air of the heavens is thin and torn by unpredictable winds. Then your boots hit the running board of the Ozymandias, and your leather-gloved hands fumble for a hold. One of your companions throws you a line, and you lash the two engines together. Only then do the rest of the boarding party follow you. One of them forces open an exterior hatch, and you clamber inside. We got some nice little art here of what we're looking at. I like this UI and the way the text is presented compared to how it was in Sunless Sea. This is much easier to read. Her interior is cold, unlit, and whistles with wind. Your party's lamps spread buttery light over the narrow, paneled passages. You make your way towards the hold, stepping over bodies crumpled in the corridor. Unfortunately, your way is blocked. A bulkhead has been mangled inward by a well-aimed barrage. Bulkhead mangled. So we've got two choices here. We can clear the obstruction away, locating a length of pipe to use as a pry bar and setting to work. We'll test your iron skill. Claims to have a 75% chance of success. Iron is the skill of confronting and overcoming. We can also lead our party on a more precarious path, going back out to the Ozymandias' hull, climbing past the blockage, and entering through a window on the far side, and doing so carefully. Using veils, the skill of deceiving and evading. Also a 75% chance. Do I want to be more of an iron type or a veils type? I think I want to be more of a veils type. So we're going to go with this. Success. A memory. The rest of the boarding party follow you without enthusiasm. You recall the first time you climbed outside an engine, helping the captain fix a leak in an exterior pipe. The wind had shrieked, buffeting at you. You asked the captain what would happen if you slipped. "You fall," she answered, tersely. "But where to?" you asked. She looked down, then up, then back. The sky's depths spiraled all about you. "Away," she said, and you heard her fear. Back in the present, you tumble back into the Ozymandias through a shattered window. Your party spill in after you, glad to be back inside. You have reached the Ozymandias' hold, a ruin of smashed cargo and spilled supplies. Hopefully, somewhere amidst the detritus, you can find parts to repair the Orpheon and restock your stores. So let's conduct a thorough search. The companions work quickly. The Ozymandias' hull has begun to creak. Your actions on board may have compromised its integrity. Let's do it. Renewed. You find enough food and gear to restock your supplies, and enough spare parts to make necessary repairs to the Orpheon. The food will need to be thoroughly thawed, of course, but you've eaten worse in the skies. "Oh-ho!" cries one of your party, prying the lid off a long crate. It holds a cannon, still nestled in straw. Another crewman pulls a battered bird cage from a pile of ruined cargo. Within the cage, something winged and furred opens a sullen eye. You examine your finds. We now have 4 supplies, and we gained 15 hull, so it looks like we're at maximum hull now. The Ozymandias emits a long, juddering creak. Your boarding party exchanged nervous glances. From the chaos of its hold, you have retrieved repairs and supplies, and located and discovered some useful equipment, a gun that could be mounted on your locomotive, and an educated bat. Return to the Orpheon. It's too dangerous to stay. So we can mount the Jerusalem cannon on the Orpheon. Your own weapons were damaged during your flight from the Blue Kingdom. That leaves you vulnerable. You can claim both this and the bat. Liberate a diffident bat and employ it as a scout. The heavens are wide, so locomotives use scouts, like bats, to locate things of interest. Ports, resources, wrecks like this one to scavenge. Let's grab the bat. Eyes in the sky. The bat treats its rescue as an inconvenience and immediately begins haggling over pay. You offer to put it back in its damn cage and leave it on the Ozymandias, at which point it becomes more polite. You doubt it will last. We now have a diffident bat. Let's grab that cannon. Fire and Fury. The Cotterel and Hathersage Jerusalem fires single shells to a good range, more or less accurately. You order 2 of your party to get it back to your vessel and fit it immediately. Ozymandias groans again. The structure shudders spasmodically. We now have a Jerusalem cannon. Ooh. I can choose to return, or I can choose to press on to the engine room. You might find more fuel there, but you had better hurry. The Ozymandias is beginning to tear apart. Oh, we're going to press on to the engine room, y'all. The wreck of the Ozymandias screeches as its metal buckles and tears. You press on through the shuddering corridors, searching frantically for the engine room. I can go back, or I can do these things. We can send a smaller party ahead to retrieve fuel, It's foolish for all of you to go. Send your quickest and lightest to retrieve the fuel while the rest of you return to the Orpheon. We're using hearts, the skill of convincing and enduring. Okay. Go yourself and conduct a hasty search. Send the rest of the boarding party back to the Ozymandias. Go on alone. Mirrors is the skill of investigating and deducing. We're going to try hearts. Sending the smaller party ahead. Failure? Oh no. Oh no, I've just lost 2 members of my crew already. Damn it. The short straws. No one is keen to go on alone. In the end, you have to rely on drawing lots. The 2 members of the party with the shortest straws pale and make their cautious way towards the engine room. The rest of you return to the Orpheon and await their return. And wait. And wait. Too late. With a dying groan, the Ozymandias buckles and splits in half, the 2 ends spiraling in different directions into the sky. The 2 crew that were still aboard are lost. Solemnly, you stoke your engines and steam away, restocked and rearmed, but fewer. I've already killed 2 crew members and we're just starting. At least we'll eat food slower. Oh. Oh, that's my cannon. I'm shooting it. Press F to send out your scout. Cost supplies. And out the scout. Your scout returns. It has found something. Just hold on a second. Oh, I click that and now. Huh. Advice for captains. Scout has discovered something. Let's see what it is. Open your chart, the compass icon in the toolbar. Your hold. This shows your current cargo and any prospects you've accepted. You can also change your locomotive's equipment here while in port and jettison your unwanted cargo while in port or otherwise. Okay. Here's our hold. We've got a spatchcock reclaimed locomotive with an armor rating of 30. We can hold up to 10 people, and right now we have 6. Oh, there's a fuel efficiency thing. Economical. The more you carry, the faster your engine consumes fuel. The diffident bat. Its opinion is clear. It? Go out there? In this weather? Thank you, but no. Here's our locomotive. Slots for different kinds of gear we can have on it. The Cotterell and Hathersage Jerusalem. Bring me my spear! Oh, clouds unfold! A no-nonsense, common or garden armament. The Skyfarer on a budget. Does 10 damage. If engine is always hungry. Food and equipment. If you run out, hunger will take you. Jettison some cargo. I don't know what these little question mark or magnifying glass things are. Then there's also possessions. Anything that doesn't take up space in your hold, generally because it's small or entirely metaphysical, appears here. We have a minimum safe manning number of 6. It's reckless to crew your locomotive with fewer than this, and we're already down to 6. So if we lose a single crew member, we're going to be below our minimum, and there's terror. I don't know what this doot thing is. Possessions. Here's our profile. Records all aspects of your captain's abilities, accomplishments, and reputation. So here's our skills. We have 10 in each. Who rules this verdant domain? Dominant in the reach. Fortunes, Tacites. The Tacites strive to be free of the Empire. Fortunes, stovepipes. Her Majesty longs to tighten the Empire's hold on the wilderness. Strength of the sun. Some say that the clockwork sun was brighter once, but they say it quietly and lie about it afterwards. Peculiarities, reputation, the Tackity's curious. What do the Reach's independent settlers think of you? What's the Stovepipe's opinion of you? Okay, there's our status. Here's our journal. Your engine was damaged in its escape from the Blue Kingdom. The captain was injured. Can you see her back to New Winchester? Look for supplies and spare parts on your journey. We have no first officer. Use this tab while in port to appoint them. We have no quartermaster, no signaler, no chief engineer, and no mascot. Ooh, our map. What is this? This must be what we just discovered by sending out the bat, because this is where we came from. Current location. Ah, it's a station. That's why it has that rail line icon. Something ghastly, something grave, something that glisters, something to crave. Game has a lot of style. Eleutheria. The Blue Kingdom. Albion. The Reach. There's all these different areas with different maps. Options. You can probably only save your game in port. Tutorial. Advice. Thank you, advice, but I think I can hide you for now. Scout has found something. Oh, I keep thinking it's click to move, and I keep accidentally shooting my cannon. Oh, I do need to shoot my cannon to blow that debris out of the way. Summoned by Captain Whitlock. The walls of the captain's cabin are lined with a hodgepodge of curios from across the sky. Captain Whitlock lies in bed. Black marks cover her skin like a monstrous brand. When she coughs, coils of acrid smoke pour from her lungs. That sounds bad. I can inquire after the captain's injuries. The Locomotive's doctor attends her. His lips are tight. What is this symbol, I wonder? I can approach the bedside. The captain opens her eyes as you draw near. She attempts to smile. I will inquire after the captain's injuries. The brand. A word of living fire pursued the Orphean across the Blue Kingdom. It caught you just before you passed through the transit relay to the Reach and set its brand upon the captain. Spanned itself right through her, the doctor whispers. When I closed the worst of her wounds, I could see the sinus seared into her bones and her organs. Judging from her symptoms, it's on the inside of her lungs, too. The captain leans to one side and vomits a plume of fire into a copper bowl. There is nothing the doctor can do. I don't think the captain's going to make it, you guys. Let's approach. Her mouth is blistered from the blue fires that dance on her tongue. Her hand grips your arm. Her skin is hot as a kettle. We made arrangements. The Orphean will be yours. Her voice is just a rasp of burned meat breath. But promise. She breaks off to scream a word in a language that was not made for human mouths. When she resumes speaking English, she is weaker. Her request little more than a gasp. Promise me one last service. Promise. I will make this promise. I will obey her last command. Whatever it is, I'll see it done. She sinks back, relieved. All in my will, she gasps. Feel better. She breaks off as the sigils burned into her bones flare, glowing cherry red through her flesh and skin. Better captain than I. The effort exhausts her. She sinks back into the scorched pillows in a twisting, frantic fever. The walls of the captain's cabin are lined with a hodgepodge of curio. Oh, that's what it said before. I don't need to read that again. Alright, let's take my leave. I have an engine to command. You leave the cabin and the scorched stink of its air behind, and return to the bridge. New Winchester is further than you'd like, and the captain hasn't long left. Uh-oh, a marauder. I have a feeling that person's not super friendly. Well, they ain't gonna maraud us. Loot. The Reach Marauder is defeated. You approach the buckled wreckage, poised to plunder the plunderers. Behind you, someone is humming a song of victory. We can raid the remains. Marauders pillage homesteads and hunt travelers all across the Reach. They often carry stolen valuables. Or we can't strip it for repairs because our hull is still at max. Let's raid the remains. Looks like a pretty serious gun. Ill-got gains. Your boarding party returns with wallets and watches, cufflinks, lockets, and keepsakes. You store them in the safe to be pawned when, if, you make it back to port. 28 sovereigns. We got some money. We're gonna head for that station over here. Wispy condensation trails across the sky, the ghosts of passing trains. We made it to New Winchester, a new port. The crew are eager to see what it has to offer. We have reached port. Arrival at New Winchester. You coast into the bustle, the din, the soot, and the steam of Wolvesy Station. It is clogged with other engines, scrappy mining locomotives from Lustrum way, weathered explorers gleaming with frost, sleek company vessels with bright brass fittings. No sooner have you pulled into the sidings than a brusque station master bustles over. He requests to come on board. "I must speak with your captain," he insists, brandishing a ledger. "The usual formalities." Let's look to the Orphean's doctor. He has just appeared at your shoulder. His face is solemn. His hat is in his hands. He lowers his eyes. Uh-oh, did she die? The passing. The crew exchange bleak, wordless looks. The Orphean itself feels suddenly more empty. The station master looks confused. You inform him that unfortunately, Captain Whitlock has just passed. "Ah," he says, neutrally. "Sorry to hear that. Very sad, very sad." He waits for what he considers an appropriate minute and a half before continuing. "Alas, even amidst tragedy, the cogs of bureaucracy must turn. Captain Whitlock is deceased. The station authority require their answers from the first officer." He dons a set of spectacles and locates his pen. "It will be relatively painless. Name, background, purpose of visit, etc. Shall we begin?" Shall begin. This is where you do like character creation of sorts, I think. Oh yeah, here we go. Create your captain. Today, London lies between the stars. Her new empire unfolds across the heavens. But 10 years ago, before the Northern Gate was opened, before the renewed Empress led her people into the skies, it lay in a vast cavern far beneath the earth. Deep, dark, Marvelous. Who were you then? Oh, you can make a random captain too. That's kind of cool. It looks like there are a lot of choices, so let's look at each one in turn. Maybe we were a street urchin. No parents, no laws, no masters, but also no roof over your head, no money, and often no dinner. Freedom comes at a price. You begin with high veils, the skill of evading and deceiving. Maybe we were a soldier. Yours was not to reason why. Yours was but to do and die. Begin with high iron, the skill of confronting and overcoming. Maybe we were a poet. The pen, the ink, the blank, monstrous page. Begin with high hearts, the skill of convincing and enduring. Maybe we were an academic, a student of the sciences, the arts, of philosophy. Begin with high mirrors, the skill of investigating and deducing. Maybe we were a priest, hymns and hymnals, Sundays and sermons. Begin with high hearts. Maybe we were a sailor. You roved the mournful, merciless waters of the Untersee. Maybe we were a ministry auditor. For a time you served at the Ministry of Public Decency, which has become Her Majesty's preferred instrument. Or maybe we were a revolutionary. The world is broken. One way for the rich, another for the poor. You decided to do something about it. Well, I think we're going to go with a priest. That sounds interesting to me. Chapel of Lights, Chapel of Lights. You were a priest. You preached the word and brought the needs of the world before the church in intercession. But besides God Almighty, to whom did you answer? Do I want to be a priest? What's up, Tarawak? How you doing? Maybe I'll be a poet. You were a poet. Poetry was popular in old London. Some poets sought fame, others art. Some simply enjoyed bohemian company. Three preeminent artistic movements have come to prominence. Oh, these are different. These choices are different depending on what you pick. Oh my gosh. So now the number of choices is multiplying wildly. Well, I want it to be poet or priest. So if I'm a poet, I can choose between the Celestials. In old London, they wrote nostalgically of the surface and the sun. Now they write of the stars and the treasures of heaven. That sounds pretty cool. Priest mirrors. Affiliates you with Bohemia. Could pick the Nocturnals, a radical outlawed school that delights in freedoms found in the dark. Increase your veils. Nocturnals also sounds cool. Or the Sovereign School. Just working and lurking? Great. Glad to have you here, Terawak. Even if you just lurk. The Sovereign School is a new tradition born in the Empress's court. Their works are patriotic, bombastic, and occupied with the iconography of time. Clocks and seasons and sand and so forth. Oh yeah, no, those are lame. So, those are my options if I pick poet. If I pick priest, I could answer to a bright-eyed sequencer. The new sequence was a young creed then. Now it is spread to the highest offices of the church with Her Majesty's blessing. Increases mirrors and affiliates you with establishment. Could have also answered to the Bishop of Southwark. It was illegal to hunt or harass devils. They were citizens of London, like you. But the bishop did not care. Increases veils and affiliates you with villainy. Or you could answer to your parishioners. Sisyphus had it easy. He never had to contend with Mrs. Quigg. Oh, Mrs. Quigg. I can have already imagined what Mrs. Quigg was like. Yeah, I think we're going to go back to poet and choose the Nocturnals. Delights in freedoms found in the dark sounds very intriguing to me. And I'd rather be out affiliated with Bohemia than villainy. So, Because I want to play kind of a good character in this first go around. Good-ish, you know, because this nocturnal thing might not be like completely sparkling white good, but that's fine. Choose an ambition. What does winning mean to you? So this sets like your actual win conditions for the game. In Sunless Sea, I chose the one that was to get the Song of the Z. The Song of the Z, so it was like exploration or something. I can't remember. So our choices here are wealth. You want a comfortable retirement, and by comfortable, you mean extravagant. Many have made their fortunes out among the stars. Many more have failed, broken and lost in the drifting night. Will you be different? To win, I have to gather a substantial retirement fund, acquire lodgings at a hub port, and retire. Or I can do fame. You will immortalize your exploits in the Song of the Sky. Oh, this is like the Song of the Z all over again. Maybe fame is what I picked in Sunless Sea also. For centuries, people have launched themselves into the unknown in the hope of making a name for themselves. You're sure you'll succeed. After all, you never heard of anyone who didn't. Gather stories of your exploits and write about them in New Winchester. Or we can go for the truth. Even the stars have secrets, but they won't keep them from you. A message from an old friend begins an unwise quest to learn a secret that the stars hide. What drives you? Curiosity? Justice? Insolence? Whatever it is, it will be tested. That sounds cool. But it says this is a demanding ambition, best played by a lineage that's already completed wealth or fame. So it's basically telling you, do not pick this for your first time or you will be sad. So I'm going to believe it, and I'm going to pick fame. Oh, look at all this. Appearance, hair. Oh, that's just for the back of my hair. Hat. Oh, I like that hood, kind of. No hat. Let's go with no hat for now. Let's look at the hair options. Also, oh, I see. There is no official selection of gender. That's fine. This one seems kind of poety. Brow. It's a lot of brows. That is a lot of brows. Oh my god, the brows continue. How is there so many brows? A monocle? Noses. I like how your character creation... That's a lot of noses. Holy shit. Your character creation is essentially just a silhouette, but you still have this much customization of it. That's pretty cool. Tell me about my chin. Outfit. Kind of like number 6. How do I feel about the hair now? Now that we've said all the other things. Yeah, I think I still like this one. That will be the character. Term of address: Doctor, Professor, Officer, Archivist, Principal, Administrator, Secretary, Intendant, Nurse, Comrade, Brother, Sister, Reverend, Madam, Sir, Citizen, Captain, My Lord, My Lady, Specialist, Doctor. We're gonna go with My Lady. Name. What is our character's name? Our poet. Our poet. I'm going to go with Rio. Rio is a poet that I knew. Alright, Captain's all set up here. We've got our appearance, our starting stats: 25 hearts, 17 veils. We're looking for fame. We're allied with their sentiments are revolutionary, so to avoid the censorious ink of the Ministry of Public Decency, they conceal their message in code and in margins. Liberation and fame. Okay, we're good. This is our official captain. Captain Rio. Lady Rio. It says something about cruise control. How do you do that? I like how the tip tells you to do a thing, but it doesn't tell you how to do it. Like, just good luck figuring it out. We can check in the controls and the options. Advice for captains. Oh, that's a lot of advice. Officers and mascots. In addition to your ordinary crew, you now have an officer or perhaps a mascot. You'll need to formally appoint them before you can benefit from their skills, abilities, or animal charisma. To do this, open the officers panel while in port. You're a little short-handed. When you have fewer crew than your locomotive's minimum safe manny, things will begin to go wrong. Only took 20 minutes. Let's see if we can last as long in game as it took to create the character. I'm sure we can. You can take on more crew at major ports like New Winchester and at many smaller ports as well. Okay. Good. Thanks. 3 weeks have passed. What is all this down here? Looks like they're really expecting me to be playing with a controller or something, because those are controller D-pads. This morning, Captain Whitlock received a simple memorial service. Her body was consigned to a necropolis train bound for the serene mausoleum. Now you sit with a handful of her relatives in the threadbare offices of her solicitors. A methodical notary is reading the will. The captain was wealthy, once, but squandered her capital on mysterious expenses before her expedition to the Blue Kingdom. Listen to the end. The captain's relatives, from whom she was mostly estranged, are clearly wondering why you are here. True to her word. In a final codicil, the notary announces, Captain Whitlock confirmed that possession of the Orphean was to pass to its first officer. He peers at you with dry, gray eyes. This includes a certain black box contained in the Orphean's hold. Captain Whitlock's final request was that, at a time of your choosing, you transport said box to an address in London. He hands you an address card. And deposit it there. You are not to look inside. She gave no explanation. And that's it. You're captain now. The Orphean is yours. But I don't get to name my own ship. Orphean's a cool name, don't get me wrong. Captain Whitlock's legacy. You can investigate the black box at New Winchester. You could take the box to London as requested, or you can sell it and be done. You've been bequeathed a large black box which once belonged to Captain Whitlock, and I've gained 100 sovereigns. And I'm at Wolvesey Station in New Winchester. Ooh, story shops. I like the interface and presentation of everything in this game is much better than Sunless Sea. It's more attractive, it's easier to read, it's just plain better. The clamoring central station of New Winchester. A place of steam and smut and thundering iron. Here you can find people willing to pay for a skilled captain's service. So we can explore the city, we can recruit the incautious driver, we have an opportunity with the fastidious inspector, we can investigate the black box, we can follow my ambition, the Song of the Sky, we can repair our locomotive, or we can hire on crew. We can also open these things up and see. Captain Whitlock ensured that this was left to you along with the Orphean, her locomotive. Her last wish was that you take it to a certain address in London at your convenience. Okay. Here's Rio 2517. Affiliated with Bohemia, your associates among artists, authors, poets, and dreamers. And these things are all the same as before. Your soul, that's a new thing. Fermented 1. Soul appears faintly bubbling in its bottle. It is pungent of odor and indifferent to taboo. The presiding deviless, the Carillon Compendium. This must be because I was associated with the Nocturnals. Or flickering. Well, not or, and flickering. So light is unpersistent, incurious, lacking. The presiding deviless, the Carillon Compendium. Alright, and then we got our journal. The Orphean completed. Your lineage inherited a large black box from Captain Amelia Whitlock. She requested that it be delivered to an address in London, unlocked, and then left there. You can investigate the box in New Winchester, take the box to London, or sell it. You will write your name across the skies, become the high wilderness's most venerated explorer, and write the story that defines the era. Cool. We don't have any officers, though, yet. There's our chart. How do I save, though? Or is it automatically saved when I go to ports? Or when I leave ports? How does it work? How does the saving work? Okay. Okie doke. I don't think this is set up so that I can save scum. I'm not gonna save scum. I mean, I'll reload my save if I die or whatever, but I'm not gonna like save scum to try to succeed at rolls and stuff. So here's the stories here. There's also shops. There's also I don't understand the difference between clicking this. this. I guess it's... Okay, I get it. So I'm going to take extensive notes of the prices of things available at different ports so that I can do some trading intelligently. So we're going to look at the bazaar. Locomotive captains gather at the bazaar to trade goods and information. Here you can acquire prospects, opportunities to sell a good at a distant port for an excellent price. Accept a prospect to claim it, source the goods, and deliver them. And there's new prospects available in 30 days. So the first prospect that's available is seeds for Magdalene's. Magdalene's provides comfort and sympathy to the weary skyfarer. Its hosts will tell you any lie you need to hear. Some of those lies require flowers. The amenable host wants up to 3 sacks of verdant seeds and will pay 80 sovereigns for each. Magdalene's lies to the southeast of New Winchester. So if I select this prospect, I've got to go to Magdalene's and get some sacks of verdant seeds and bring them back here. There's also monetary munitions, explosives for Lustrum. An opportunity for fearless captains. Sweet Jane's counting house on Lustrum requires 5 crates of munitions in order to enforce a claim. Remuneration generous. Lustrum lies to the north of New Winchester. Can I accept both of these? I guess so. Now that I've claimed them, are they in my journal? Trading opportunity. Only the well-armed, the desperate, and the foolhardy travel the skies. As a result, there is money to be made transporting goods. Purchase 3 sacks of verdant seeds from the bazaar at Port Avon. Sell them in the bazaar at Magdalene's. Port Avon lies to the west-northwest of New Winchester, while Magdalene's lies to the southeast of New Winchester. So I have that one in my journal, but interestingly enough, the one for the explosives is not in my journal. So I might not remember that one, so I'm going to put it in my notes. 5 crates of munitions for Lustrum. Okay. So that's the prospects at the bazaar. Wait. No, I don't want to undock. I don't want to do any of the... Oh, what is this? Choose a facet, grows stronger. Is there some kind of leveling up mechanic? Is that what this is? How do I get the city back? How do I get the story thing back up on my screen? Oh yeah, there's experience points right there. There's got to be a way to bring this back up, though. Oh, these have mouse overs. Or things you can click on to get a tooltip. The greatest port in the Reach, fought over by the independent Tacketies and the London Loyalist stovepipes. Sells fuel and supplies. But does it sell... Okay, I have an idea. I'm going to undock and dock. I just docked. Show me the damn... Okay, thank you. We're going to look at the shops again. So that's the bazaar. No prospects available. Abraham's Engineering. Locomotive plating, improvements and refurbishments. An estimable choice. Buying and selling. Hold and bank. I don't know what that means. So... oh, the hold of our ship versus in our bank. Oh, there's a bank. But I don't actually have any of these. 5 out of 12 hold space. That's not very much hold space. So, New Winchester. I'm gonna literally write everything down. So this may take a while. This may not be as entertaining while I'm making notes. Cotterell and Hathor Sage Jerusalem, which is the cannon we already have. Costs 100. The Emanation costs 250. And let's see what the Emanation is. Forever there is a judgment. Effectively, a locomotive-mounted blunderbuss, the Emanation fires a mauling spread of munitions and is best employed at close range. It has been described as a proper bugger to reload. So it's like a shotgun cannon. Shorter range, though. More heat. When I played Sunless Sea, I always wished I had made notes of what was available at each port and how much it cost. And since this game just came out, that information is presumably not available online. Cramped quarters. Additional crew quarters squeezed in wherever you can find the space. Best recruit only the most flexible, or at least uncomplaining, crew members for a while. The cramped quarters take up the wheel slot. What is the wheel slot? The bridge slot. And they cost 300. Then there's the Crown and Misery pneumatic mining array. Good, solid craftsmanship. You don't need elegance when you're boring through rock. Gives you +1 mining. +1 mining in the auxiliary slot. But it costs 400. Then there's the Murgatroyd Stain-Away Canning Station. A slaughterhouse equipped with machinery allowing it to butcher and can certain sky beasts, converting them into supplies, +1 butchery. I would think Nox would be very displeased by this. Murgatroids. That's a great name. Staying away. Canning station. That's also auxiliary slot. So you can only have that or the mining thing, not both. Well, I think I'd rather have the mining thing. Then there's the Caminus Yards Brass Raven, which is another cannon. Let the clouds pour down righteousness! A rapid-firing weapon popular with captains who value volume over precision. Be careful not to let it overheat. Once the thing's up to speed, you could fry eggs on it. So it's like a minigun cannon. It does tiny bit of damage, but apparently it probably shoots really rapid fire. Caminus Yards Brass Raven. Cannon costs 500. Then there's the Bronzewood Shielding. That uses up the plating slot. Bronzewood is resilient and readily replaced at ports. What's more, it looks splendid. See it gleam. Plus 10 armor. That's pretty nice. Bronzewood Shielding. Plating slot. Costs 500. And I can get an additional cargo bay. Also goes in the auxiliary slot. A smaller cargo bay attached to your main hold. You weren't using all those pipes and pistons, surely. Gives plus 5 hold space. It's not bad. But it costs 500 as well. So then, that's all the things that are available, I guess. Oh, it's not at all the things. There's a lot more things. There's the Portsmouth House Albertine Candle. The sunbeam strikes along the world. A swift rocket that can be detonated at range. What it lacks for accuracy, it more than compensates for in spectacle. It must be mounted in a large weapon slot. Small armament slot. Small armament slot. Okay, so my current ship doesn't even have a large armament slot. Does not even have one. Portsmouth House Albertine Candle. $750. Then there's the Caminus Yards Grimalkin. The strong shall be as tow. As tow? What does that mean? And the maker of it as a spark, and they shall both burn together, and none so quench them. A long-range, fast-firing, self-cooling armament for the captain who likes things settled promptly. The barrel revolves, possibly powered by spite, but you've got to have at least 25 mirrors to even use this thing. Caminus Yards Grimalkin. Costs 550. And then there's the cozy cabins. Let's get some nice cozy cabins. With extra fold-down bunks and some careful shift scheduling, you can squeeze a few more in. It will be snug, but that keeps the cold at bay. Auxiliary slot. Gives extra quarters, but you have to have 25 veils. $610. Then there's the sensible plumbing. Regular hot and cold running water. Pipes that don't groan much. Oh, heaven. Lavatories that flush. Now that gives plus 6 quarters. But it requires hearts of 25, which I have. Sensible plumbing. Costs 660. It also uses up. Wait, that's not the aux slot. That's the bridge slot. Nice. And finally, there is Cotterell and Hathersage. Oh, not finally. Cotterell and Hathersage Beulah. That was my grandmother's name. Why should punishment weave the veil with iron wheels of war? A short-range, rapid-firing gun capable of quick turnarounds. Beloved by the short-tempered and the short-sighted. Requires veils, though. Requires veils. Plus 830. It's pretty expensive. There's the Durandal pressure canning system. A space-efficient device allowing you to butcher, can, and store certain sky beasts, converting them into supply. So this one gives +1 butchery and +4 hold. But it costs 880. Then there's a wit and vinegar sneeze lurker, whatever that is. The secret of success in life is to be ready for opportunity when it comes. A mine favored by captains eager to bedevil pursuit. Oh, that's some back that aft up shit right there. You shoot mines out, so if they're following you, they get blown up. It's pretty cool. Takes up your cannon slot, though. Wit and vinegar. Sneeze lurker. So many different weapons. 1100. Very expensive. Very expensive for the mines. And you need 25 iron. And finally, the most expensive thing here. The wit and vinegar winch and pulley. Named for a former business partner, this ingenious contraption allows access to greater depths in your hold. The grasping mechanical claw is very satisfying. Everyone wants to go. Yay, mechanical claw game. Needs 25 mirrors. Box slot gives you +8 hold, though. That's pretty nice. Wit and vinegar. Winch and pulley. 1160. That's all that they have at Abraham's Engineering. We're not going to buy any of these things right now, of course. We could actually buy another cannon. We have another cannon slot right here. We could spend 100 out of our 128 and have 2 cannons, but we're not going to do that. Oh, I get it. The opportunities for buying stuff take up slots here. You only have 4 slots for, what do you call them? Trading opportunities. Because there's the one for Magdalene's and there's the one for Lustrum. And I could get up to 2 more. So you can't just go around and pick up 1 million of these bounties in every damn port. you kind of have to decide. All right, that's actually pretty cool. That's pretty cool. What other shops we got? We've got the Victoria Market. Stalls and shops, hawkers and brokers. You can sell practically anything at the Victoria Market. Wait a minute. Abraham's Engineering. Is it selling? Oh. This is stuff I can sell to them. Other things that they will buy from me. Some powerful weapons. I'm going to put down these buying prices as well. Quarters. They all seem to be exactly half of the selling price so far. Fast Raven is 250. Yeah, so far that all of them are exactly half, but I can't assume that's always going to be the case with every kind of good. Cozy Cabins, 305. Yeah, exactly half. Sensible Plumbing, 330. Yep, 330. Eula for 415. Still exactly half. Durandal for exactly half. Peace Lurker. Yeah. Okay, so at least for the guns and like ship equipment, the stuff is all exactly half. But for the actual trade goods, that might not be the case. What's up, Amaranth? Welcome back. Got called to play some Division? I understand. Division is great. Played a lot of the Division. Hey, Annie. How you doing? Good to see you. Okay. Let's actually go to the Victoria Market. So if I want to buy fuel and supplies, they sell it. Victoria Market. They sell fuel for 20 apiece. They sell supplies for 40 apiece. But they will buy all of these things. They'll buy fuel for 10. They'll buy supplies for 20. Okay, so those are exactly half again. They'll buy sack of verdant seeds for 40. They'll buy crates of nostalgic crockery for 50. They'll buy carefully packed crate of munitions, 60. Oh, bye. Jumble of undistinguished souls. Just randomly carrying some souls around. Annie, what's the charity stream 10K challenge? Okay, so for the first 24 hours, this game just came out today. For the first 24 hours of the game's launch, Failbetter Games, which is the people who make this game, will donate £1 to the charity special effect for every minute that I stream, or that anybody streams this game. So if I stream it for 10 hours, the charity will get £600. And it's the special effect charity kind of helps like disabled people or people with like various accessibility issues. They help them they help produce ways for those people to be able to play games and stuff when they otherwise wouldn't be able to. But yeah, it has to be within the first 24 hours. After that, the thing is over. So that's why I'm streaming now in the middle of the night. And I'm going to stream all night long. Because this isn't normally when I would stream, but, you know, I only have a limited window for the charity thing, so I'm doing it now. Caddy of dried tea. I also wanted to help out the developers with a little more hype for their game that just came out, considering they gave me the game for free. Because I streamed their previous game, Sunless Sea, they added me to their list of streamers and they sent me a code for this for free. Which is great because I actually would have bought it anyway. So I was pretty happy to get that. They're buying a caddy of dried tea. They're buying some ministry. Right now I'm just doing something really boring, which is making notes on everything that can be bought and sold and the prices, because in this game that's a very useful thing to know. Get a gourd of chorister nectar. I mean, I can sell that here for 120. I can sell panes of stained glass for 135. I can sell a roll of thirsty bombazine, whatever that is. I can sell bronzewood for 175. I can sell a caged catch for 200. I can sell a selection of immaculate souls for 250. And I can sell a cask of Navarratine gemstones for 300. All right, cool. I might buy some fuel and supplies, but I want to hold off and wait until after I've recruited some crew. Let's look at the Wolvesy Engine Yard. A notorious graveyard for unwanted, unloved, or blasted out of the sky engines. Occasionally there are gems among the scrap. Okay, so they're selling ships. Well, trains. Space trains. Wow. This one costs 19,500. for the Moloch class liner, an infernal beast of brass and steam, furnished with indulgent luxury, with carpet thick enough to lose your toes in. Then there's the Bedivere class escort, only recently emerging from the steam and sapphire engine yards. The Bedivere is a sturdy, flexible engine favored by explorers. I'm not sure what I'm exactly looking for in a ship. I mean, this one's kind of a badass. It's got all kinds of cool stuff, but I think what I want is more like more cargo hold and maybe fuel efficiency. That's only got 12 cargo hold. The Pelennor class trader, a popular mining vessel in the Reach, it can be found lumbering through rock fields, stuffing its hold with unrefined ores. See, that's got a decent amount of cargo hold and more fuel efficiency. So that'd be a nice ship. Or the Parseval class courser, a lightly armored, aggressive engine of the Crown and Misery yards. Able to mount a heavy weapon, she packs more punch than other engines of her size. Has a heavy weapon slot, a little more health, more fuel efficiency. These are all pretty cool. I'm gonna write these down real quick. Wolvesy engine yard. They've got Parseval class courser for 1,500. They've got a Pelennor class trader for 3,500. They've got a Bedivere class escort for 3,500. And they've got the Moloch class liner, which is the big beast ship, which costs 19,500. All right, so we're not obviously getting any new ships right now because I only have 128 coins. So before we... Oh, shit. Before we... Okay. Before we do any buying of... Because we're going to have to buy some fuel and supplies here. But before we buy any fuel and supplies, I want to look at the stories here. And also look into hiring on some crew. Because I only have 6 crew members out of 10. And I feel like I should get more. Repair your locomotive. The engineers at the Wolvesy yards claim they can repair anything. Whether the damage was caused by an unfortunate collision, a point-blank salvo, or the charge of a crotchety cantankereye, they'll fix it. Fully repair your hull. 3 sovereigns per point of hull you've lost. Repairs. Full repair. 3 per point of hull. Or partial repair. A patch job will keep you flying for now. Repairs 10 hull for 30 sovereigns. Okay, so basically it's the same price. It's just this, if you only need to repair 10 versus repairing the entire thing, this will take up however many you need to repair and charge you for the whole amount or whatever. But right now our hull is at full, so we don't need to repair anything. Alright. Let's just go through these. We're going to explore the city. The smoggy, clanking, singing, stamping, thronging, frantic heart of the Reach. An ever-expanding port of soot-smudged glass and bright steel, spilling across a drifting, mist-wrapped archipelago. Its factories thunder, its engine sheds ring with hammers and hiss with steam. Locomotives chug into sidings for repair or flare across the sky and away into the high wilderness. We can visit the Promise of Days, a club where seasoned captains gather to trade stories and share advice with younger skyfarers. That sounds cool. Or we can inquire about the Winchester War. How goes the war? Well, this is a lot cooler than the war. Apparently we've met this person with a rat on her shoulder, or his, I don't know. It's Fenris, it's the great desert rat. Old pistons gleam on the walls. The shelves are crowded with mementos from across the sky. The clientele raise their voices to be heard above the comforting clamor of the adjacent engine yards. You may find helpful advice here. I can introduce myself to the seasoned captains. They're always happy to offer words of advice, sometimes many words. I have yet to make their acquaintance, or I can leave. But I can't do this about trade because I first must acquaint myself with the seasoned captains. So let's do this. Instructions. 4 are gathered at their usual table. The masked citizen, a libertine, polymath, and pioneer of the neo-nocturnal artistic school. The bedeviled didact, a scholar haunted by his discoveries. The plucky baroness, explorer, cadet, collector, philatelist. I don't know what that word means. And Spatchcocker Meg, who hunts monsters. Of course, everything out here is jolly dangerous, says the Baroness. Few risk the skies, so news of distant ports is valuable. Collect port reports from the places you visit and deliver them to Victory Hall or Company House. The more you turn in at once, the more they'll pay. Look for other opportunities on the way, advises the masked citizen. Passengers who want transport, rich men in need of bloody work, etc. Okay. That's good advice. Now I can ask them how to make my fortune through trade. Between them they've carried Navarretine gemstones from Eleutheria, souls to the Blue Kingdom, and raw hours to London. Have they tips? Ah, the didact says, fiddling with his innumerable talismans. An essential topic. Meg slides you a stool, and the captains shuffle around to make room. The masked citizen buys you a drink of their own invention. It is violet and foggy. The plucky baroness gives you a brisk, encouraging grin. Ask away. Oh my god, there's a lot of things I can ask. Okay. Unlocked when you have seasoning. I have that? That's a thing I have? Seasoning? I have flickering. Let's ask about markets. How can you buy and sell goods? You can sell practically anything at a big trade hub like New Winchester, the Baroness answers. If you want to buy, though, you will need to travel to more distant ports. Each specializes in a particular export. Meg spits chewing tobacco onto the floor. No money in buying at market prices and selling at them too, though. You'll want to look for bargains. Or prospects of people offering better money. Buy cheap, sell dear. You can sell, not buy, any trade good at a major port. Really? So that list of things I made, of things I could sell here, is all the trade goods, essentially? Lesser ports each sell a single good. You can see what a port exports by clicking it on your map. Oh, that's a great feature! That's a great improvement from Sunless Sea. Ask about prospects. Where might you learn of these opportunities? The masked citizen sips their drink. The biggest port in each region has a bazaar where captains do business. There you'll learn of people at other ports prepared to pay over the odds for a commodity. When you accept the commission for a prospect, it's yours. No other captain will pursue it. It's all fantastically civilized. Their smile is droll. You'll have to source the goods yourself, of course, says the bedeviled didact. Find a port that exports them. The client will want a certain amount. You can supply some or all of it. But if you provide all they need, they may furnish you with an additional reward. Accept prospects in the bazaars at major ports, which we've already done. We've already accepted 2 prospects. You can review and abandon them on the Locomotive screen. A trading opportunity. Ask them if they know of a good prospect available. In point of fact, I do, says the masked citizen, tapping an elegant finger on their elegant glass. An opportunity. The host at Magdalene's needs an urgent delivery of seeds, paying a pretty penny, too. If I were you, I'd get to the bazaar straight away, put my mark against it. Meg grunts. Broker in Port Avon is selling cheap seeds. Chirpy chap. God knows why. His face looks like it's been pushed through a mangle. An opportunity. Port Avon lies to the west-northwest of New Winchester. I'm going to write these things down. Port Avon. West-northwest of New Winchester. Magdalene's southeast of New Winchester. Taking extensive notes. Okay. I already accepted this thing from the bazaar. Ask about bargains. Where can you buy goods cheaply? Spatchcocker Meg wipes beer foam from her lip. Nowhere this busy. Deals are snapped up too fast here. Visit the bazaars at quieter ports. Can find all sorts. Limited supply, mind. A bargain won't hang about forever, though, the Baroness confides, steadfastly ignoring Meg's manners. So don't hang about. If you space in your holds, snap them up. You can always sell them at a major port for an adequate return. Find bargains at any minor port's bazaar. Bargains have finite supply and duration. Click on a port on your map to see if new bargains have appeared there since your last visit. This is so much more friendly to the player than Sunless Sea, where you had to drag your ass around to each port constantly to check on things. And you couldn't just find anything out from the map. That's pretty awesome. Ask how to expand the prospects and bargains available to you. How to put this delicately? Is there perhaps a way that a resourceful captain could prejudice circumstances in their favor? Nepotism. Nice. Meg laughs, a noise like a sneeze crossed with a ricochet. It ain't who you is, it's who you know, innit? Nepotism. She taps her broken nose. Quite, the masked citizen remarks. The wider your circles, the more advantageous the opportunities that will present themselves. A wise captain makes the most of them. As your captain increases in level, your affiliations increase. Academe, Bohemia, Establishment, and Villainy. It will unlock new, more rewarding bargains and prospects. Affiliations allow your next captain to inherit certain resources should the unthinkable happen. Alright, I've heard enough for now. Change the subject. I think I'm done here. I have no further business here. Onwards. But I can also inquire about the Winchester War. How goes the war? Oh, there's the Gazette. The slow-burning war for the Reach forms the backdrop to daily life in New Winchester. Citizens wishing to keep up with developments in the war turn to the New Gazette. It is, famously, the only newspaper worth reading in New Winchester, as well as the only paper that hasn't bankrupted itself. Its quality speaks for itself. Here you can read about the progress of the war, check your reputation with the factions, and who currently controls the Reach. I can't do this. Read about the current political situation in the New Gazette, a careful analysis of the balance of power in the Reach. The lay of the land. The Assembly runs New Winchester from Victory Hall and seeks to strengthen its hand in the Reach. London's proxy, the Windward Company, however, maintain a considerable presence in the Reach. Although New Winchester is still neutral ground, tensions are mounting within and without the port. Search the New Gazette for your name. Are they talking about you? What are they saying? One's reputation. Your name does not appear in any of the tackety-focused reporting on the war. Apparently, you are not considered worthy of comment. There's no mention of you among the stories about the Stovepipe's recent fortunes. You are not of interest to them. Fair enough. Perhaps not. Alright, let's recruit the incautious driver. This should be an officer for our ship. I specialize in test driving, but I'm looking for something quieter. The driver indicates a crashed engine, still smoking. Like that, without the screaming. Officers require a sign-on fee. Do I allow the driver to join my crew? What harm can it do? It will give me a chief engineer, who will give me 6 points of iron, 2 points of hearts, and more establishment affiliation. But apparently it's going to cost me 20 sovereigns. I would say we're going to do it. We're going to get the incautious driver. Brave or fearless? The driver boards, eager to get started. I recently parted ways with the Windward Company, they explain. Personally, I think a crash a week isn't so bad. They disagreed. Oh well, live and learn. You have recruited officers, chief engineer. It is impressive that their engine lasted as long as it did. They must have good reflexes at least. What does that mean? Guess that means he's my guy. The driver has no tolerance for uneventful voyages. When not on duty, they stare through the stained glass windows as if willing excitement to ride in on a wave of disaster. When they take the wheel, the rest of the crew grip the nearest available supports and whisper quiet prayers to various gods. Gamble with the incautious driver. Rumors not intended for your ears suggest the driver is running an illicit poker game in the hold. I don't want to lose 25 sovereigns right now. I need supplies and stuff, so I'm not going to gamble with the driver. When I have more spare money, I'll do it. Now, I think that means it's assigned, so I should be getting... There it is. That shows me the bonuses I'm getting from associates among the authorities, the moneyed, and the aristocracy. Okay. An opportunity. The fastidious inspector. Excuse me. Excuse me, Captain! A woman pushes through the crowds towards you. She is short and square-shouldered in a neat black suit and polished shoes. She shows you the case of her pocket watch. It is embossed with the crown and hourglass of London's horological office, the body responsible for ensuring time is consistent across the empire. I am hoping to book passage to Port Prosper, she says, slipping the watch away. I can, of course, pay. Pay sounds promising. Or I'm unavailable. Sure. She can jump in the hold and be a passenger. Ah, damn it. Accidentally closed the window. Yeah. Pay sounds good. A new passenger. Thank you. The locomotive I was on broke down following a boiler rupture. The chief engineer's fault, I suspect. A gentleman fonder of brandy than of diligence. Here, an initial sum to seal our bargain. Prosper lies to the south-southeast of New Winchester. Let me write that down. Port Prosper, south-southeast of New Winchester. And it says, not that there is such a thing as north, south, east, or indeed west out here. Instead, London cartographers picked 4 of the brighter, more reliable stars visible from the Empress's new palace and named them north, east, south, and west. Londoners value familiarity. I'm transporting a fastidious inspector to Port Prosper. I've gained 50 sovereigns, yay! And the fastidious inspector has joined my engine. They can't be an officer, though, right? No, of course not. Fastidious inspector. An inspector of London's horological office, responsible for the orderly regulation of time across the empire, requires assistance. You are to escort her to Port Prosper. Prosper lies to the south-southeast of New Winchester. Okay. Okay. So I assume she's in the heart... Oh, she's not in the cargo hold. She's just a passenger. Short and square-shouldered in a neat black suit and polished shoes. She has important business in Port Prosper. Okay. Time to investigate the black box, I guess. Captain Whitlock left it to you in the hold of the Orphean. Her will described it only as a black box, a description you considered to be an unhelpful understatement. It is a casket of black basalt, longer than you are tall, unadorned, with a single small recess that contains a keyhole. Oh, so it could have a body in it. Or some kind of, you know, space undead. Or anything. Space undead. Spundead. Let's investigate it. The thing must weigh most of a ton. It stands upright in a corner of the hold where the crew have pushed it out of the way. I can consider what to do with it. Hey, what's up, Gray the Odd? How you doing? Captain Whitlock had a specific request. Whether you obey it is up to you. I can try and remember when Captain Whitlock acquired the box. It was the subject of speculation among the crew. I can examine the box. It has the dimensions of a sarcophagus plundered from the tomb of some forgotten prince of Egypt. I can sell the box as a curiosity. Without saying what's inside, you won't get much for the box, but at least you'll get it off your hands. The higher your affiliations, the better price you'll receive. I can consult with an academic, which means I need an affiliation and a specimen. I can find someone who can open from among your villainous associates, but you need money and villainy. I can pick the lock myself, but you need a savage secret. You can detonate the lock with an explosion, but you need munitions. And you also have to make a mirrors roll, and I only have a 20% chance of success. So let's talk about examining the box. Closed fast. There are no carvings or inscriptions on it. The join where the lid meets the body is too thin to admit even a knife blade. There are no holes by which light or air might find their way in. It is impossible to see inside without opening it. Even the keyhole has been engineered in such a way as to prevent peeking. The recess with the keyhole, though, as far as you can determine, that is a more recent addition to the box. The stone has been drilled and chiseled away to create space for a modern metal lock. Let's try to remember when Captain Whitlock acquired this box. Preparations. Captain Whitlock had it brought on board just before your ill-fated expedition to the Blue Kingdom. It was empty then. You know because you saw the lid and the box carried on board separately and assembled in the hold. It's not empty now. It's sealed and even heavier than before. But you left for the Blue Kingdom shortly after the box was delivered and made no stops on the way. So whatever is inside the box now, Captain Whitlock found in the Blue Kingdom. Let's consider what to do with it. Decisions. The last request of Captain Amelia Whitlock was for the box to be transported to a specific address in London. Alternately, you could perhaps find someone willing to purchase it as a curiosity, and if you knew what was inside, you might be able to command a higher price. Well, I think we're going to deliver it as requested. Let's follow our ambition, the Song of the Sky. The Song of the Sky looms in your mind, an unfinished monument. Ponder your ambition. Where to begin? You take advantage of a quiet moment and pull out your journal. The blank page sits before you, smug and unblemished. The horror. At last, inspiration strikes. You need fresh material. That's the ticket. Go out and explore the high wilderness. Gather sky stories and tales of terror to begin the Song of the Sky. I've got to gather tales of terror and sky stories. How many of each? I don't know. Does my journal tell me? Nope. Begin writing the Song of the Sky. I need 7 tales of terror and 7 sky stories. Writing it down. Seven tales of terror, 7 sky stories. So when I get a chance to get one of those, I'll make sure I snatch it up. Oh, we don't need to repair. So I do want to hire on some crew. Your voyages have grown perilous of late. Numbers and morale are lower than they were. Today, New Winchester is abuzz with rumor. A famous tackety captain has turned tail and fled back to London, promised a generous pension and a full pardon in exchange for selling secrets. His crew are at a loose end and under a cloud of suspicion. Will they ever find work again? Let's hire some of the turncoat's crew as replacements. No one else will have them. For the cost of a round at the promise of days, they're yours. So... oh, that filled my crew back up to 10. How much did I spend? Did I spend 10? Initially, the crew members are suspicious. They think you might be a journalist for the Gazette. Still, they're happy to drink on your coin, and as the night progresses, their reserve vanishes. When they arrive at your engine the next day to sign their papers, they come with headaches and nausea and the last of their things. They go to their berths, ready to make for the stars again. Cruise back up to 10. How much did that cost me? Nothing. Literally nothing. They were free. That's great. Alright, well, the only thing to do then before we set back out into space is buy some fuel and supplies. Now we have 158. Wait, didn't we have 158 before? And then didn't we get 50 for accepting the passenger? Did we spend 50 on something? What would we have spent 50 on? Oh, we spent some on recruiting the incautious driver. Okay. How much fuel and supplies do we need? I literally have no idea how much fuel and supplies to get. So let's say I buy if I buy a couple fuel, that's taking up a lot of cargo hold space. And 1 supplies. I've now got 4 of each, and I've still got 4 spaces open in my hold. So if we find some loot, we can still pick it up. Now, I don't know how long 4 of each is going to last me. In Sunless Sea, that wouldn't have lasted very long, but it might work different in this game. The other thing I don't know is how to save the game. I don't know if it's just going to automatically save as I leave port or what, but I guess we're just gonna go. Here's our map. I'm gonna go, where do I want to go first? I want to go to Port Avon, west-northwest of New Winchester. I don't know if I can discover interesting stuff by... Oh shit! Wrong one, wrong button. Like in the other game, you could discover stuff by... Oh, I discovered Victory Hall. The Assembly, a coalition of independent-minded settlers colloquially called Tackities, gather and argue here. Deliver port reports here to receive rewards and win the Tackities' favor. Grayliod asks, would you say the final game is as good as we hoped? I was a big fan of the first, but haven't followed development. So far, I think it's great, but I mean, I have barely played any of it. I literally just left the first port. So I haven't played enough of it to make a judgment, but I really like what I see so far. Ways in the wake of the blockade of New Winchester, this magnificence of glass and steel houses the Colonial Assembly. Here, representatives of the independent ports of the Reach gather and quarrel. I don't have any port reports. I don't have any contraband. But I can take a look around. The Tackities, those settlers who want independence from London, may have work for a Skyfarer. The music of democracy. Today, the chambers of Victory Hall echo with shouting. The assembly is in session, and outraged roars descend from the boardroom to the palatial lobby. A discreet functionary escorts you from the premises before you hear anything too juicy. You're a captain, aren't you? She inquires once you're safely outside. If you want to be of service, bring us news from other ports. The Windward Company have spies everywhere, and we need recent, accurate information of our own. As you visit ports, you may obtain port reports. Turn them in at Victory Hall or Company House to receive rewards. Okay. Good to know. Now, is this a bridge I can go underneath? It is. I'm just kind of cruising up this way in case there's anything to discover up here, like to get XP, kind of like in the... Oh. Seat of the Colonial Assembly, which represents the independent settlers of the region. There's something right there. The headquarters of the Windward Company, London's proxy in the Reach. See, oh, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. You see how I discovered that by sailing close to it? Or flying close to it? Because I guess I'm not actually sailing here. I kind of want to go this way. Who's that? Well, it's a Tackety Scout, but UCE and mitigated temerity. They're not attacking me, so we cool. We cool. Wispy condensation trails across the sky. The ghosts of passing train. Oh, I just got XP for discovering Company House. The local headquarters of the Windward Company, London's proxy in the Reach. Deliver port reports here to receive rewards and win the company's favor. Following the uprising, the fortunes of the Windward Company fell in New Winchester. Now, their modest offices occupy an ex-tinning factory in the murkier recesses of town. It continues to smell, faintly, of beans. Okay. I don't have gratitude or port reports. The Windward Company, who represent London's interests in the Reach, may have worked for a Skyfarer. The frantic work of the company. The offices are cramped. Typewriters ring. Assistants scurry between desks. Beleaguered managers struggle to make themselves heard over the hubbub. Eventually, a harried assistant makes you a cup of tea. I'm afraid everyone's busy today, but if you want to make yourself useful, we always need up-to-date reports on events beyond New Winchester. Bring them straight here, though, not to... He nods out of the window towards Victory Hall, where the Colonial Assembly gathers. Not to that lot. Queen and country and all that, eh? Alright, so I can choose where to take my port reports, depending on which of the two factions I wish to like and be friends with more. Well, so far I feel stronger towards being friends with the Tacketies than the Windward Company, but we'll see once we find out more about the factions and what they're really all about. West, northwest of New Winchester. Okay. Trying to find Port Avon. I think I just did some hull damage. No, yeah, 1 point. Did 1 point of hull damage. I'll explore around the backside of this landmass before I... See? That's why I'm exploring, because I'm getting XP for finding these things. Alexander Yang claim. Oh, a stopped clock. The fastidious inspector approaches you in the galley.
Captain, good day. I notice your ship's clock had stopped. Perhaps you'd permit me to repair it.
She has a little case of tools and a hopeful expression. Yeah, I'll permit it. An opportunity for conversation. She gives a grateful flicker of a smile and sets to work. Soon she has the back off the clock and has spread tiny cogs across the galley table. Obscure horological tools gleam brassily among them. Everything has a place.
I appreciate the opportunity to keep myself busy. Staring too long at the stars is harmful to the temperament.
The fastidious inspector is attempting to fix your locomotive's clock. The fastidious inspector has a round face, brown eyes, and short, dark hair. She gives the impression of being perpetually busy. I'll inquire about her work. What are the duties of an agent? What is this? Compliment her skills. Discuss the reach. I don't know if I'm going to get to choose all of these or if I'm only going to get to choose one. I'm going to discuss the reach first because I'm more interested in getting information about it. The wide, wild frontier. A sunless domain, but impossibly verdant, with gargantuan vines, cathedral-sized bronzewoods, and livid fungal archipelagos. That does sound pretty cool. Space plants. Far from home.
It has an uncouth splendor, but I miss Albion and the steady light of the clockwork sun. These sunless reaches are so misty and quiet.
She pauses.
But critical. The territories here are rich with raw hours, and enough vegetation grows on them to feed the whole of London, even if some of it is a dubious shape.
I can ask about the hours trade. You've heard the Empress awards her favorites with gifts of years to extend their lives, and that you can become rich mining for hours to satisfy London's hunger for them. Mining for hours, that's crazy. You can discuss suns, what happened to the Reach's sun, and London has a man-made sun. How did Her Majesty defeat the old one? I'm going to ask about suns. Sunless Skies, it's the name of the game, folks.
We warred and we won. It's not my area of expertise, I'm afraid. The suns made the law, they say. Now Her Majesty makes it. As for the Reach's sun...
She looks through the window at the lightless, stirring mists.
I don't know. Do suns grow old? Do they die of natural causes? I think that would probably be better than the alternative, wouldn't it?
They actually do. I can ask about the war. The Reach is torn by discontent between London loyalists and the more independent settlers. I can ask for news of London. The seat of the empire lies in far-off Albion, where a man-made sun burns in the sky. Another sun blazed there once, before Her renewed Majesty conquered it. Let's ask about London.
Homesickness. London sits in her coat of smog. Courtiers squabble at the foot of the throne of ours, hoping to receive endowments of years. Meanwhile, hard-working civil servants labour to ensure everything runs as it should.
Was there a touch... Oh, that's not her talking. Was there a touch of archness there?
All is normal. I miss her, though. There is no city like London in all the skies, and Albion is very different from the Reach. Much more civilized.
Let's ask about the Winchester War.
There are those who feel that London is a long way away, and that they do a better job of governing themselves. The frontier attracts independent spirits. We call them tacketies, for the hobnail boots that are so practical out here. London, unsurprisingly, disagrees. The Windward Company earnestly represents Her Majesty's interests in the region, sometimes very earnestly indeed. Tacketies call London's loyalists stovepipes. For our hats, I suppose.
She avoids looking at you.
And you, Captain, where do your sympathies lie?
Oh. Do I want to side with London, at least for purposes of this conversation? With London, you remember your heritage and the queen who led you to the skies. With Tacketies, these are new lands. Why should old rules or new masters, or old masters, hold sway? Or I can say I feel no loyalty to either side. Perhaps you'd rather be left alone. Perhaps you're undecided. Perhaps you see the conflict as an opportunity. I'm going to go with no loyalty to either side right now.
What a remarkable indulgence, she remarks with a raised eyebrow.
Let's ask about her work. What are the duties of an agent of the Horological Office? A higher calling. She sniffs.
It is of fundamental importance that 10 o'clock on the 2nd of June in one corner of the Empire occurs at the same time as 10 o'clock on the 2nd of June in the opposite corner. How is an empire to function if it can't agree what day it is? Unfortunately, the process is complicated by the fact that time is less reliable than it was. The hours trade has seen to that.
Let's ask about the hours trade. The tangles of time.
Oh, hours have more uses than that. We use them to increase the efficiency of work worlds, to speed journeys to distant regions, to resolve overcrowding in prisons. It does make my life more difficult when time knots and stretches like wool on the loom. More difficult, but more vital. Her Majesty seized a great trove of them when she assumed the throne of ours, and now even more have been found in the Reach. Miners dig them up from the ground.
She looks momentarily wistful.
I hope, some day, to retire with a modest pension of years myself, to prolong the better part of my retirement.
All right, I think we've asked her about everything, all the topics that we could, so let's compliment her skills. Her hands are deft and sure. She polishes, she cleans, she reassembles. A compliment. Thank you, she says. A small, embarrassed silence. It's possible the inspector is pleased. It's rather hard to tell. And I will bid her a good evening. I've work to do.
And to you, Captain. I think I shall make a cup of tea.
Alexander Yang claim. Who are you? Is that same? Oh shit! Ignore that! That was an accident. Didn't actually mean to shoot at you. Alright, I need to go northwest. Snow whips your locomotive. Your stokers work double shifts at the boiler. I need to go a lot more west than this. Lights in the distance. A stoker begins to sing a ballad about the chimneys of New Winchester. The whole environment looks really cool. I'm low on supplies. I have 2 and almost a complete 3rd one. You'll begin to starve. Yeah, I know. I need to go more west, I think. Oh, I forgot. I can send the scout out, the bat. How do I do that? Scout relays his findings. Today the sky is as cool and blue as ice in a glass. What is this? A village nestled amidst apple orchards and cyclopean ruins. Export is jumble of undistinguished souls. Okay, nice. It's not... Oh, there's the Nowhere Inn. A new port. The crew are eager to see what it has to offer. Discovering ports. Oh, this is Port Avon! Yay! I found the place I was looking for. Yeah, the idea of trading time is really cool. You're approaching a newly discovered port. It has significantly reduced my terror. Your crew are always thankful to find another place of relative safety in the skies, however strange or full of devils or covered in mushrooms. You can earn more experience by defeating... Oh, did I level up? Because my experience bar was... Oh, I did. I'm level 2. I can click to spend character points. Well, before we do this Port Avon stuff, let's, I want to level up and see what cool thing I can get. I don't think I can do it while I'm in a story. Let me read this in case this exact text does not come back up the next time. Behold! A ruin of giants, gargantuan blocks jigsawed together, furred with moss and whispering with orchards. A bucolic village nestles amongst them. Smoke coils daintily from the chimneys. A leisurely game of cricket unfolds on the village green. We can disembark. A ramshackle dock juts into the sky beside a farmyard scattered with rusty locomotive parts. Plating, piping, a chugging motor with its innards exposed. So what if I... It looks like I can't even cancel out of this. So I can't spend any character points yet. I have to disembark first. An oily-faced, black-haired girl waves your locomotive into position. "Welcome to Port Avon!" she calls as you disembark. A rich nod of scents greets you. Leaves and wood smoke, enriched by an infrequent but pungent intrusion of goat. Port Avon welcomes new visitors, but your novelty will wear off the more time you spend there. When you visit in the future, you may need to bring something to keep them friendly. My Port Avon welcome is now 3. That's a nice looking tree. Port Avon spills prettily across sections of colossal drifting ruins. Its orchards bask in the evening gold light of a distant nebula. Exploring Port Avon will wear down your welcome. Here you can restore it, allowing you to stay longer. Oh, look at this! Oh, this level up system looks cool. Okay, So I get to pick one of these. They're like perks or something. Scarred. Like it raises your ass-kicking skill. A spell in prison raises your masks. An interlude in red and gold, or a scandal, apparently raises your hearts. Let's try a scandal. Oh, good. You get to read about it. So we can read about each one before we have to pick one. Hey, son. Good to see you. How's it going, my friend? You came close that day to death. It left its mark. What was it that nearly killed you? An attempt on your life? There is a bullet scar beside your heart. You have learned since to be more judicious in your choice of friends. Or an engine accident, a breached pipe, a jet of scalding steam. You spent a week on the brink, trapped in boiling dreams. The scars are still livid on your skin. So these are like, you're choosing things from your background, basically, that as you're reflecting on your past. Day 2 of a hangover? Sorry to hear that. The judge, stony-faced, condemned you to New Newgate, the stalactite prison of old London. Its dark was thick as tar. Its cells were small as pantries. How did you spend your days there? You served your time quietly. You notched each dismal day onto the cell wall. You steered clear of the monsters and the meek they preyed upon. You dreamed of the day of your release. That gives 5 veils and 3 hearts. Better the wolf than the lamb. You ruled your corridor like a robber king. Even the guards knew better than to push you. Your punishments were less than you deserved. Or we could have an interlude in red and gold. You lost your mind once. They put you in a splendid hotel managed by a cheery gentleman who would determine when you could leave. These last 2, these are ones from my real life. Time in prison, time in a mental hospital, basically, a loony bin. How colorful the other guests were. How red the curtains. How gold the fittings. How secure the locks. Eventually, you were allowed to leave. But was your recovery genuine? Yes, you're feeling much better, thank you. Through trial and error and determination, you learned to tell what is from what is not. The manager said he was sad to see you go. Or no, you just learned to lie. That one was my real one. You said what you had to, and they sent you home. Even now, your world is red and gold and splendid. Oh, so my character can be crazy. Or a scandal. You were the gossip of London salons and the target of blistering editorials in the Gazette. Mad, they said. Bad, they said. Dangerous to know. Just like Lord Byron. That's a quote about the poet Lord Byron, that he was mad, bad, and dangerous to know. And since my character is a poet, it does make sense that I go the Lord Byron route. What was the incident that exposed you to the buffeting winds of public opinion? Was it a torrid affair? Secret letters, warm and yearning, furtive assignations where desires, among other things, could be unlaced. Ooh, scandalous. The reports were salacious. And I get hearts and veils, which are the 2 that I want the most, I think. Or was it a parade of debauchery? This sounds like Son Ganef's life right here. Absinthe, wantonness, more absinthe, brawling, gambling, blasphemy and slander, absinthe and prisoner's honey alone, prisoner's honey and company. Is there a vice you haven't explored? It's possible. There are only so many hours in the day. This is you, Son Ganef. Alright, I'm going to choose a torrid affair. So I've had past Scandal 10, a brush with disgrace. That's cool. Oh, so each time you level up, you'll get to pick a thing. That's pretty neat. Alright, anyway, let's talk about Port Avon. So if we look here on the left, there's a lot of different things. So from the main part of the port, I need gossip for that. I need tea for that. I can get a port report. But let's talk about the shops here. What's going on at the bazaar? Locomotive captains gather at the bazaar to trade goods and information. You may find bargains here or fulfill prospects you have claimed. So this is yet another... an horticultural opportunity. A buoyant broker is selling sacks of verdant seeds. The flora of the reach is dangerously fecund. Plant a seed, water it, give it a little light, and it'll sprout overnight. During transport, it is vital the sacks be stored in a cool, dark, dry place, or your hold is likely to become an impromptu shrubbery. So if we look at our journal... Oh no, not our journal. If we look at our... No. If we look at our thing here, it tells us... It doesn't tell us how much we'll get. Oh, it does. We'll get 80 sovereigns apiece for 3 sacks of verdant seeds. And they're selling for 25. So if we spend 75 coins right now on seeds, we can get 240 coins for them. The problem is then we'll be out of money and we won't be able to buy any more supplies, which is a little bit concerning. So let's hold off a second. Damn it. I just accidentally closed the thing. Alright, Port Avon, Recruiter, Repentant Devil. I hope that my Port Avon welcome is still 3. I don't know where I would see that. In Sunless Sea, you could look those things up on your character sheet somehow and see all of your little story, you know, codes and badges and stuff, but it doesn't look like we can do that here. So we'll start with a port report. You always want a port report everywhere you go. The locals are willing to update you on the news. There's not much to share. Were it not for talk of smugglers and sky beasts, you could easily confuse this place for a village on the world you left behind. It's quite peaceful here, apart from some fuss over a newspaper delivery. The villagers frown and change the subject when you ask about it. And now I can take them to Victory Hall or Company House for rewards. Increase your welcome. Alright, so... T. I'm going to write these down. So, let's go to the next thing. Port Avon. With salon stewed gossip. Or caddy of dried tea. Okay. Good to know. Perhaps not. So here's my options. First of all, let's check out Sharma and Sons. A well-stocked provisioners, crammed with high shelves. If you can find the right corner, you can also find displays of the riches unearthed from the local ruins. Oh, right, this is the special thing they export here. The jumbles of undistinguished souls. So, let's record what they have available here. Sharma and Sons. They've got fuel, which they are charging 20 for. And they've got supplies, which they're charging 40 for. And they've got jumbles, undistinguished souls, which they're charging 70 for. And if I look back up at my notes for Victoria Market in New Winchester, I see that I can sell jumbles of undistinguished souls for 70. So there's no advantage to buying these here and selling them in New Winchester, because I wouldn't make any money. Bottles are as ordinary as the souls that coil inside them. Now, what will they buy here? They will only buy fuel and supplies for half price. Okay, that's what they have at Sharma and Sons. Talk to me about the places I can go. I can go to the dock. I can go to the village green. A golden nebula scintillates above Port Avon's apple trees, allotments, eel fishers, and steepled church. Here you may, if you choose, immerse yourself in the village's quaint rhythms. I can go to the village green, the heart of the village, surrounded by orchards of real apple trees that were shipped through the avid horizon as seeds. Or I can go to the Nowhere Inn. Botheridge's A Tour of Heaven describes Port Avon's single public house as a welcome respite, justly famed for its authentic Old Earth cider. The locals can be welcoming, for a while. You may be able to recruit more crew here. Port Avon's first public house stands amidst the nodding copse of apple trees. Or I can go to the Cyclopean ruins. What palace was this? What giant king made his home here? And why did he abandon the vast stores of souls that the locals still quarry from beneath the stones? Perhaps you might risk a furtive excavation of your own. Not one of the looming stones is quite square, yet they all slot together immaculately. Now, I assume that any of these that I do is going to reduce my welcome here. So there's only a limited amount of this stuff that I can actually do. So let's start with the Nowhere Inn. Port Avon's first public house stands amidst the nodding copse of apple trees. Inside, brass gleams cozily on the beams. Window latches, doorknobs, and other fittings retrieved from the first locomotives that carried people here. A great polished wheel hangs on one wall. Actions here will wear out your welcome. We can read a work of speculative fiction. In the nook by the fireplace is a shelf of magazines. Each contains a story by the local author, the turbulent fabulist. Unlocked when you have welcome. We can appreciate an amount of cider made from real apples from the world you left behind. Careful now, a local warns you placidly. That only gives me a 27% chance with my iron of anything good happening when I do this. Plus it costs money. So we're not going to do the cider thing right now. We'll come back and do it when we have better iron. Speak to a short-sighted cryptozoologist. She perches on a stool in the corner, staring at a map of the Reach. I could have... No, must have taken a wrong connection at New Winchester. Unlocked when you do not have escorting the short-sighted cryptozoologist. I wonder how many passengers I'm allowed to have. Right? Because right now I have 1 passenger. And I don't think it's taking up hold space. It's not, right? Because these are taking up 5, and I've got 5 out of 12. Although the passenger probably eats food. Probably makes your supplies go down faster the more passengers you have. Or we can intercede in a mushroomy matter. The pub is out of scrumpy. What is scrumpy? The barman blames a creature, a cross between a mushroom and a jellyfish. It sways in his seat at the bar. Oh, blemigans. Or we can head upstairs. The new Somerset Hunting Club has exclusive rights to the rooms above the pub, as well as its finest brandies. New Somerset Hunting Club membership. Alright, this looks like it's not going to take up our welcome, because the welcome icon is not here. So we're going to try this first. The short-sighted cryptozoologist. A tiny figure weighed down by 2 backpacks and a heavy duffel coat looks through thick glasses at her map and then up at you.
Excuse me? I need passage. I don't suppose you could help me. I'm on the trail of unusual beasts. I can pay you for your time.
Welcome her on board. Where does she need to go? On the hunt.
Trader's Wood,
beams the short-sighted cryptozoologist. She leans in conspiratorially, as it turns out, to the wrong person.
They say there's all sorts living in that place, and... Oh, sorry.
She turns to you.
There's all sorts living in that place, possibly even an ape-man. Won't it be fun to find out?
You have agreed to escort the short-sighted cryptozoologist. The short-sighted cryptozoologist almost boarded someone else's locomotive. A kindly stoker guided her the right way and on to yours. So now we have 2 passengers. She's looking for something. She may not be able to see it when she finds it. Is that in our journal as well? It is. Take her to Trader's Wood. Trader's Wood lies to the northwest of New Winchester. I'm going to write that down on my list of directions. Does anybody know anything about this game? Does anybody know if the map is randomly different every time you start a new game in this, like in Sunless Sea, or is it just fixed in this one? Northwest New Winchester. Alright. Read speculative fiction. Intercede in a mushroomy manner. Let's head upstairs. Let's check out the new Somerset Hunting Club. Exclusive rights to the rooms above the pub as well as its finest brandies. Thick cigar smoke curls through the air, filling this private chamber with premium-grade fog. Bloated gentlemen in well-worn military uniforms sit at mahogany tables, sipping port. They chunter of the old days and how much better they were. I can request membership of the club. It was a famous club in old London, home to not just nobles and distinguished soldiers, but ex-ministers, royal courtiers, and other members of high society. You may as well ask, it says. Our sort of people. A stout veteran gives you polite once-over.
I suppose we could countenance an application. Of course, membership is not a matter of mere money. No, no.
It directs your attention to the trophies. Most are old and musty. Neath creatures, deer, foxes, and a bear, all hunted in the members' now long-distant youth.
Perhaps if you could help decorate our walls with some impressive local fauna, we can talk matters of first payment and then membership. Of course, we could hunt the beasties ourselves, and we will. By thunder, we will! But the fire is so warm, and there is port left in the bottle.
Hunting for the Hunting Club. New Somerset Hunting Club has requested that you gather trophies for their walls. You need to bring back a Cantankerite trophy to the hunting club in Port Avon. You need to bring back a Chorister trophy to the hunting club in Port Avon. You need to bring back a Scribe Spinster trophy to the hunting club in Port Avon. I hope those things... Okay, good. It's in my journal. I don't have to write that down or remember it. Alright, well, I don't have any of these trophies. So, we're done here. So we still have the option to read the fiction or intercede in the mushroom matter. Before we just go off half-cocked and start doing all that, though, let's check out the village green. The heart of the village, surrounded by orchards of real apple trees that were shipped through the avid horizon as seeds, an endowment of years from her renewed majesty grew them to swift maturity. Take a relaxing stroll around the village, that'll wear out welcome, or watch a cricket match, the crack of willow on leather, a hesitant smattering of applause. What sort of place is Port Avon now? Okay. Or we can go to the Cyclopean ruins. Not one of the looming stones is quite square, yet they all slot together immaculately. What were these ruins before their fall? Even their bones are tall and stately as the finest cathedrals of old France. What purpose did they serve in the past, plentiful days when their sun still shone? We can conduct a nocturnal excavation. Port Avon's chief export is souls, quarried from vast stores entombed within the ruins. You'll need assistance, luck, and discretion. The locals would not approve. 34% is all we have on that. And I don't know if we're going to lose crew doing it or if we just need to have a certain amount of crew to even do it. But I don't like that 34%, so we're not going to do this anytime soon. Or we can just enjoy the picturesque surroundings. How they soar, how tragic, how solemn, like the most rampant visions of Turner. Success will get me a vision of the heavens, and we have a 76% chance to succeed. Let's hold off on that. What we're going to do is we're going to start by going to the inn and reading that story, because we may get a tale of terror or a sky story from that, and we need 7 of each of those for our ambition. So getting stories should be something that we prioritize. So let's read the work of speculative fiction. The fabulous work has been accepted in a number of publications, including Murgatroyd's Miscellany, Hearth and Heaven, and The Seasonal. He is prodigious. Which story catches your eye? Oh, we've got choices of stories. All right, we've got The Eyes of Heaven, being a thrilling tale of a discovery and danger in a sky heretofore unknown. We've got Bones in the Well, being a macabre tale of one soul's descent into solitude and madness. We've got The Devil's Confession, being a satirical tale of infernal ambition and mortal folly. We've got The Vacant Throne, being a tale of political inevitability from the perspective of empire. We've got The Corpse at the Window, being a sinister tale of familial duty and intimate horror. Or we've got The Parson's Cookpot, being a darkly comic tale of domestic misbehavior and unusual appetites. Well, alright, so Eyes of Heaven probably gets you a sky story. Bones in the Well and Corpse at the Window probably gets you a tale of terror. And I have no idea what the rest of them would get you. So we'll just start at the top and do Eyes of Heaven. Yep, it gives you a sky story.
They burned the charts. For what use were they now? The incorrigible thundered through an empty, unnamed heaven, blown with a frost wind. Ahead, a new sun blazed, the size of a penny through the forward windows. There was a long way to go.
You are wearing out your welcome. Terror remains unchanged at 0. You now have 1 sky story. I wonder if that would have lowered our terror. It must have, because if we're at 0, if it would have raised our terror, it would have raised it. So the only thing it could have done is lowered it. So I want to write down what these things do so that when I come back here, 30 hours of gameplay later, I remember what you get for the different things. One sky story. Alright, cool. I can read more, but let's not read more. And let's not intercede in a mushroomy matter right now. Let's go to the village green. And let's just... Oh, this just changed. This is different from the other option that was here before. In Fid's plots across Port Avon, grizzled horticulturalists tame the rampant vegetation of the Reach. Well, I don't like 30% chance of success, so let's just take a relaxing stroll around the village. What sort of place is Port Avon now? A short walk. Above, a golden nebula is fierce in the sky. Amber light dapples the curving lanes. Locals nod to you, cautiously as you pass. A light drizzle of silver rain brushes the village. Its beads are bright and tiny as pinheads, so we didn't really get anything from that. Stroll around the village reduces terror, though. I mean, we didn't need to reduce terror, so... So that didn't really help us. Oh look, this is different now. Now we can sit with the eel fishers. They line the straight stony edge of a block that juts into the sky, their rods hanging over the edge. Colonies of pardoner eels, smoky as sardines, breed on the underside of the port. Heirs of Port Avon. Alright, we'll sit with the eel fishers. Oh, we got supplies. That's really helpful. A lucky catch. A whiskered eel fisher asks you to hold his rod for him while he pops home for his tobacco pouch. No sooner is he out of earshot than you get a bite. You wrestle with the eel. It's a beast, a furious 5-footer. Eventually, you manage to heave it over the lip of the stone, and your fellow fishers spring on it, deploying their eel mallets. When he returns, the man you were replacing insists you keep half the catch for yourself. Gained supplies. Sit with eel fishers. Gain 1 supplies. But we've worn out our welcome here. We've worn out your welcome. The stares of the locals have grown sullen. They won't even give you the time of day anymore. It is suggested in firm and explicit terms that you would best be on your way. You may be able to improve your welcome back at the dock. But I can't because I don't have gossip or tea. Perhaps not. couple of the brawnier McDonald boys are watching the ruins, truncheons in hand. So we're not going to sneak to the ruins. But I can go... I can still go to the hunting club, even if my welcome is worn out. The stares of the locals have grown sullen. They won't even give you the time of day anymore. Best be on my way. Alright. Let's talk about recruiting this repentant devil. He's looking for passage. He claims to be useful. He doesn't ask where you're headed. Oh, he's an officer. 100 sovereigns? Duh! Okay, I'm gonna write down. Can hire a repentant devil. A signaler. Well, we can't hire him now. He's repentant. There can be no harm because we don't have enough money. So the only thing left to do is buy these seeds. So of course I want to buy all 3 of them because this is a limited time bargain. And if I do so, I'll make a bunch of money. But the problem is, then I will only have 3 coins left and I won't be able to buy any more supplies or fuel. And we'll have to just hope that this supplies and fuel will last us long enough to find the place where we have to take this stuff, which is Magdalene's. We have to find this place Magdalene's to make our money. So I'm going to go for it. I'm going to take the risk and go ahead and spend all our money and just hope that we can turn it around and make a big profit. So I'm going to buy all the seeds. And now we have no money to buy any more fuel or supplies. But we do have from which mighty trunks may grow, or any number of other things. The flora of the high wilderness is erratic. And we will go forth. Tale of the High Wilderness. You can acquire these from signal boxes and star-maddened explorers. We have a port report for Port Avon. Oh, we can get money for that probably as well. Alright. We're done at Port Avon Bazaar. I need to now go southeast of New Winchester. Southeast of New Winchester. I guess we'll go down this way. The clamor of New Winchester can be heard on the wind, familiar as a disagreeable uncle. What is this place? Why am I not discovering anything? This looks like a place. Wispy condensation trails across the sky. Ghosts of passing trains. Oh man, finding this place southeast of New Winchester isn't going to be easy. Do I have anything I can sell in New Winchester to make enough money to buy any more supplies? I guess I have a port report I could turn in. But they say you get more for them if you turn in more than one at once, so I kind of don't want to just turn in the one. I'm stuck behind this big landmass here. We found Scamp's Narrow. Who are you? Just a tackety scout. Not somebody who's going to attack us. UCE Sophie Survey. Southeast of New Winchester. Really hope we can make it to this place before we run out of food. It's gonna be awful if we don't. Let's send out the bat, which takes food. Scout relays its findings. Okay, there's something over there. Hopefully it's Magdalene's. Uh-oh. Is this somebody that's gonna be a bad person to us? Reach Marauder. Ow. Uh-oh, hull damage. I'm getting my ass kicked. And I'm overheating. So we need a lot of hull repair now. Heat bar is full. This happens when you fire many shots in short succession. When you're overheated, you can't use lateral thrust, and if you fire a weapon, you'll take damage. Okay. Supplies. You approach the buckled wreckage, poised to plunder the plunderers. Behind you, someone is humming a song of victory. For the defeated marauder, to the victor the spoils. The crew of the marauder lie dead in the corridor, killed not by your guns, but knives and small arms fire. The only survivor is the captain, locked in the brig with a bottle of brandy. Chalk eyes stare back from every wall. When he ran out of chalk, he began scraping them in with his fingernails. Little remains of them, but bloodied stumps. "Seen this before, Captain," says a crew member, grasping your arm. "Sky madness. Magdalene's can treat it, if you can be bothered to take the poor sod." I can bring him on board. The high wilderness is cruel. This could easily be you one day. We'll begin a short quest, or I can put him out of his misery. Yeah, let's bring him on, because Magdalene's is where we're headed anyway. The crew wrap the sky-maddened captain in blankets, then secure them tightly with belts. It takes 4 to transport him safely to your locomotive. He might not be happy restrained, but it should keep him from harm until you get him to Magdalene's. Magdalene's lies to the southeast of New Winchester. The captain secured, you have a moment to see whether there's anything of worth on his locomotive before abandoning it to the wilderness. We have the sky-maddened captain, and we got a tale of terror, which is great, because we need 7 of those. We can strip the engine for materials to try to repair our hull, or we can loot the hold. Some of it is even attacked. We're looting the hold. What could it be? A clasped jewelry box. Something precious has been concealed. Ooh, we got gossip, which we can use to increase our welcome at Port Avon. A sheaf of letters falls from a concealed compartment. The pages are rife with scandal. You would not have believed it of her. You would perhaps have believed it of her. Nice. Alright, we're still trying to get to this place. I hope we don't run into another marauder, because if we do, we're going to have to run, not fight. And I really hope this is Magdalene's right here. Because otherwise... Oh, the Sahaquiel. Scavenge. The wreck gleams with frost. Its windows are dark, its engines silent. Perhaps something of value lies within? Enter through the yawning tear in the hull. 40% chance. The damage is so extensive that the whole chassis is on the verge of collapse. Tread lightly. Or mourn the dead. I'm gonna mourn the dead. Hey, we reduced our terror. A simple ceremony. Doffed caps, a few words, a gloomy silence. But it helps. The only decency in the skies is that we bring ourselves. Was this the thing that was... Oh, it was. Oh, man. We're hurting. We're really hurting for supplies. And we have not found the place yet. I'm going to send the bat out again, hoping for the best. Your scout has discovered something. Okay, alright, that looks promising over there. Hopefully we can get around this landmass. Oh shit. I'm running. Marauders prowl these glades to demonstrate their defiance. I'm not gonna fight. I'm gonna run. Oh fuck, it's a dead end. You know what? Fuck you. I won! I'm gonna loot the hull in the hopes that I get supplies. Even though I really do need hull and I should probably be stripping the engine for materials, I'm still gonna loot the hull because I don't want to run out of supplies. And I could find some, possibly. What could it be? A faintly luminescent cage. A light burns from within. A silver idol rests inside the cage. 4 wings extend from its hunched shoulders. Made from moonstone, your navigator says in a hushed voice, to amplify the light of the stars. Very nice. These are just possessions. A glimpse of the sublime, a catch in the heart. You can acquire these at the ruins in Port Avon and at Winter's Reside in Pan. A story so salacious it hardly matters if it's true or not. Wrapped in blankets and confined to the brig, he can't get worse, but he certainly won't recover. Do not share it with those of a sensitive disposition. Okay. Well, we're trying to get to this place before we run out of supplies. It's not going to be great if we do. Man, this thing is down here on the other side of this land, and I don't know how to get around it. Look at this crazy shit blowing in the space wind. Perkins Copse. Magdalene's. Yes, I found it! I found it! A place of peace, contemplation, and rest. The driver twitches miserably. I found it! We have little food left now. Soon hunger will begin to bite. Except I just got... Oh, I got 10 hull! Sweet! Well, okay. How do I dock here, though? It said I found Magdalene's, but I don't see anywhere to dock. We're literally on our last... A carmine glow burns in the dark. Magdalene's, where you can buy comforting lights. There it is. There's the dock. And we're on our last thing of supplies. A new port. The crew are eager to see what it has to offer. This looks cool. Hey, special effect team! Hello! Yeah, no problem. Thank you for doing what you do. You sounds like a really great charity, and I'm happy to be helping out in my own small way. Magdalene's is the closest thing many skyfarers have to a home. It offers services to alleviate the strain of a life spent too close to the stars. There's the House of Small Comfort. The glass spires of Magdalene's pierce the clouds like swords. Yeah, it's my pleasure. It's my pleasure to take part in this. As soon as I got the email from Failbetter Games about it, I thought, yep, I'm definitely going to do that. I'm planning to stream for 10 hours, so hopefully that helps contribute towards the 10K. The Oniric Chambers. Treat your nightmares. For some cases of sleepless nights lost in formless terror, of persistent night terrors and elusive dreams, more severe treatments are required, and there's a bloody hand. Let you get on and concentrate on not dying. I've been responsible for 4 deaths in other streams so far. Oh no! You're the harbinger of doom. Yeah, I will send them the link to my VOD for sure. Anyway, yeah, thanks a lot. Good luck. I hope you get the full 10K. I bet you will, though. I bet you will. May or may not be cursed. We cannot confirm. Well, you didn't get me killed, so we're all good. Thanks a lot. Good luck to you, too. Keep doing what you're doing. Alright. But the House of Small Comfort. There's also the Solace Chambers. Treat your terror. The skies are full of terrible wonders. The night is dark and full of terrors. Let's check the shops here before we do anything else. So here's the bazaar. And we have the prospect, and we have the 3 seeds. Magdalene's provides comfort and sympathy to the weary skyfarer. Its hosts will tell you any lie you need to hear. Some of those lies require flowers. The amenable host wants up to 3 sacks of verdant seeds and will pay 80 sovereigns for each. Magdalene's lies to the southeast of New Winchester. So we're here. We have the 3 sacks of seeds. We're going to sell them all and make a tidy profit. We spent 75 coins on these, and now we get 240 back. So that is fantastic. The amenable host smiles.
Just what we needed. Although I must admit, I do miss roses, and lilies, and bluebells. Still, these celestial blooms have their own virtues. Some of them weep, you know.
He pays you a generous gratuity. And I've gained 100... Wait, so I gained extra sovereigns on top of what I actually got paid? Yeah, I have 343 now. Oh, we're rich. We got rich, everybody. Completed the trading prospect. And I got a bunch of XP for it. Which is pretty great. The captain of a greenhouse engine is selling seeds. Fresh from the gardens of the Reach. This green-thumbed captain buys crops for a pittance from the region's scattered farmsteads, then sells the yield at larger ports. Wait, we just brought seeds to these people that they needed, and now there's a guy here just selling the same seeds? Selling them for 25. We can sell them ourselves back at Victorian Market for 40. So we could make a profit by buying these and selling them back at New Winchester. A small profit. 15 apiece. Still, that's 45 extra coins if we did that. Probably worth doing. Let's check out Beatrice's exchange. Alright, so that's Port Avon. I'm gonna put Magdalene's. And at Magdalene's, we've got the Beatrice's exchange, where they sell fuel for 20, supplies. So everybody seems to be selling fuel and supplies for the exact same amount so far. I wonder if that's going to be through the whole game, because it definitely wasn't that way in Sunless Sea. And they sell jumbles of undistinguished souls, also for 70. And they're willing to buy fuel and supplies for 10 and 20. Alright. So we're certainly going to buy some fuel and supplies. Our cargo hold is almost empty. Alright, let's look at the stories. Let's check out Magdalene's House of Small Comfort. The glass spires of Magdalene's pierce the clouds like swords. Seems like a really cool place. The glass spires of Magdalene's pierce the clouds like swords. Shadowed figures can be seen moving through the gleaming corridors, their identities obscured by the hued glass. Crowds of skyfarers, ministry officials, and merchants mill about the forecourt in varying degrees of distress. All watch the clock set in the great clock tower, waiting for their appointed hour. We can deliver the sky-maddened captain. Let's do that first, since we rescued him from a defeated marauder. Here he can get help. Treatment. The nurses bring a stretcher to carry the sky-maddened captain from your train. He'll receive the care of Magdalene's finest, at least Magdalene's finest with a sense of charity, given that he has nothing on him to pay for their ministrations. He's no longer aboard our locomotive. We got a vision of the heavens. We would have had terror reduction, but our terror is already reduced to 0. And 100 more experience. And 100 more experience. We can meet with the amenable host, the founder and master of ceremonies at Magdalene. He has requested you by name. He knows your name. We can speak with an attendant. The staff at Magdalene's promised treatments for the deleterious effects of the high wilderness: loneliness, desperation, folly, regret, and love. We can write a port report. Magdalene's is a popular destination. Someone will no doubt be interested to know how things are here and who has been seen here. So we're going to do the port report first. Magdalene's is abuzz with activity. Barely has the clock chimed than a clamor goes up at the front desk. Guests rushing to and from appointments. Lord Blank was seen in conversation with the amenable host. The east wing was closed for general access all day. A certain distinguished admiral was seen with his second-in-command entering one of the chambers of regret. Several guests succumbed to an excess of sentimentality and were forcibly removed. So now we have 2 port reports. Let's talk to an attendant before we meet with the host. An attendant in the foyer schedules appointments with the aid of a hefty daybook and a very accurate clock. They are eager to explain the procedures and the rules that govern here.
This is a hospital for the spirit. Our staff will become the person you need. Here you may say farewell to a doomed comrade, resurrect an old love, spar with a defeated enemy. All for a fair price. But do not overindulge. Our services are to heal, not to become an addiction. A tomb colonist is visiting a friend. Attendants draw lots to see who has to don the bandages this time. We can talk to patients being discharged. They exit the treatment chambers, fresh from their encounters with attendants in the guise of their most personal memories. This sounds cool. I would go to this place. This sounds really cool. Some leave smiling, others weeping. No one can resist looking back behind them, even for just a peek. A mourner wanders past, clad in outdated black silk. She is recreating her husband's funeral today. She is smiling. Observe guests going in for treatment. Some smile, others weep. One lady has a terrible gleam in her eye, another a recording device. A trio of guests is going in together, all dark-haired and straight-backed.
Yes, I know it's not the real thing, but I'd like a sense of closure, the tall woman says. What rot, barks the short woman next to her. You want to argue over the will again? I told you once I'm not giving up the spoons based on a charlatan's say-so.
Do be quiet, please, the one man says. I, for one, am more than happy to hear again why I was lumbered with the 3rd best wardrobe. The tomb colonist thing again. Alright, let's meet with the amenable host. The founder and master of ceremonies at Magdalene's has requested you by name. An attendant escorts you through the dazzling violet corridors. The host's red door is always open. The attendant leaves you just as the clock begins to chime. The amenable host reclines on a couch of crushed velvet, a goblet of sparkling wine in his long fingers. Somewhere in the tower above him, the great clock ticks away. As a policy, the host's atrium is always open to guests. He is available to hear opinions, friendly criticism, and suggestions. Today, he has a headache. We're going to listen to his request. He beckons you close. Sickness. His voice is soft and sibilant, like butter melting in candlelight. A guest who has become rather too attached to a particular attendant.
He always requests that the same attendant appear in the exact same guise.
The amenable host's lip curls in distaste. He reiterates the aim of Magdalene's, a place of healing and respite.
It was not meant to feed obsession or self-indulgent self-loathing. This guest brings sickness. I would have him purged. I have a dossier on our guest if you're interested in helping.
All right, wants to talk to me about a difficult guest. The amenable host reclines on a couch of... just read that. Take the lachrymose guest's dossier. The amenable host has requested help in removing a customer who is blurring the boundaries of healer and patient. An acting challenge. The amenable host smiles indulgently.
I'm so glad you want to help.
He produces a thin sliver of pages and passes them to you.
I'd recommend taking on the role of one of our attendants. That way you'd be playing the role of someone significant to him.
The amenable host sighs, reaching for his goblet.
He knows all of our attendants by voice now. Someone new is needed.
Okay, it's an unwelcome truth. Is that a quest in my journal? It is. Deal with the lachrymose guest. He stands on the threshold of the treatment chambers, his hands trembling. The attendants on duty have been briefed as to your involvement. How do you plan to deal with him? A treatment chamber has been emptied for you, should you wish to adopt a guise from his past. Alternately, he has stood right there. He does not seem to have noticed you, his eyes instead boring through the doors of the treatment rooms. I can approach directly. Disguises have caused the poor sod enough trouble. I can disguise myself as his mother. She drove them apart once. An attendant will help you with the wig and makeup, another with the voice. Or I can disguise myself as his lover. The attendant normally on duty is more than happy to assist you. Anything, as long as it gets rid of him. I kind of don't want to do the disguise thing. I don't see that ending well. I think I'm going to just approach directly and be honest. The lachrymose guest's eyes widen as you approach. Has there been a problem? You invite him to sit. Stiff brandies are ordered. You recount your own share of heartbreaks and tragedies, how you found yourself here, and you make clear that despite all that, you will be leaving. He nods slowly, and after a quick shake of your hand, walks away toward the station. He does not look back. See, that worked out. Sometimes it's best to just be direct. Well, let's go back to the amenable host. Let the amenable host know the lachrymose guest is gone. For better or worse, he will not be returning to Magdalene's. The amenable host smiles beatifically.
Of course, my staff will be pleased. It is a risk of our trade when our clients can no longer separate identity and illusion, but seldom pleasant.
He sighs deeply, echoing around the chamber like a newly freed dove.
It is a trap any of us could fall into.
His face darkens briefly.
Here, take this.
He fishes around beneath his pouch for one of his goblets.
It'll fetch a pretty price. Take it with my thanks, and do visit us again.
I've done the amenable host a significant favor and gained 100 sovereigns. Equipment, it says. Now that you've saved some money, it might make sense to buy some locomotive equipment from Abraham's Engineering. If you have at least 1,500 sovereigns, you could even buy a new locomotive from the Wolseley Engine Yard. Yeah, we're not going to be doing that right now. But I do have a lot of money now compared to what I had before. What if I go back to him? Apparently he has another request. He's melancholy today. Not to mention irritable. He has a job for you, he says, his voice rich with unhappiness. Discretion, always.
I admired your discretion earlier.
He sighs.
You have seen the dangers of our work upon those who abuse our service. Yet we are not immune to it ourselves.
He draws your attention to several paintings on the walls.
My regulars have, at various points, requested that I be a prospector on Lustrum, heir to a fine house in Port Prosper, and a titan of industry on New Winchester. Very specific requests, and more. I have vivid memories of being all three, yet all cannot be true, surely.
He presses a locket into your hand.
This bears my image. See if anyone remembers me. I can't remember who I was before this. If I could be other than I am, I'd like to know.
Assumed identity. The amenable host wishes you to recover his identity. Travel to any of Lustrum, New Winchester, and Port Prosper to begin. Alright, cool. That's a new quest and involves a lot of traveling around. That'll be fun. Alright, so let's back up to here. Thanks, Terawak. I really appreciate it, and I'm glad you're enjoying it. Let's check out the Oniric Chambers and treat some nightmares. For some cases of sleepless nights lost in formless terror, of persistent night terrors and illucid dreams, more severe treatments are required. In these somber chambers of red and gold-painted glass, the worst failings of the heart are treated. An attendant waits to take your details and your payment. He asks only that you request the name of the person you wish to treat you. Here you can reduce your nightmares before they get worse. We don't have nightmares yet. The more you use these treatments, the more expensive they will become. The attendants can only do so much. I can ask for my mother. She is present for a given value of the term. Or I can ask for the Queen. Yes, really, Her Renewed Majesty. But we don't have any nightmares, so we don't need to do any of that right now. Then there's the Solace Chambers. Treat your terror. Now, right now we have no terror, but I'm still going to check it out. The skies are full of terrible wonders. All skyfarers see more than they should when they sail the sunless sky. The sound of soft laughter and the occasion sob, I think it means the occasional sob, echo through the stained glass walls of the treatment chambers. An attendant sits guard before the door.
I'll just need to ask for the particulars. We will always alleviate your fears, but the method is at your discretion.
All treatments will lower your terror equally. We can request a treatment for guilt. You are not sinless. This will provide a unique encounter and lower your terror, and it costs gossip. Well, we're not going to use our 1 gossip up doing this right now, considering that our terror is already at 0. We can request a treatment for ennui. The wonders of the heavens no longer still your heart from beating. Unique encounter, lower terror, uses a vision of the heavens. We can request a treatment for loneliness. The high wilderness is a savage, lonely place, and that requires a savage secret. Or we can request a treatment for a personal failing. Yours is a faceted soul with several showy flaws coursing through it, and that requires an uncanny specimen. So we're not actually going to do any of those right now. The only thing we're going to do before leaving here is buy some stuff. So I am going to buy these seeds because I can get them for 25 a piece. I already know I can sell them for 40 in New Winchester. So that's a 45 sovereign profit right there. There's no reason not to. I have a ton of hold space. I have a ton of money. So there's no reason not to. And then we need to buy some fuel and supplies, especially supplies. So let's get 3 supplies, and we're using fuel very slowly, so I'm not even going to buy any more fuel right now. I'm just going to buy 3 supplies and call it a day. And we still have 248, but when we get back to New Winchester, we're going to get to sell all those seeds for, you know, 120. So that'd be good. Supplies are expensive, 40 a piece. All right, we're done here. Let's get out of Beatrice's. What am I looking for? What else am I looking for? What places am I looking for? London. Port Prosper, I need to take the Fastidious Inspector. Crater's Wood, I need to take the Cryptozoologist. I need to go to Winchester and Prosper for the assumed identity thing. And I need to go to Lustrum for that other... No, I don't want to discard my prospect. I need to find crates of munition and then take them to Lustrum. I don't know where you actually get the crates of munition. And these are all completed. So it sounds like the best thing for me to do is maybe stop by New Winchester and then go looking for Port Prosper, which is apparently southeast of New Winchester. Of course, we're already southeast of New Winchester, so maybe we should look for Port Prosper first and then go back to New Winchester. Yeah. I think we should go look for Port Prosper now. So southeast. House of Small Comfort, where Skyfarers find solace. What the hell is this? Something that glisters. Oh, we just gained a grip of XP for sailing right here. Something that glisters. How do I find it? Driver twitches miserably. Yeah, we saw that before. Maybe I have to have the mining thing, or whatever. Because it doesn't seem like I can do anything there. So we're just cruise along here. Cause like, okay, this is southeast. South is right here. Southeast will be down along sort of this line. So if we can get to place, is this a dead end? No. Uh-oh. Danger. Are you bad guy ships? They're fighting each other. An enduring dreadnought. Okay, dreadnought is somebody that'll annihilate us, so maybe we shouldn't even... Maybe if I just casually cruise... No, nothing to see here, dreadnought. Excuse me. I'm just coming through. You guys continue your battle. Just found the fallows. I'm going to try sending out the bat. Hopefully the bat finds something. It has found something. Okay, there's something right here. It's possible that that's the place. Ooh, here's some kind of eye symbol. It says it's a wonder. Well, that's cool, but a wonder is not a port. The inscription on the memorial to the unknown rat is dedicated to those brave Ratus Faber who gave their lives in the early exodus to heaven. You have found and benefited from a wonder, one of the most pleasant and least menacing landmarks of the high wilderness. Wonders immediately lower terror when you draw near them, as long as you haven't visited too recently. Memorial to the unknown rat. Oh man, Nox would be so amused by this. Sometimes it's worth taking a detour to include them. Oh, because it's marked on my map, so I could always come back and find this if I want to reduce terror for free. That's pretty cool. It's real cool. The memorial to the unknown rat. Guess I'm gonna come up here a little ways and send out the bat again. Because I'm kind of hoping that it's in this black area right here. New Winchester built watchtowers here in a fruitless attempt to deter marauders. Send out the bat again and see what happens. After much flattery, your bat admits to having found something. Okay, well there's something up there. The game is really nice visually. I'm happy with the way the game looks. And I love that lateral push move that you can do. That wasn't something you could do in Sunless Sea, and it's a really nice addition. Incautious driver. Is that? No. It's slightly different from the one I crashed into. Dock. What is this place? A homestead. Settlers who live so far beyond the edge of civilization relish the hardships of solitude. They will fiercely defend their small territories, but occasionally welcome company and trade. The homestead is warm and welcoming in the wide night. Its windows are gilded with lamplight. A sturdy settler beckons you in. Oh, look at this. This is nice. Oh, I can trade some munitions if I had some munitions. I can leave swiftly. Perhaps you'd rather not risk encountering hostile strangers. Perhaps you want to avoid small talk. I can eat my fill. Hospitality is important on the frontier. The settlers invite you to join them for a meal. Is this Chapel of Lights kind of meal? Are these cannibals? It will reduce my terror, which is up to 7%, and if you're starving, buy you some time. I can spin them a yarn of my adventures. New customs spring up quickly in the high wilderness. One of the most widely observed insists that a good story must be repaid with gifts. Well, I don't want to give up my sky story, even though I could get supplies for it, which would be nice. I don't want to give up my sky story. So I'm just going to eat my fill and reduce my terror and have some delicious food with these people. Breaking bread. Your host says grace over the simple meal before you begin. The bread is mealy, but spiced with what tastes like cloves. The broth is filling. The fire is warm. You indulge yourself and remove your boots. You're briefly without terror. That's nice. Well, there's a pirate over there, which I guess we'll fight. I'm feeling lucky. Need to let my weapons cool down. Yeah, what are you gonna do, pirate? Of course, I'm eating up supplies as I do this. Oh shit. There's another one. I don't know that I can fight two at once, honestly. My hull's already pretty damaged. I'm eating up a bunch of supplies as I try this. Well, I got one of them down. I think one more hit probably will kill this one. 2 more hits. Yeah, I killed both pirates. Let's loot. You approach the buckled wreckage, poised to plunder the plunderers. Hey, what's up, Brad? Thanks for the host, Brad. Tex TV in the house. If you're not following Tex TV, you should be, because he's awesome. How you doing, buddy? Behind you, someone is humming a song of victory. Okay, so we can explore the captain's cabin, But we've only got a 64% chance on that. Or we can raid the safe and just get some money. So we're going to raid the safe, because I like money. Gonna make a snack? Perfect. I love snacks. Snacks are always a good idea. Your guns have reduced the door to a smoldering heap, but sovereigns are surprisingly durable. Raiding the safe. The marauders haunt the Reach like bats in an attic. They spend their ill-gotten gains in the more licentious ports, acquiring sins in the riot of Lustrum, before sweeping their confessionals at Magdalene's. But a few meager funds remain. We got $14. And we can loot the other one that we killed. Oops. Facing the wrong way. Strip the engine for materials or loot the hold. We're going to loot the hold. What could it be? A distressingly odored barrel. No one is keen to get close. Oh, we got fuel. That's nice, but it would have been better if it was supplies. The lid is gingerly removed. All breathe a sigh of relief when coke is revealed. Black and precious. The captain's truest friend. Our space train runs on coke. I know that's not the kind of coke they mean, but now I think it would be hilarious to consider it canon that it's actually running on, you know, like Coca-Cola. Space Coke. I hope we don't run out of supplies, because, I mean, I always say that, but we're kind of not near any ports right now. And I'm coming over this way. I really want to send out the bat right now, but it takes supplies to do it, and I feel like I shouldn't. I think I'm just going to head for New Winchester right now. We have little food left now. Soon hunger will begin to bite. I think I can go through Scamp's Narrow. Yeah, I can get to New Winchester before we have any problems. I can even come over here. Is that another damn pirate? No! I didn't mean to shoot at you. Here's a tackety scout. We're friends. Ignore that. Pretend that shot didn't just go right by your ship. I'm going to send out the bat. Scout returns. What has it found? Found something over there. But we can't afford to go looking for that right now. We need to get to New Winchester and get more supplies, because otherwise we're going to start starving. Don't mind me, tackety scout. Yeah, we can go under this bridge right here and go right back to New Winchester. Back to docking. I'm not going to turn my port reports in yet, though, because I want to get more of them before I do, so we can get a higher payout. Advice for captains. Provisioning. Before you leave New Winchester, it may be prudent to buy more supplies. You can buy them at the Victorian market. I know. I know. Alright, so we're back to Wolseley Station. We do need to get repairs while I'm here, too. The clamoring central station of New Winchester, a place of steam and smut and thundering iron. Here you can find people willing to pay for a skilled captain's service. A scrubbed clerk begs a moment of your time.
I represent Halliges, the banking house. I promise this will take only a moment of your unquestionably valuable time.
He produces a folded contract with a flourish.
We hear promising things about you, my lady. Very promising indeed. We would like to extend our services. We provide a secure solution for the storage of your assets, absolute discretion, and steadfastness unto death and beyond. We require only a signature. The offer is entirely complimentary, I assure you. At Halliges, we measure ourselves by the quality of our clientele.
It will unlock a bank vault, allowing you to store and withdraw items at any hub port. Sweet. Wait, I just said perhaps not. No, perhaps so. I'll sign my name. I want a bank vault.
There, it is done. I am certain that this represents the beginning of a long and warm relationship between ourselves and your lineage. May it endure. I bid you good day, my lady.
Oh, if your captain dies, the contents of your bank will be inherited by your next captain. That's cool. You can access your bank in the central port of any region. You'll find it in the list of areas on the left-hand menu when docked. Click to transfer items between your hold and the bank. That's a great improvement over Sunless Sea, which did not have that feature. So if I want to go to the bank, Halliges prides itself on consistency, discretion, and lavishly obsequious service. Items stored here can be withdrawn at any major port. That is beautiful. I don't need to store anything right now, though. So I'm going to sell these sacks of verdant seeds and make 120 more coins. Putting me back up to 382. I'm not going to buy any upgrades for my ship right now. For my train, my space train. What's going on at the bazaar? There is a prospect available. Literature for Polmere and Plenty. Wanted, up to 5 consignments of literature. Genre, literary merit, and moral worth, irrelevant. Delivered to the Ringmaster, Polmere and Plenty's Inconceivable Circus, The Reach. The Inconceivable Circus lies to the east-northeast of New Winchester. Alright, we're going to take that prospect. Inconceivable Circus, east-northeast. That sounds like a cool place. East, northeast. Awesome. We don't know where to get literature, though. Okay. Stories. Wolseley Station. Mr. Menagerie is passing through New Winchester. A tattered poster by the station advertises the services of a Mr. Menagerie, purveyor of fine scouts. Oh, this is to buy a better bat? Because the bat we've got is just a tier 1 bat. An accompanying picture displays a tall, cloaked figure, slightly stooped, clutching an array of adorable little beasts close to its long chest. Let's visit Mr. Menagerie. A pile of cages looms out of the smog. The cloaked figure looks up as you approach. Its garnet-hued eyes gleam from the darkness of its hood. "Scouts?" it rasps hopefully, its voice like a cleaver on a whetstone. "We trade scouts for things and stories." It leans closer to you. "We're leaving soon." Ooh, look at all these cool things we can get. We can get a star-smitten bat, but for that we need 2 savage secrets and 2 visions of the heavens. We can get an intrepid cavy, a large guinea pig. Oh, Saida would be so happy. We can get a guinea pig wearing a plumed helmet. But for that, we need a searing enigma. Or we can get a ratronaut. Knoxford like that. It's like Fenris in space. A ratronaut. It finds up to 3 discoveries. But for that, we need a moment of inspiration and a condemned experiment. So we're going to have to hope to find this guy again later, because right now we don't remotely have the stuff to... Mr. Menagerie stall for delicious scouts. We don't have the stuff to... We'll be purchasing a new scout today. Mr. Menagerie nods its head.
We're moving elsewhere soon, but we will leave a note saying where we have gone. We will have more things to show and stories to tell.
It turns away, humming an eerie tune to itself as it gathers up its things for the next leg of the journey. A note from Mr. Menagerie. The poster at the station has been torn down, and there is no sign of Mr. Menagerie itself. Cowled figures lurk in the fog, but none have a collection of adorable little beasts. The station master waves you over. Mr. Menagerie has left a note for you. Should tell you where Mr. Menagerie was headed. Somewhere old, somewhere new. We go to the Regent's Obelisk, which you have made into a gaudy amusement. Well, I have no idea where that is. So, can we do anything exploring the city? Oh, yeah, we can search for the amenable host identity. That's right, because we have that quest. A titan of industry. Those are rare outside of Albion. The initial search is fruitless. People giggle at the antiquated fashion on display in the daguerreotype, the tilt of the jaw, the unfortunate arrangement of hair. But the proprietor of the round table seems to recognize the face.
Ah, yes, right short he was.
She holds the locket up to catch the falling starlight through a window.
Wanted to open a factory here a few years back. Something went wrong. There was a workers' revolt. Not been seen since.
You've uncovered nothing definitively conclusive here. I can return to the amenable host or look elsewhere. No conclusive evidence at New Winchester. What's going on at the Promise of Days? Yeah, we've already learned about trade. I guess there's nothing else to do here except for fix our ship and buy some supplies. So let's do some repairs. I'm gonna go ahead and spend... Alright, so if I want to fully repair my hull, it'll be 18 hull times 3 sovereign. Like 54 sovereigns to fully repair my hull. I have 382, yes, so I'm not worried about it. Let's fully repair. Good as new. The mechanics take pride in their work. Your newly returned engine is not just fully repaired, it gleams. But I spent 54 on that. Now we need to buy some supplies. At Victoria Market. Still have a lot of fuel, so I don't need to buy more fuel right now. But I do need some supplies. I'm going to buy 5 supplies, which is going to cost me 200, leaving me only 128 left. But those will last me a little while. I need to find another way to make some money, though. I need to get on top of some of these things, but I have no idea where to get literature, and I have no idea where to get munitions. So I can't really do anything about those prospects. All I can do now is try to go to Port Prosper. That's my next plan, is to sail to Port Prosper, which is south-southeast. Yeah, and it's time to go. So I'm going to take a super fast 2-minute break. Actually, no, I'm not even going to take a proper break. I'm just going to do ice time really fast. So hold on 1 second. Ice time, it's ice time. Getting some ice real quick. That's what we do in ice time. Get ice. Ice time. Ice time. It's ice time. Ice time. It is time for ice. Alright, I got some ice. Got some ice. I'm back. And I will now proceed to pour myself a drink. Victoria Market. Yes, ice is important. Hey, Annie. Welcome back. Or, I don't know, maybe you've been here the whole time. I don't know. But, good to see you. I wonder if you can eat cats in this game. I suspect you can't, but Failbetter Games are full of enough weirdness that it's actually possible. I mean, you can eat your own crew in Sunless Sea. So maybe there are some space cats, and maybe you can eat them. Disappeared to class for a bit. How was class? Delicious cats. Good. Cool. Let's roll out of here. Let's go to this question mark right here. Choo-choo, train in space. That's just a friendly scout. I don't have to worry about him. It just damaged my hull. Like a boss. Okay, there's something down here. It's some salvage. Oh shit. Starry-eyed captains rove the wastes in search of fuel, supplies, and instruments of murder. Star-maddened explorer looks very dangerous. I don't know that I want to fight that thing. I'm going the wrong way, too. Like, totally the wrong way. Eve crash. You've learned from your experiences. Hey, did I just level up? I did. Ooh, good. We get to pick a thing. So these are the 3 that we could choose before, and 2 of them are added. All these new ones. So if we take a mentor... Oh, there's only one choice under mentor, though. For a time, you enjoyed the favor and protection of a mentor, someone who saw your potential and decided to nurture it. Who took you under their wing? We only get one choice. It was a blind bruiser. His attempts to distance himself from his larcenous past were of mixed success. His guests were scarred and rough-spoken, and told bloody tales of smuggling and thief oaths and nameless murders. That's pretty intense. We could get a lost love. Love, the gradual erosion of that which separates you from someone else. The fitting together of two lives as intricately and intimately as the threads in a tapestry or the cells in your skin. And when one of those lives ends, what remains of the other? You loved, you lost. How badly does it hurt now? It either hurts like a gnawing ache, a hole in the heart. You feel always that something is missing. In the middle of other things, you will look up and around, and then remember that they will never be there. That's sad. I've got some of that. Like a fresh wound, as red now as it was then. Sometimes the grief's raw, ravaging, a wolf howl in a midwinter's night. At other times it sullenly slinks, waiting for a reason, any reason, to lift its head and howl again. So you get moments of inspiration from these in addition to raising your stats. It is good to love many things, for therein lies the true strength, and whosoever loves much performs much, and can accomplish much. And what is done in love is well done. You can acquire these from Sweet Jane or the Toll Tower. Okay, so that's an option. Or we could have 15 minutes of fame. One of your works propelled you to brief, sudden fame. You heard that even the captivating princess said something offhand and complimentary about it at a salon. Gushing articles in the Gazette, breathless flattery in the salons. You were showered with attention and gifts. You had admirers. How did you take to fame? You flourished like a rose in the sun? Some said it went to your head, that it changed you. Of course it did. Isn't that the point? You blossomed in fame, and when it went away, you withered. Get more Bohemia affiliation, or you withered and fled. Fame was never the goal. Celebrity only interfered with your work. You became a recluse, spurning the invitations and ignoring the doorbell. That kind of sounds like me. And then you get another moment of inspiration. Or there's a narrow escape. Your engine was nearly destroyed. Oh, we're unlocking these by things happening. That's so cool. Your engine was nearly destroyed, but you lived to fight another day. You unlocked this when you survived your locomotive being reduced to less than 10 hull. You walked through the valley of the shadow of death. How has it changed you? You've learned to be cautious. Death waits in the sky, kept at bay only by a few inches of plating and the fires in your engine. Gets you a tale of terror and a vision of the heavens, plus the stats. Or it has emboldened you. Carpe diem. It is death's shadow that gives life its luster. Same thing. Oh, it's hard to pick. Or we can still pick these other ones from before. Like an interlude in gold and red. Or a spell in prison. I kind of want to stick with hearts and veils as much as possible. So we can get hearts and veils if we do a spell in prison and serve our time quietly. We can get hearts and veils if we do 15 minutes of fame and wither and fled. I don't like that one though. Or we can get hearts and veils from a narrow escape. Let's go ahead and do the narrow escape one. And learn to be cautious. So now I've got... Your engine was nearly destroyed, but you lived to fight another day. Sky gives no second chances. And then we had the scandal. And look at all these other ones we're going to be able to get. So many. Now we're at 37 hearts and 23 veils. Okay. Southeast. I'm kind of gonna head south. Well, there's some kind of fracas going on up there. I'm not getting involved in that. It just crashed again. It's a big old dreadnought again, I think. New Winchester built watchtowers here in a fruitless attempt to deter marauders. Havenwood, we discovered a place. Is that a bad guy that's going to destroy me? It's a Reach Marauder. Who the fuck were you shooting at there, buddy? I destroyed him. Maraud this. Let's loot. Captain's cabin, 64% chance. Or let's just get sovereigns. We're just gonna get sovereigns. 7 is not a very good number. He didn't even hit me. But I've managed to damage my hull 6 points just by crashing into shit. So that's not really the best. Let's attack any scout. We don't have to fight him. Am I gonna lose? Oh good, my terror is going down by being at the memorial. Alright. Southeast. But there's other players. No. There's no other players in this. It's just a single player game. Is this another homestead? It is. A homestead. Settlers who live so far beyond the edge of civilization relish the hardships of solitude. They will fiercely defend their small territories, but occasionally welcome company and trade. A solitary settler lives in this modest homestead. She's not much of a conversationalist, but the enticing smells that waft from her kitchen are convincing. I don't have any munitions. I do have a crate of munitions. Where did I get that? Well, I'm not gonna trade it though. Ooh, you get bronzewood. Bronzewood sells for 175 back at Victorian Market. But I need the munitions for my my trading quest thing, my prospect. So I think I'm just going to eat my fill of the food. Your host serves a grim but filling gruel, then follows it with a plate of genuinely exceptional custard tarts. Your crew descend upon them like chorister bees upon a rival hive. And that's the end of my oh, and I just crashed into your little island. Alright, let's come down here. Lipkin's Field. Let's send out the bat. See what we can find. You prod your bat. It grudgingly admits finding something. Found 2 things, apparently. Something grave and just a question mark over there. Well, here is the Tanachuk. All right, Captain, your driver informs you. Might be worth a wee look, they add delicately. The wreck gleams with frost. Its windows are dark, its engine silent. Perhaps something of value lies within? We can mourn the dead, or we can signal the wreck with a 20% chance of success. That's a terrible chance of success, so we're just going to mourn the dead. A simple ceremony. Doffed caps, a few words, a gloomy silence. But it helps. The only decency in the skies is that we bring ourselves. And my terror again goes down to 0. Which is nice. But I am trying to find... Uh-oh, that looks dangerous. Enduring Dreadnought. HMO meets you there. Oh no, it's turning around to fight me. I'm leaving. Oh, there's some kind of creature. That's the first creature we've found. Oh, this thing's gonna annihilate me. It's too fast to get away from. I can't. Miners dug too deep into this worldlet, disturbing a disgruntlement of tank art. You found a horror, one of the more disturbing landmarks in the high wilderness. Don't linger, your terror will increase more quickly than usual as long as you remain near it. Well, let's scavenge. Oh, damn it! Now I'm getting my ass kicked by space fucking fish! And 2 ships chasing me! Run away! Oh, and I'm near a horror that... It's increasing my terror. Basically everything is awful. Oh, I got some free supplies right there, though. Is this dreadnought going to chase me until the end of time? Oh, I don't have mining. I could mine that, but I don't have a mining tool thing. Alright. I need to find... Here comes some fucking space fish to fuck with me. Vulcan Tankerai. Maybe if I go to Magdalene's I can be safe. This has gotten ugly. Damn it. That fish just jacked my shit. This is going badly. How come the fish doesn't attack that? Oh, fuck. Oh god, I'm stuck in the wall. I'm stuck in the wall! Did it just kill itself? It just killed itself running into the wall right here. This bull was a king of its kind. An isopod with the dimensions of an elephant, sheathed in layer upon layer of semi-calcified armor plates, all wrapped around the temperament of an embittered badger. Now it is a ruin of muscle and shell. I can try to chisel precious stones from its carapace. The bull's outer layers are encrusted with stone from their long slumber in the crust of their dying world. In places it is traced with shimmering veins of mineral. I can try to capture a lesser cantankerite clinging to the bull's underbelly. Is it a parasite, a servant, an apprentice? It is beginning to stir, having sensed the death of its host, or master, or teacher. I've got a 30% chance, and I gotta spend supplies? No thank you. Or I can use my cannery to extract its heart, but I don't actually have a can. I don't have butchery, so I can't do that. So let's just grab some precious stones from the carapace. 75 sovereigns, nice. Gleaming in the starlight. You and the crew chip chunks of gleaming stones from the shell. Some shines like quartz, some glistens, banded like tiger's eye. Some is deep and solemn as polished jade. I've lost a lot of hull. Now, who are all these people fighting? Who is this guy following me around? There is like a massive space battle going on right here. I don't really need to go here. This guy seems to not be shooting at me. Now there's some space fish jumping in. Oh god, I just got shot twice by sailing into the... Oh no! Okay, I need to get away. I'm sailing repeatedly into the damn... Where the hell is Port Prosper? Seriously. This is a bad area over here. This is a bad part of town over this way. Look, I'm just gonna let these people fight it out because I'm about dead. I am about dead. Man, there is a lot of battling going on. I mean, they did say there's a war in this part of the thing, so I guess that explains why. The Tackities are fighting the London Bros. HML Seeker of Truth. I gotta make sure I don't crash either, because I cannot afford to lose any more hull. Seems like maybe you could defeat those space fish things if you just like lured them into crashing into the things over and over. Now that we know that they can actually die from crashing into the things. You could just sort of sail along right next to the marauders prowl these dim groves in defiance of nearby New Winchester. Using up a lot of fuel also. What is this? Oh, is this a different... Or have I already been to this one? I guess I've already been to this one because it doesn't look like it's going to let me dock here. Oh no, I just lost the game! From crashing into shit! With a groan like a dying whale, your locomotive's hull buckles. Your hull has fallen to zero. Your captain is dead. The hull cracks. The sky pours in. The cold takes you. So, I wonder when... The High Wilderness claims another. I can pass a legacy to a new captain. Or I can resume from the last autosave. I'm going to resume from the last autosave. The son of Eleutheria has turned against its peers and plunged its domains into lawless night. I don't know when the last autosave was, though. Oh, it's when I'm at Wolvesy Station? Really? Did I already buy everything? Okay, I think it saves when you leave town. So after you've done all your stuff in town, because look, we've got our supplies and our fuel, and we've repaired our hull and all that. So it saves when you leave port. That's good. So I can just leave right now and go back about my business. What's going on? No, don't do that. Well... Port Prosper is hard to find. I'm gonna try going straight south this time, I guess. And I'm already losing hull from crashing into shit. What is wrong with me? UCE Elspeth. I know someone named Elspeth. Once again, I crashed. I'm literally just losing money every time I do that. Here's another homestead we can dock at. But I don't think I'm going to, because I don't want to waste it. I think I'll wait and use this homestead another time. Ah, damn it. Stop crashing. Oh, now I gotta do my level up again. So I'm taking Lost Love, Gnawing Ache, A Hole in the Heart. Is that the one I'm doing? No, that's not the one I'm doing. I'm taking Narrow Escape. I'll go over here by the thing of the rat to get rid of my terror. Narrow Escape. Oh shit, I don't want to shoot that. Man, I gotta stop just randomly shooting at ships until I'm sure they're pirates, because if I engage with one of those tackety scouts, it's gonna be a bad day. Let's send out the bat. I found something. Over here. Okay, cool. One of the engineers is singing. 1 for the engine, 2 at the dock, 3 for the parson, 4 at the clock, 5 for the stovepipe, 6 left for hell, 7 solemn candles burning at the well. Great song, bro. Great song. Good one. Put it on your greatest hits album. This is kind of dead-endy over here. What do we have here? This all looks very interesting. I like all the layers of cool shit down below you. Hey, Cyber HCR, how you doing? Yay, he says. Scoop requires butchery. Well, I don't have butchery, so we won't be scooping anything. Yes, I am playing Sunless Skies for charity. Somebody from the actual charity itself was in here in chat earlier for a little bit, saying hi. Eleanor Green. Thanks to its coat of vines, this overgrown signal box of the ice-embarred line retains its structural integrity, if not its dignity. Let's investigate it. An abandoned signal box. The window frames serve as a trellis for a vine circumnavigating the signal box. The plant's stem resembles thigh-thick twine, giving the building the appearance of a hurriedly wrapped parcel. Inside, beneath a desk covered with rusted levers, is a luggage trunk. Captains in dire need can borrow from the cash inside, but custom dictates they must later replenish it. I can read the ledger. Captains who withdraw from the cash should note their name and ship and what they took. Occasionally they add anecdotes. I can raid the cache. A captain who takes from a cache must later replenish it. This may mean enemy aids enemy, rival succors rival. Better that than bad luck. Or I can leave. Let's read the ledger. A recent entry. The handwriting is poor but legible. Captain Ogana deposited materials for hull repair. There is a column for miscellaneous notes. The writing is blotched and smeared, as if the writer had tried to wipe tears from the page. What is legible speaks of a place as dark as sleep, as quiet as a forgotten story. They barely escaped. They want to return. Of course they do. Sounds exciting. We got a vision of the heavens. I guess I'll take from the cache, and then I'll try to replenish it later. The luggage trunk is sturdy and vast, large enough to have held a modest family's worldly goods on the journey through the avid horizon. Left here, it still serves those braving the wilderness. Fully repair the hull. Take fuel. Take supplies. Whoever left these took care that the food was preserved and sealed away. It's still edible, with a bit of salt, maybe even pleasant. A captain without a locomotive is nothing, and a locomotive without fuel is as good as nothing. I'm going to take some supplies. Two engineers carry the crate from the signal box to your engine. The quartermaster will add it to your stores. Should you write in it and accrue a debt, or take without leaving a record? If I write in the ledger, I will owe a debt, but this is the done thing. If I don't write in the ledger, future captains will assume that whoever wrote the most recent entry is responsible for depleting the cache. I won't incur debt, but my crew will be unhappy. I'll write in the ledger. You have accrued debt. Your crew may become anxious while it hangs over you. Captain's name, ship's name, home port, taking or depositing, reason. There's even a space for any notes that suit your inclination. So we have a debt. And we've gained supplies. Crew has not increased. I don't know how the crew would have increased. Well, I don't really like the idea of having a debt, honestly. Let's resupply the cash. A Skyfarer's debt risks drawing the burrower's attention, or so the more superstitious of your crew say. Still, there are pragmatic reasons to refill the signal box caches while you can. Lives depend on them being well stocked. Perhaps your own one day. Restock with fuel. Restock with supplies. I'll put the supplies back that I just took. I don't really need them at the moment. Salted meat and hardtack could make the difference between a crew returning to their loved ones in port and a locomotive drifting unmanned in the cold. Your cook pouts when you requisition the food, but he doesn't argue. He understands the necessity of the act. I no longer have debt. It's not a place to linger. The stokers work vigorously. This place makes them yearn for the riotous camaraderie of New Winchester. So that's Eleanor Green. Oh, I thought I could pass under that. Here I am crashing into shit again. Down to 2 fuel and 2 supplies. Just want to find Port Prosper. Apparently there's something right here. Forgotten factories, gently desolating. Requires assaying. Well, I don't have assaying, so... Once pristine habitations, bequeathed to the skies. I need to find a nice, profitable trade route. As soon as I do that, I can run it back and forth and start making some money. Out goes the bat, and it finds Yes, a port. That's probably Port Prosper. That's what I've been looking for. A rumble of far-off refineries. Distant searchlights rake the sky. Port Prosper. Ouch. The Mornington Abrathat Span. Cool, we found a new port. Hub ports. Returning to a major port like New Winchester or London will greatly reduce your terror, provided that at least 15 days have passed since your last visit. Okay. Queen's Cross Station. A drink here. Crammed at the feet of a hulking crag, Port Prosper is a little London, divided into an affluent West End and an impecunious East. That's a great word. Queen's Cross is a busy station, crowded with engines that have arrived through the nearby transit relay from Albion. Alright, so before we do any of these things, we're going to check out the shops. First, there's the bazaar. There is a bargain available. A crow-like captain sells used but functional armaments scavenged from the cold wreckage of a sky battle. Good pickings when the tacketies and stovepipes fight, he observes professionally. Good, we need these munitions because we need to take 5 crates of munitions to Lustrum. And right now, we have no crates of munitions. Oh man, 5 crates of munitions would be really expensive. Really expensive. They only even have 3. It'll cost, yeah, we can only even buy 3. And that's going to cost us all our money. So we can't even really do that right now. It's good that we know the place, though. Oh, but the bargains aren't always available. Shit. Normally the crates of munitions would be much more expensive. I don't have anything to sell. Damn. I don't have any money. Nelson's Emporium sells barrels of unseasoned hours. All right. So we made it to Port Prosper. Port Prosper. And at Port Prosper, we've got Nelson's Emporium. And they sell fuel for 20. They sell supplies for 40. They sell barrel of unseasoned hours for 80. And they're willing to buy just fuel and supplies. Okay. Well, we're going to need a little more fuel and supplies, which is going to use up a lot of our money. We're not going to be able to afford, unfortunately, to buy much in the way of these crates of munitions, which I really want to buy because I need them for this trade prospect thing. So before we spend any money, let's go through some of the stories here, and maybe we'll make some money doing some of this stuff. I can deliver the fastidious inspector, for example. I might get paid for that. She disembarks with her bag in hand and peers up at a clock tower that is being raised above the station. It is tangled with scaffolding and rings with the sound of hammers and the cries of workmen. The inspector will depart. Be sure you've held any conversation with her that you wish to. You will receive fuel and supplies in addition to a sum of money. Ensure you have 6 spaces in your hold before accepting. What? That is a lot of fuel and supplies, but okay, I do have that much space, so let's do it.
Thank you, Captain. Here is the balance of our agreement, and, as promised, a requisition order for fuel and supplies.
She casts another glance at the incomplete clock tower.
Given the apparent state of construction, I'd recommend you visit the worksite. There may be an opportunity there. And thank you for the pleasant conversation, Captain. The sky can be a lonely place. You enlivened it. I have included a small additional sum in your remuneration as a token of my gratitude.
Oh, we just got all the free fuel and supplies you ever want, and a bunch of money and experience too. Life is good. The fastidious inspector has departed. New clock tower. Deliver the materials. We need gourd of chorister, nectar, and bronzewood. They plan to call it the Albert Clock, in memory of the departed prince consort. But there's a way to go yet. The roof isn't finished, and the clock neither ticks nor bongs. You can see the fastidious inspector up among the workings with a spanner and a can of oil, showing the workmen how it's done. Let's ask the horse foreman what they need. Not that kind of horse. Perhaps you can secure it.
Bronzewood,
the foreman wheezes bluntly.
1 consignment. They sell it at Trader's Wood and Polmere in plenties, I hear. And a gourd of chorister nectar, too. This bunch of work-shy ingrates need constant shouting at. My voice is giving up the ghost. Some nectar should have me bellowing again like a champion. Carolong's your best bet there. Or Titania, the flower town. We'll pay, like.
If you can purchase the necessary goods and return them to Fort Prosper, you'll make a tidy profit. But the materials are not cheap, and they'll occupy space in your hold. Does that get placed into my journal? How many things I've completed? The Albert Clock, yes. Gotta find Trader's Wood. Alright. So that's the clock tower thing. Take my leave. Its narrow streets huddle in the shadow of a great crag. Banners display the stony features of her renewed majesty. Wealthy West Enders strut by, exchanging polite greetings and veiled gossip, while sooty East End workers filed to the hour refining factories. Peeling posters promise fresh, wholesome lives in the Reach to new arrivals, but most of the posters are years old. More newcomers arrive at Port Prosper than ever leave it. All right, we're gonna write a port report. Very little happens on Port Prosper, but someone might take an interest. The factories continue to belch out smoke, while over the bridge, hopeful crowds gather outside the Admiral Nelson. Lovers can be seen strolling arm in arm along the promenade at a respectful distance from their chaperones. There was a brief protest outside the Windward Company factory, swiftly quelled. The scones at the Nelson were as good as ever, though the piquancy of the jam was less than might be desired. I hate when my jam isn't as piquant as I want it to be. Port reports. Let's look for the amenable host's identity here. The house might still be here. It had purple walls which would surely stand out. If not, you have the locket. Not a soul in Port Prosper recognizes the locket. Who's that then? Does he still wear his hair like that? Fancy! Become familiar refrains. More promising is the house you saw painted in the amenable host's chamber. You locate several candidates, all apparently repainted over the last couple of years, but this one is in the exact location as in the host's painting. Nobody seems to remember who owned it or why, but apparently it had once been associated with the Parlor of Virtue, established not long after Port Prosper's foundation. So, nothing definitively conclusive here. So basically, we need to go to Lustrum for the last part of the assumed identity. Apparently, there's a parade, the Feast of the Red Saint, but let's hold off on that for a second. The new clock tower. Alright, let's check out the parade. Feast of the Red Saint sounds like some cannibalism shit from the Chapel of Light in the first game. Gaudy banners fly over the painted rooftops of Port Prosper. The smog of the East End is hidden away by giant posters displaying dragons in varying degrees of vivisection. The cramped streets are clogged with people. Wealthy West Enders promenade about the amusements while impoverished East Enders work the stalls and huddle by the chestnut fires for warmth. A painted dragon pursued by knights is chased through the crowds to a chorus of "Ho! The riding!" Do I want to mingle with the West Enders? The hats, the crinoline, the starch that gleams on the mustaches. You're sure you'll fit right in. Do I want to mingle with the East Enders, lurking in the tents or manning the stalls in the side streets or scowling at the passing gentry? They seem more your level. Or do I want to fraternize with everyone? Skyfarers are not limited by the rigid social structures of Port Prosper, though neither are they beloved for it. Well, we're going to fraternize with everyone. That fits my character the most. Equal opportunity poet. You are treated as a curiosity and viewed from all sides with suspicion. Still, you find yourself in conversation with an elderly colonel who has retired to Port Prosper. A bulwark of sanity, he calls it. A line in the sand against all the stuff out there. He introduces you to one of the riders in the procession, who takes you on a tour of the carnival. You converse with chestnut sellers and flower arrangers, drink in the outdoor pubs, and dance with several of the vaudeville players. At the end of the day, you've learnt many names and faces, and even acquired a few calling cards. I'm tolerated by the prosperous West Enders. I'm tolerated by the impoverished East Enders. And the parsimonious chairman is out on his morning constitutional. East Enders steer clear of his route. West Enders track him down to make entreaties. Apparently, I can take a tour of the factories of Port Prosper, which are open to the public. The factories of Port Prosper's East End belch out smoke. Inside, ores mined from the mother of mountains are refined. The workers live in tenement blocks adjoining the smokestacks and are rarely seen in the rest of Port Prosper. Today, the owner of the Windward Refinery is allowing visitors to tour his facility. I could lurk in the shadows, loiter even, increase your eastward reputation with a 68% chance with my veils. Can admire the factory. The chimneys belch out sulfur. The workers sound the hammers in time with the striking of a bell. Ours come in refined and leave refined. Come in unrefined and leave refined. That increases westward reputation, but I only have a 30% chance. I can speak with the workers, but I have to be embraced. I can speak with the owners, but I have to be embraced. Or you would be, were that not a terrible breach of decorum. I guess we're going to try lurking in the shadows. 68%. Success! From your vantage point in the gloom, you see all sorts of things the other visitors are not privy to. Barrels being assigned to destinations based on bribes rather than need. Fatigued workers revivified by sips of unrefined hours. Several respond poorly and are hauled away to the infirmary. Only the most youthful and vigorous workers have been assigned to the workstations the tours pass through. The rest wait in less sightly rooms, in the shadows. One aged man catches your eye and winks. Alright, I'm still tolerated by the East Enders. The air is humid and moist. The Agbanon spring is being drained in preparation for the season. What now? If I explore, there's nothing else I can do here. I can offer transport to settlers. Explorers, adventurers, and pioneers gather here, freshly arrived from Albion, all awaiting transport further into the Reach. An opportunity, transport a settler. Would-be pioneers clamor at the station, eager to make their fortunes amongst the stars. Let's grab a settler. My friend has been sending me postcards from Port Avon, and I've never seen anywhere so quaint. You must take me there. She rushes onto your vessel as soon as you finish shaking hands. Excellent. I'll stay out of your way then. You'll hardly even notice me. Any luck and you'll forget I'm even here. So we need to take them to Port Avon, which is not a problem since we actually know where that is. We've been there. You already have a settler aboard. You'll need to drop them off before you can pick up another pioneer. Recruit the incognito princess. Perched atop a mountain of luggage is a radiant young woman. She's an officer dressed in what an actor would wear in a fantastical romance. A tiara rests on her brow. A steady stream of commoners come to pay homage, bowing and curtsying enthusiastically. Starlings circle in dense swarms above her, refugees from old London, and a common sight, though not in such numbers. She ignores everything and hands you papers so pristine that they can only be forged. So she can be an officer on my ship. She would certainly make an interesting addition to your crew. She would get some mirrors, a little hearts, and some boheme affiliation. But it's going to cost me 100 sovereigns? What? I kind of want the princess, though. I do. I only have one officer, and I really need more officers. So I'm going to grab her. Welcome aboard, Your Majesty.
I am a humble first officer, looking for, what's the word, when commoners do things for coins? She asks. Work, that's it.
She beams at you, delighted, as innocent as a Gatling gun. As she steps aboard, a commoner calmly takes a spoon from his pocket and scoops out his eyes. What?
I've just shot radiance. All else is tawdry,
he says between screams. It seems she has already forgotten about her signing on money. Oh, did I not have to pay her? I got the incognito princess. Do I still have all my money? Yay! I didn't actually have to pay her. Welcome to the team. So now I'm getting +4 hearts from my different officers. There's nothing to talk about with the incautious driver unless I want to gamble with him, which I don't right now. From the tiara-crested brow downwards, there is nothing about the incognito princess that is not incandescent. She is like the sun, and about as dangerous to anything in the vicinity. Wherever the princess goes, she looks around with a surplus of curiosity and a complete lack of care. Prove oneself a fit confidant. While she seems incapable of discerning between the two, the incognito princess seems intrigued by any mention of derring-do and abyssal horror. So if I use up a sky story and a tale of terror, it will impress her. Well, let's do it. The truth revealed. Thrilled by your tales, the princess invites you to her quarters. I have a secret, she says, removing her tiara before donning a second, more expensive tiara. I am Queen Victoria's daughter, she says. I trust your discretion. It's a considerable ask. This must be the captivating princess, the daughter of Victoria who dwells in a miasma of rumors of excess, ranging from red honey to cannibalism. Oh, I like her. A half-asphyxiated starling has somehow found its way aboard. It flies to her hand. She pets it gently. One is traveling to broaden one's mind before one takes on a new role. It would be a delight to meet with the engineers who keep the eternal ball of perdurance tick-tocking away. He smiles. You find yourself outside. I used up my stories, but she has revealed her identity to me, and she seeks something new at Perdurance. So when I find that place... make conversation with the princess. Why is she traveling? Ambition. What a change, she says with a smile. After all, I am a princess. The ambition of any princess worthy of the name is to not remain so. Right. Alright, let's check out the parsimonious chairman. The offices of the Windward Company on Port Prosper are elegantly appointed, if antiquated. Paintings of old London adorn the walls. Look at this guy. Look at that guy's mustache. He looks kind of dodgy. The parsimonious chairman has work for ruthless captains. He sits behind his imported mahogany desk, a decanter of brandy at his left hand, and a series of neatly stacked reports at his right. A fire has been lit in the cavernous hearth. It is too warm. Let's listen to his offer. He promises an opportunity for profit. He pours the brandy into 2 glasses, then produces a ruler to measure the amounts.
To business.
He smiles, revealing the extensive damage to his teeth.
I was a pugilist back in London. A young man's game.
He stands at the window, watching the starlight bathe the sloping streets of Prosper.
This place exists because of constant work. From the politicians who planned it, to the pioneers who built it, to the soldiers who even today defend it from the Tacketies. We have need of more such work. Bring me the nameplates from Tackety Engines. We keep lists. You will be rewarded.
You will hunt Tackety locomotives and provide their nameplates for the parsimonious chairman, or you will do no such thing. I will do no such thing. The parsimonious chairman sighs as though used to disappointment. He allows you to finish your brandy before ringing a little bell. The secretary escorts you out. My door, the chairman says as you leave, is always open. Hey, Robert, how you doing? Long time no see. What's going on, Robert? That's enough parsimonious chairman. Transport, explore. Let's ask about the Albion Transit Relay. The Albion Transit Relay lies in a cul-de-sac close to the Port Prosper dock. There, locomotives can secure passage to the far-off territories of Albion, where London lies. Let's inquire about passage. Another captain may have useful information about the relay. Enthusiastic advice. A garrulous captain is delighted to have an excuse to talk.
I'm happy to help, my lady. Happy to help.
They point down the docks.
There you are. Keep going past the port. You can't miss it. If you've good eyes, you might even be able to see it from here. Passage ain't free, mind. You can travel first class if you have a ministry stamp permit, or you can bring a couple of barrels of ours to travel second class.
Thanks, buddy. Okay, the clock tower. Guess that's about all we can do here for now. So, we've got our princess and our incautious driver. We've got no sky stories. Some gossip. Sky Madden Captain and Fastidious Inspector have been dropped off. We have the zoologist and this settler that wants to go to Port Avon. We got a tale of terror. We got 3 port reports. Little London, a stronghold of the Windward Company. And Somerset Hunting Club. I've got 2 spaces left in my hold, but I want to buy those munitions. So what I want to do go to the shops. I can get 3 crates of munitions, but I need to make a space in my haul. In my... Too bad the bank isn't here. You have to go back to the other place for the bank. So I think I'm just gonna sell a little bit of fuel. And then I'm gonna buy all of the munitions. I need to find 2 more munitions somewhere. And now my hold is completely full. What do your neighbors think of you? Well, they can't really hear me. There's very thick walls here. I'm good, thanks. I'm good. How are you? I guess we're ready to leave here. I can go back and put these munitions in my bank until I find enough and find the place to take them to. Doing fine, tired but fine. That's cool. That's cool. Alright, what other places am I looking for? I'm looking for Trader's Wood. Northwest of Winchester. But I don't know where Lustrum is. I don't think I have any idea where Lustrum is. Lustrum is to the north of New Winchester. Oh, let me write that down. So many more completed games the last time I was here. Really? I completed 9 games this month. Well, in January. They were all short games, though. Alright, let's go ahead and leave Port Prosper. And something over there. I'm going to go ahead and go ahead and explore this little area down here. That must be the relay station. Transit relay. A stone edifice, scintillant with sigils, is encased in a contrivance of steel and brass. This is a Singh-Jenkins relay, allowing transport, via a loophole in some cosmic mandate, across the sunless waste to a far-flung district of heaven. This one leads to Albion, the heart of the new British Empire and the seat of her renewed majesty, Queen Victoria. We can remain in the Reach. Turn your engine around, you have business here yet. We can submit the paperwork required for a travel permit, but that requires 2 ministry-stamped permits, which we don't have. Or we can travel to Albion's second class, which requires 2 barrels of unseasoned hours. So, we can't do anything with that right now. You put the edifice behind you and head back towards the feuds and fortunes of the Reach. The stars wink prettily. Port Prosper. It's a prosperous place to be. Mornington Abrathat Span. We found the Fulbright factory. Nice talking to you. I'm gonna go to sleep. See you next time. All right. See you. See you, Robert. Thanks for stopping by. Good to see you. Take it easy. That's something that's gonna wreck my shit. I don't think it's gonna wreck my shit. There's an enduring dreadnought. Also, it's fighting against... I don't want to make enemies of any ship types of either of the factions right now. Man, they are really fighting. My bat found something off to the northeast. I'm just kind of clearing some of this map. And looking for any kind of discoveries I might make. Ah, salvage. Right in the middle of a battle. Field, the bookworm. I don't want to get in the middle of them shooting at each other. Oops, sorry. Don't suddenly attack me now. The detritus of yet another skirmish in the Winchester War. A wreck. The wreck gleams with frost. Its windows are dark, its engines silent. Perhaps something of value lies within. I've got a 45% chance entering through the yawning tear in the hull. The damage is so extensive that the whole chassis is on the verge of collapse. Tread lightly. Let's try it. Failure! Oh no, I gained a lot of terror. Wreck and ruin. As you clamber through the hole, your lamps reveal uncanny marks around it. Were they caused by ricocheting shrapnel or by vast teeth? Your boarding party's search is unsurprisingly hurried. They retrieve only handfuls of valuables before the hull's groans encourage them to return to your vessel. Not all of them make it. The wreck buckles with a shriek that might have issued from the throat of hell and spins apart. Well, we fucked that up. Gained a bunch of terror. Gained some sovereigns and a tale of terror, which is nice, but we lost 2 crew members. Which is not great. Who's this motherfucker? A Reach Marauder. Got him, with a little help from my friend. You approach the buckled wreckage poised to plunder the plunderers. Behind you, someone is humming a song of victory. We're going to loot the hold. May gain unusual cargo. What could it be? A solid crate? Stamped and carefully sealed. It is heavy as a dead man's weight. Oh, I got a barrel of unseasoned hours. I can sell that at Victoria for... Oh, no, that's not one of the things I can sell there. It takes a wrench and your strongest stoker to lever off the lid. When at last the crate opens with a heavy thud, your crew gasp. Inside, the lustrous saltine crystals of ground hours, mined and refined for commercial use. This is the final product of London's greatest and most precious enterprise. Barrel of unseasoned hours. A barrel encased in beeswax and stamped with the ministry's mark. Its contents sigh like the tide. Hopefully those are valuable. Lipkins Field. Oh, there's a homestead here. I don't think I need it right now, though. The incognito princess is delighted.
I had a doll's house this size. Much prettier, of course.
I'm not going to dock here right now, because I don't want to waste it. I'm going to see if I can get some terror reduction from the unknown rat. I think I'm more or less heading back to New Winchester. Damn it! Wrong way. Slightly different from the one I crashed into. Oh, incautious driver. You got jokes. Gotcha. Another pirate falls by the wayside. We're gonna loot the hold. Class jewelry box. Something precious has been concealed. Oh, another salon stewed gossip. That will help us at Port Avon. And we've read that. A crewman's observation. Your navigator sidles up to you. You been keeping up with the dailies, Captain? He unfurls a yellowing newspaper. Your passenger from Port Prosper has her face splashed across the front page beneath an impressive and improbable list of charges. The Ministry of Public Decency is offering a hefty reward. You'll ponder this. A criminal, eh? No need for rash action. Your passenger is a wanted fugitive. She does not know that you know. A quick change of course back to Port Prosper is entirely possible. A swift extradition for her, a well-deserved reward for you. Or you could continue on to her destination. Who knows? She may have reformed. You may be sympathetic. If she's on the run, she may be willing to pay handsomely for her transportation. Well, I'm not going to go turn her in. That is not how I roll. Alright, it's time to go back to, New Winchester. Let's just attack any scout. Fury Harlequin. Really? Another one of these assholes? Oh, I dodged right into it. Alright. Another. Do I want to raid the safe or explore the captain's cabin? I'm going to explore the captain's cabin this time. The marauders are rarely democratic. The captain rules by strength and claims the best for their own keep. Yay, I succeeded. I got another gossip. The cabin door did not survive the onset of your guns, nor did the captain. You have to tread carefully. The carpet will not be saved. A few scorched documents sit on the bronzewood desk. They make for interesting reading. Apparently, London had need of a few brave captains willing to bring fire to the Tackities. You would not have expected the signatories of the orders. We found Barcelar's Folly. We're just going back to New Winchester. We're exploring these coastlines as we do. Tackety sky. A touch of the skies. Skyfarers, exposed to the haunting light of the stars, are prone to sudden obsessions and erratic behavior. One of your engineers has taken an oath of utter silence. He refuses to speak or make any sound at all. He has gagged himself and wrapped rags around his feet to muffle his footsteps. He refuses to employ either wrench or hammer. He is not, as it stands, much use. Confined to quarters where they can do no harm. Keep their hands and their head busy with a 58% chance of success. Or issue an additional ration of brandy to the crew. Perhaps you can facilitate your crew members' return of sensibility, which costs supplies. We're going to try the 58% hearts chance. Failure. Gained more terror. Lost hull. More a hindrance than a help. You harry them back to work with a carefully stewed mixture of encouragement and chastisement, but their obsessions only continue to consume them. They make mistakes, some of which are dangerous, and their persistent oddness unsettles the crew. Well, that's unfortunate. Yeah, we discovered Gabriel's archive. And Bancroft's forum. And that's why you explore the coasts. Joseph passing trains. Or 38% terror. Hopefully docking here will reduce it by a lot. It did reduce it by a lot. We're down to 8%. Okay. Oh, there's a fortunate navigator that can be recruited now. We can repair, we can hire on crew. We can look at the bazaar. Seeds for Port Avon. But we don't know how to actually get the seeds. I mean, I'll take the prospect. Attention! The annual allotment competition looms on Port Avon. Up to 3 sacks of verdant seeds required urgently. Deliver to the vicar at the Nowhere Inn as soon as possible, if not before. If not before, as soon as possible. Port Avon lies to the west-northwest of New Winchester. Okay, I'll take the prospect. I'm going to place some stuff in the bank here for now. And but you can get barrels of unseasoned hours. Tremble of undistinguished souls. Okay. Somehow I just missed writing that down. I skipped it. Barrel of unseasoned hours. I could get 80 for that if I sold it now, but I'll bet I can get something better for it if I just hold on to it. Alright, let's not buy anything yet. How do I get more hold space? An additional cargo bay. Oh, it's really expensive though. It's 500. It'd be really nice to have though. 8 hold space for that. But that's 1160 and requires 25 mirrors, which I don't have. have 2 with Bohemia. Looks like the Tackities like me twice as much as the Stovepipes. Or the Tackities are stronger than the Stovepipes, one or the other. Your letters of regret are becoming rote. When you fail your crew, crew members die. Thanks. Okay. Can I do anything in the city? I can. This is the promise of days real quick. No. There's an opportunity to respond to a distress call. A group of concerned Tackities are looking for a sky-faring captain to assist them in retrieving a missing friend. Okay. Captain, a broad-shouldered Tackity speaks for the group. A friend of ours. There are protests. Oh. A friend of ours. Then there are protests among the other Tackities. An acquaintance of ours has sent a message from Hybris. She needs transport back to New Winchester. He pauses for breath. Would you mind picking her up if you happen to go out that way? She's a filmmaker. Goes by Mademoiselle Lumiere. I think MME is Mademoiselle. She said she'd never return, so I have to assume she's taken ill. It'd be good to make sure she gets back safely. Hybris lies to the east-northeast of New Winchester. Let me write that down on my list of directions. Hybris, east, northeast, New Winchester. Okay. Bring a filmmaker back to New Winchester. No problem. I have a lot of quests here now. Perhaps not. Mr. Menagerie. Regent's Obelisk. We still don't know where that is. Black Box, Ambition, repair my locomotive. Let's recruit the Fortunate Navigator. A Fortunate Navigator is thoroughly examining your engine's pipework.
Crucial bit, this. Look how it's been maintained. Beautiful.
Your stoker beams.
That was me. A mid-flight batch, too.
Alright, offer him a role on your locomotive. He's eager for a new challenge. Oh, a first officer? We've already got a good first officer, though. That's the princess. I'm not going to replace the princess with this guy. Perhaps not. So let's repair. I guess we'll fully repair, which will cost a lot of our sovereigns. But we should do it. I only have 166 left. Can we get more crew? You'll only be able to do this once every 15 days. And hire many crew to get 4 to 8 crew. The station is clouded with smog, faces loom out of the gray. But you need to have a small enough amount of crew. Or, there are always workers eager to leave the filth and grime of the port. You can have your pick. Get 3 or 4 crew. But it's going to cost me like 30 sovereigns. You know, 8 crew is probably enough for right now. I only need 6 to run the ship. The other 2 are just spare crew in case people die. So let's stick with 8. We'll use supplies a little bit slower with fewer crew members. And let's go to the shops. Let's buy. I think we're kind of good on fuel for the moment. We're gonna need a couple supplies though, at least. Maybe even supplies. Yeah. Oh yeah, we can afford it, but just barely. Wait! Before I buy any supplies or anything, I'm going to go turn in my port reports and see what they give me for doing that, because they might give me some supplies or some fuel for turning in port reports. So let's chill on the buying stuff for right now. We're going to go up here to Victory Hall, Victory, whatever. So let's see what we get for turning in 3 port reports at once. Chat with the indolent veteran. He's taking a moment in the atrium, watching the stars burn coldly in the mists. Oh, there's a bazaar at Victory Hall, too. The captain of a battered mining locomotive is selling unrefined ores quarried from drifting sky rocks. Each is a walnut-sized geode, within which an ore grows like salt crystals. The captain dabs discreetly at his eye with a handkerchief. Being close to this much time makes one melancholy. Well, we know we can sell these for 80 right here at New Winchester. So that's a 25 coin profit each. Hypothetically, I could buy all 3 of those and make 75 coins on the deal. But before we do that, let's go ahead and do our port reports. Ooh, look at all this stuff I can do. Trade favor for a savage secret, trade favor for an otherworldly artifact, trade favor to accept the balance of power, surrender my contraband. Alright, we're going to deliver our port reports to the indolent veteran. Her tireless exertions during the blockade earned her both a seat on the assembly and enemies in London. She likes to keep abreast of events. It will influence the balance of power in the reach in favor of the Tackities, the colonists seeking independence from London. Services rendered. She listens with a scowl. Well, I'd rather know than not, I suppose. And thank you for bringing this to me. I'd rather than the bloody stovepipes, I'll arrange a gratuity. Ooh. I got 3 Tackities gratitude and 300 sovereigns and 3 Tackities fortunes and -3 stovepipes fortunes. So the Tackities are getting a little bit stronger and the stovepipes are getting a little bit weaker. But I got a lot of money and I also got some gratitude. So I could trade the gratitude for a savage secret or for an otherworldly artifact. Time she told you a few things. It is customary for representatives to bring gifts from their territories, examples of local craftsmanship, mysterious finds, untangled from the knotty roots of the Reach. The peculiarities are added to the overflowing cabinets in the Ward Griffiths archive. Let's just chat with the veteran for a moment. She's taking a moment in the atrium, watching the stars burn coldly in the mists. An opportunity. Her skin is brown, and her hair is beginning to gray. She wears a heavy, unbuttoned coat. Metals gleam in the shadows behind its lapels. One half of her face is scarred from frostbite. She is enjoying a quiet cigarillo while her peers argue in the chamber of assembly. You talk for a while about life in the skies. When her cigarillo is just a stub, she says, "I'll be grateful to hear reports of your travels, my lady. I suspect all manner of strife and imprudence is going to kick off in the foreseeable. I mean to be ready for it." Okay, I'm not going to spend any of my gratitudes right now until I know what I need. I think we're done here. I am going to buy all these unseasoned hours. Do I want to sell them or hold on to them for a better deal? I'm going to buy them all. I still have 300 coins. And then I'm going to leave. Go back to New Winch. Since I don't desperately need the coin, I think I'm going to just shove them in the bank and wait till I have an opportunity to sell them for more. Those take up hold space, right? They do take up hold space. Alright, crew, repair. Bonus of days. Perhaps not. Shops. Bank. Now I could sell all of these right now for 80 apiece. So I could sell all this for 360 coins, but I know I'll be able to find a better deal if I wait for a, you know, if I wait for a, what do you call it, a prospect involving these, that I'll make much bigger money. So I'm gonna hold off. Now I'm just gonna buy some supplies. And I'm done for now at this location. So let's keep going. Where do I want to go? Over to Port Avon? Look at my journal. I do need to find Trader's Wood, northwest of New Winchester. And trophies from some different creatures. Gotta go to Lustrum. Need Bronzewood and Chorister Nectar. I gotta go to Port Avon with this settler. Endurance. Hybris. Well, Trader's Wood is northwest, and so is Port Avon, where we need to go to drop off the settler. So let's go drop off the settler, explore this little dark area here, and then keep looking around for Trader's Wood, I guess. I'm really enjoying this so far. It seems much improved over Sunless Sea. It's like it keeps everything that was good about Sunless Sea, but it improves on the things that could be improved on. And I'm already breaking up my hull. I found Long Knuckle Pass. How are we doing on XP? We still need quite a bit. Does kind of look like knuckle bones. This is very green. So what do we have here? We came across an ancient ruin wrought by long vanquished hands. I don't have assaying. Don't know how to get assaying either. A new smell behind the coal and the oil. The green, unlikely scent of apples. Yum. Into the dock of Port Avon. A bucolic village nestled within looming pre-human ruins. The dock is little more than a farmyard. Port Avon's inhabitants quickly tire of visitors, but you may be able to find ways to increase your welcome here before you venture into the village proper. Do I want to recruit this repentant devil now? I couldn't do it before because I didn't have enough money. But if I do it now, it'll spend a lot of my money. But it would be nice to have a signaler. Let's hold off for the moment. A quiet day in Port Avon. A pleasant breeze wafts through the village, making even its pricklier residents relax their guard and welcome guests. Let's look at the... Oh, this is where I can get the seeds! Oh, this is where I sell the seeds, which I don't have. I can get some jumbles of undistinguished souls, though. A spirifer is an unlicensed dealer in souls. This one has a perpetual sniffle. He finds a quiet corner to show you a sample of grubby bottles. Wispy shapes coil inside.
See?
He sniffs.
Fine as porcelain. I swears every one of 'em was teetotal church-going.
Well, it would be nice to get some of those to sell later, but we can't afford to just be buying souls right now. We can find the seeds, we can sell them here for 80. Quiet thing in Port Avon. The village green. The nowhere in. Cyclopean ruins. I'm still not welcome, right? Yeah, I'm not welcome. So any of the things I might want to do, unwelcome. So let's check out this quiet day in Port Avon business. A pleasant breeze wafts through the village, making even its pricklier residents relax their guard and welcome guests. Only a little, but enough that even a visiting stranger can enjoy their bonhomie. I could play a round of cricket. One of the teams is a person down, a rare chance to join the games. I could buy cheap fuel at the engine yard. The Sharmas have a surplus of fuel and nowhere to store it. Give you 2 fuel for 20 sovereigns. Or get cheap repairs at the engine yard. The engineer here has little to do. She could use the distraction. I should buy some cheap fuel. 2 for 20 is literally half price. Literally half price. Load it up. The oily-faced girl from the docks helps roll the barrels onto the engine and into the cargo hold, ready for use. Okay, got some half-price fuel. Host a tea party. Taste of London, but you need tea. Now I can share my gossip and get some welcome at Port Avon since I already have 3 of these gossips. I can write a port report, but you have to be welcome to get a port report. And I can drop off my settler. So let's drop off my settler. They have arrived at their destination. Whether or not they still wish to be here is another matter entirely. I will encourage my passenger to disembark. You've brought her where she wanted to go, despite her criminal past. She tips her hat as she disembarks and deposits a heavy purse into your hands. She whistles a jaunty tune as she makes her way through the station. 100 XP and 200 sovereigns. Yay. I can pick up another if I go back to Port Prosper. Cool. Well, now I'll definitely recruit the Repentant Devil because I've got 361 sovereigns. He's repentant. There can be no harm. Accept him. He has very little luggage. A single satchel of books and a folded greatcoat appear to be his only personal effects. His manner is calm, almost pedantic, as he negotiates his duties and his pay, but you have a sense that he urgently wants to be out of Port Avon. So now I've got this guy, plus 6 veils. A lot of veils. Veils is up to 29. That's the same. Chief engineer. Maybe I will gamble with the uncautious driver now that I have a little bit of extra money. Rumors not intended for your ears suggest the driver is running an illicit poker game in the hold. Caught in the act. You enter the hold and find the game well underway. The driver sits cross-legged in front of a pile of freshly won sovereigns and 3 newly impoverished members of the crew. A stoker angrily throws an expensive-looking watch onto the pile of winnings and departs in a fury. The driver looks up. "My lady, care to make a wager?" The driver deals the cards between the players. Oh, it's based on mirrors, which I'm terrible at. The cook and a crewman whose name you can't place at the moment watch each other with barely disguised suspicion. Behind you, a small crowd gathers to see their captain's coin. Oh no, I'm not going to bet 25 sovereigns with a 16% chance of success. Enough of that. The remaining crew around the circle relax as you stand to leave. The driver shuffles the cards, ready to begin the next round. I'll let the game continue. Crew needs a break. This is harmless enough. The driver nods to you, idly scratching an ear. Just for a moment, you spot something green winding around their finger. Let's converse with the incautious driver. They keep scratching their ears, even while driving. A nervous tic, or perhaps a sickness that might spread amongst the crew. What? Oh, yes. The driver scratches again. It's nothing. Just a little earache, I'm sure. It comes and goes. Their knee trembles with the frustration of being pulled away from the wheel for even this short conversation. See? All fine now. I can recommend visiting a doctor. The health of the crew is paramount. I can order a visit to a doctor. The efficiency of your crew cannot be allowed to slide. Or I can leave it for now. As long as it doesn't affect their work, it's none of your concern. I'll recommend visiting a doctor. Not necessary, the driver protests, scratching at their ear with renewed force. A look of pain flashes over their face for a moment. Perhaps... my family knows of a specialist in New Winchester. I think Father owns the building. I think I can call in a favor. So I need to go back to New Winchester with the incautious driver. Do I have something in my journal about that now? Yeah, doctor in New Winchester. Okay. And what about our new signaler? So the only thing we're missing now is a quartermaster and a mascot. He looks younger than most devils. Oh, he's literally a devil. When they say the repentant devil, they're not using that sort of idiomatically. He's literally a devil. He looks younger than most devils, but he is significantly older. His gaze is blank and yellow, a wall against speculation. He grooms his sideburns artfully and knows how to be tactful with less seasoned members of the crew. I'm going to talk to my signaler, which requires mirrors. I can ask him about the state of my soul. Unlock this with soul flaws too. You must know how it appears. I can show him my chorister bee, which I don't have. I can ask him about his memories of Caduceus, but I haven't been to Caduceus. Let's ask him about the state of my soul. He must know how it appears. He smiles blandly. It is not worth much in its present condition, he says plainly. Too flawed. I could cure you of all that if I had time and if I cared, and if it were not just as easy to take any of a dozen other innocent souls in a better state of repair. If you want it improved, you might, I suppose, try your luck at Carillon. Okay, good to know. Let's try conversing with the signaler. Where is he from? What are his tastes? Success! Parrying, suspicion, and a few hints. He sits with his back to the door and answers your questions with more questions. It's more than ordinary caginess. He does not trust you, which is strange considering how hard he wrangled to be aboard this engine in the first place.
Once he asks, rather abruptly, how long your crew have been with you, and whether you took on anyone new at the last port. You cannot tell whether he likes your answer. Perhaps in time he will come to trust you more. Do I have anything about him in my... journal? Doesn't look like I do. What if I try to talk to him again? 48%. Failure. Tact but no information. You ask about his past and you find yourself telling him about your childhood. You ask about his travels and a moment later you're divulging all your own recent stops. He is not unpleasant, not in the least, but you can never keep to the track you want to be on. Okay, so this success still says the same thing. Alright, exploring Port Avon will wear down your welcome. I don't actually have any welcome right now, but I want welcome so that I can at least get a port report, if not do other stuff. So I'm going to share my exotic gossip with the locals. They're always hungry for news. The more trivial, the better. Making friends. You make for the nowhere, the local pub, where you can be sure of an audience. Ears bend to overhear your conversation about a London scandal. One resident even buys you a drink. An unquestionable honor. So I now have 2 points of welcome. I'm going to grab a port report. Were it not for talk of smugglers and sky beasts, you could easily confuse this place for a village on the world you left behind. It's quite peaceful here, apart from some fuss over a newspaper delivery. The villagers frown and change the subject when you ask about it. Okay. Let's see, what are we going to use our other point of welcome for? We can go into Village Green and take a relaxing stroll, which reduces terror. You can visit the allotments with a 48% chance. We can go check out the ruins with a nocturnal excavation with a 49% chance. We can enjoy the picturesque surroundings with a 93% chance. But I don't really need a vision of the heavens right now, not that I know of. Or we can go to the inn, read a book of fiction, intercede in a mushroomy matter. I wouldn't mind reading another book to see what we get. Wish you'd been streaming these hours for the past few months, enjoying the stream while lurking at work. Well, that's awesome. I'm glad that this time works for you. Alright, so we read The Eyes of Heaven. Let's just try the next one, Bones in the Well. So we're going to see what we get for that. Bones in the Well. Being a macabre tale of one soul's descent into solitude and madness. On the third day it rained. The sky was a grey, drizzly circle in the well's mouth, far above. The rubble underfoot darkened, then swam with mud. Perhaps he would drown today, Joseph thought. A slow way to die, he remarked to the skeleton that shared the well with him. Raindrops tip-tapped on its skull. The skeleton was a good listener. Joseph had already shared all his secrets with it. All, that is, except one. Now, holding on to that last secret seemed pointless. After all,
He was likely to drown before dinner time. He cleared his throat. It was I who pushed you, he confessed.
Wearing at my welcome. Terror has reduced. And gained a tale of terror. Great. Reduce terror and 1 tale of terror. Lots of reading. I don't have any more welcome, I don't think. But just in case I do, let's try reading The Devil's Confession, being a satirical tale of infernal ambition and mortal folly. His companion's hooves thumped on the crimson carpet. The corridor was long and lined with doors, each with a brass knob. He opened one. The room behind was filled from floor to ceiling with bottled souls. He tried another. The same. We've never found a use for them, the devil admitted. Alright, so that we just read The Devil's Confession. Which reduces terror and 1 sky story. Cool, cool. Well, we're unwelcome here. Conversation stills. The clientele stare at you balefully.
My store's just closed.
The barman grunts. And yeah, you leave the stuffy silent pub and return to the dock. Now, if I wanted to, I could share more gossip with the locals and get more welcome and keep doing stuff here, but I'm going to hold off on it. I'm only going to use one of these each time I come here, so I can always get a port report. I don't want to waste them all right now. So let's talk about... do I want to buy some jumbles of undistinguished souls? Cost 55. I can sell them for 70 or hold on to them and get a better deal for them later, but I don't want to spend a whole bunch of money on these right now, so I won't. What I do want to do is get like maybe 1 more supplies. Okay, that's good. And now we can bounce out of Port Avon. The next place I want to try to find is Trader's Wood, northwest of New Winchester. Just gonna go around here. Uh-oh, we have an incident with the repentant devil. Your newly acquired repentant devil is standing, most unrepentantly, over a body in the hallway. Oh no, he's killing my crew? God damn it. Inspect the deceased. You don't recognize him. You haven't seen this person before. One of your crew? But the deceased is no one you know, a stranger on your locomotive. Yo, your baggage you brought on board, says one of the crew when some others have gathered. Wouldn't have thought it would fit in your little bag. First, clean up. It won't do to leave the body in the hall. Then your repentant devil can explain himself. He's still got the blood on his cuffs. Killed someone on board your locomotive. You need to understand why. Yeah, let's ask him about the recently departed. Officers who generate corpses on your locomotive are a liability. Under pursuit. He was a stowaway, explains the devil indifferently. He's been stalking me for more than a month. I thought I'd lost him when I came aboard. Then he turned up in my quarters. From the body he has lifted a clinking bag of souls. Perhaps he was sent to bribe me rather than kill me. He tilts his head to consider the soul collection. Apparently thinks I'm a cheap hire, if so. The devil's gaze reverts to you. I regret to say, this is probably not the last time this happens. I may be destined to attract negative attention. Well, we've had words, and I gained 1,000 experience. Almost level 4. Okay, I don't need to talk to him about anything else right now. The high wilderness, where stars burn, and winds moan, and mists drift in ragged folds. The suns make their homes here, and now so too do Londoners, building new lives out in the dark. No stories available here at this time. Oops, didn't mean to shoot this just then. Damn it, didn't mean to crash into that just then. We found Wilkinson's dead. I need to quit crashing into shit. It's an ancient ruin, but I can't assay it. Because I am not an assayer. I'm going to send out the bat. The bat found something over there. Oh, this is a butchery thing. If I had butchery, which I don't. Okay. Northwest to Winchester. But how far northwest is the question. What the hell? Unseen Winchester War. What's going on here? This is weird. There's literally no text here or anything. There's little glowy, sparkly bits in the air here. More and more of them as I keep going. Okay, there's something over here. What is this? Ah, it's a thing for mining. It's unfortunate. I don't want to mine. Well, I'd love to mine if I had a mining thing on my ship. But what I need to find traders wood. Oh, we found the pale wood. A good sign. It has the word wood in it, and we're looking for traders wood. So bodes well. I don't like the fact that some of the things I found, you know, that had like these kind of icons on the map, don't show up on the map anymore now that I'm far away from them. Hey, not one iota, how you doing? Oh, raiding! Thanks for the raid. Hey, welcome. Not one iota raiders. How's everybody going? That's not even a phrase. How's everybody doing? We're playing some Sunless Skies. I've been up for quite a while, so I'm kind of tired. So I might not make complete sense, but I'm going to send my bat out to scout. Most of my raiders are sleeping lurkers. That's cool. Most of my viewers are sleeping lurkers. I appreciate you stopping by and raiding me, though. Oh, there's a thingy. A thingy? Yes, there's the probably trader's wood that I'm looking for. What's up, Always Spazzy? How you doing? Beneath you stretches a wood as wide as a sea. The boughs groan, the leaves whisper. Well, here's the place. A new port, Captain! Your crew crowd to the windows. Where's my discovery XP for this place, though? Is this trader's wood? We don't know. The space or not? Yeah, it's space, but it's weird space that's been like modified in some way that it has like an atmosphere or something. I don't know. I don't know exactly how it works. It is space, but it's not normal space. Steampunk space. Yeah. Trader's Wood is a sprawling, secluded forest on the edge of the Reach. Few venture beneath its gloomy boughs, and legend speaks of a king who sleeps under the barrow at the wood's heart. We can go to the wood's edge. We can go to a campfire. We can do expeditions into the woods deep. We can go to the parting glade. We can check out the shops. Ravenscourt and Stamford. Oh, they sell bronzewood here. Of course they do. So let's put our little bit of... This is Trader's Wood. I'm making my little notes here. Trader's Wood. Ravenscourt and Stamford. They don't sell fuel here, interestingly. This is the first port we found that doesn't sell fuel. But they sell supplies for the standard rate. And they buy them for the standard rate. But the special thing they sell here is bronzewood, which we haven't found for sale anywhere else. But it's very expensive. 175, which is what we can sell it for in Victorian market, so there's no profit in that. You need to brag about this. You just managed a sub 10-minute run and getting over it. Holy shit, getting over it. That's like a brutal game. You completed the whole thing in 10 minutes or less than 10 minutes? That's impressive. I've never seen anybody do anything like that. Most people really struggle with getting over it. I haven't played it myself, but I've watched people play it. So good job. Good job. See what the deals are at the bazaar. Even in this secluded part of the Reach, there is trade to be done and loneliness to be assuaged. Even here, captains have set up a base to trade and gossip. You may find bargains here, or fulfill prospects you have claimed. So they have Bargain Bronzewood, a rangy captain employed by the Wit and Vinegar Company, a struggling lumber concern, is selling bronzewood offcuts. The bark gleams where it was cut by her engine's saw. Well, they do. It is a bargain, right? Because they cost 175 normally. So buying them for 135, you get 40 discount. And then if you went back and sold them for 175 in Port Victoria or in, Victoria Market, you'd make a profit of 40 on each one. But we can't afford to buy any bronzewood really right now. Followed from the vast trees of the Reach, bronzewood is prized for its durability and its gleaming resin. The distinguished official retailers of Somerset College have deigned to establish a small outpost here. They conduct their business with consistent and vigorous disdain, trading lumber and edible flora from the whispering glades. Alright, so right now we're not going to do any commerce here. We are instead going to look into some of this stuff. Going to submit the speed run in a bit. Nice. What's the record for that game? The wood is for the clock. True. I do need wood for the clock. You're not wrong. But right now, I don't feel like it's within my budget to spend that much of my money on a thing of bronzewood yet. I can always... But now that I know where to get it, I can come back here and buy it any time. Of course, I won't be getting it for a discount. But the problem is, I only have 221. I'm probably going to need to buy some supplies. So let's just see what happens with some of these things, because I might make some money. Yeah, the clock people do need one bronzewood. The record is insane, like 1 minute 17 seconds. What? How is that even possible? That's crazy. Alright, we're going to check out this campfire. 3 figures draped in scholars' robes huddle around a campfire. They're arguing about kings. A banner in the colors of Somerset, London University's most respectable college, gleams in the firelight. As you approach, the discussion dies. One of the scholars, a woman with a fierce expression, stands up. "Only scholars should be here. Are you one?" "No, you are not." Perhaps a gift would persuade them to let you into the camp. They look wretched camped out here, so I could give them some supply. I'm not giving them supplies. Not right now. Later, when I'm filled with piles of money, I'll start handing out supplies like good Captain Prog. But no, we're not. So if I had... Oh, if my origin was academic, which it's not. It's poet. So... No, but you have friends. If I had 3 points of affiliation with academe, I could do it too, but I haven't spent enough time in academics. So I'm going to leave these people alone for now. We'll come back to here another time and deal with all that academic stuff. Let's check out the wood's edge. The wood is vast as a felled giant and fathomless as a great ocean. Like the ocean, much of it is hidden from view. Careful expeditions are required to go deeper into the wood. The forest is rich and wild in the verdant species of the reach. Exploring the starlight-dappled edges of the wood could be profitable. You may only perform one of these actions a fortnight. The wood guards its secrets. So, here's my choices. I can gather flowers. The flora that grow in the shadow of the regent's grave are unique to this corner of the high wilderness. I've got a 24% chance because it uses mirrors, and I'm bad at mirrors. I could hunt in Trader's Wood. The game in the forest is unparalleled. The glories of the sport it offers are spoken of even in the hunting lodges of Port Avon. I could get a caged catch, but it uses iron, and I'm bad at that too, so that's only a 21% chance. Or I could just slumber in the wood. Starlight silvers the branches above you. Birds call quietly. Rest. Could gain visions of the heavens. That uses hearts, which gives me a nice 46% chance, so we're going to try slumbering in the wood. And I failed. Failed to slumber. I lost 2 crew? Oh my god! I didn't know that slumbering in the wood was going to be that dangerous. There is a grassy mound at the fringe of the forest. The grass is cool as fresh milk. It is ideal for a brief rest. A handful of your crew join you. You close your eyes just for a second. Your dreams are of whispers in the wood, of things that creep beneath the boughs. When you wake, there are less of you than there were. Okay, well that's not great. I'm down to my minimum amount of crew that I need to run the train. So I don't want to lose any more, or it's going to be a bad day. Well, we can't do any of these because it's once per fortnight. So let's check out the expeditions into the woods deep. Somerset College has, until recently, funded expeditions into the forest. Those who returned speak of voices on the wind, of murmurs in uninhabited groves. You must first decide how many crew you wish to take with you on your expedition. The more you take, the likelier your success, but at a risk of losing them all. Then choose your destination. Return to the woods some other time. Prepare for a large expedition. Requires 2 supplies and 2 fuel and 10 crew. Or a small expedition. You take only a few hardy souls. 2 supplies and 2 fuel and 6 crew. We're not doing any expeditions right now. I can't afford to lose any crew at the moment. I'll come back and do this when I have a bigger ship with more crew. Let's check out the parting glade. The forest rises behind the station, where a few tents have been set up. Oh, I can do something with the cryptozoologist here. That's cool. Oh, and this is where I can get my port report. Don't I? Where was I supposed to take her? Oh, I was supposed to take her here. Trader's Wood. Great, I made it. Master of Quests. The forest rises behind the station, where a few tents have been set up. What might be an owl calls from somewhere in the wood. In the far distance, a great stone barrow rises over the trees. The glade, an oasis of wildflowers and sweet meadow field in the midst of the brooding trees, is where captains meet to do business and bring their ventures to the wood to conclusion. I can approach the tents. A group of sad-looking tents huddle together on the edge of the wood. Figures sit around a campfire bickering. I can hunt for creatures with the cryptozoologist. One of the many horrors in this wood is bound to delight her. I can explore the glade. Birds trill in nearby trees, and the sweet scent of flowers pervades the air. I can write a port report. There's no one here, but perhaps someone will take an interest in how the wood fares. I will write a port report. Outside of the Somerset camp, the great forest of bronzewood trees has gone untouched by human hands. Voices sound in the deeps of the woods, forlorn and far away. The wood is vast and vastly lonely. Good. Port report. How nice. Alright, we'll hunt for creatures with the cryptozoologist, since we brought her all the way here just to do this. An amazing discovery. The cryptozoologist grabs your arm. Look, there! And indeed, deep in the woods where little light can penetrate, you see a shape. Hunched over, covered with hair, the cryptozoologist digs into her backpack and pulls out a blowgun. Tranquilizer, she explains, fitting an ungainly telescopic sight on top of it. The dart strikes her target. With a howl of protest, it collapses. You follow the cryptozoologist to the unconscious body of a bearded man in a thick coat. Undaunted, she heads back into the woods in search of a discovery that won't swear as much upon awakening. You leave her before she can mistake you for quarry. So that's it. She's gone. She's no longer on our ship. I got an otherworldly artifact and 100 sovereigns. Yay, 100 sovereigns. An otherworldly artifact. It could never have originated on Earth. Perhaps it is the key that will unlock heaven's mysteries. Or you could put it on the mantelpiece. I no longer have any passengers. I've dropped them all off. That's cool. And I have 2 reports currently. Okay. Let's approach these tents. Wait, is this the same? Yeah, it is. It's the same ones that want me to be a scholar. Let's explore the glade. Birds trill in nearby trees, and the sweet scent of flowers pervades the air. Sounds nice. Far, far away. There is no one else here at present, but there are signs of recent passage. A discarded set of cups from some clandestine picnic, loose paper, hastily torn from a notebook, and a few bullets in scorched grass. People come to the glade to conduct meetings, as neutral ground, and as a place to think, secluded from the watchful gaze of the high wilderness. That's all I can do in the glade, I guess. Well, I'm glad I came here. Maybe I will buy some bronze wood since I have 321 now. I do need one bronze wood for the clock, and this is bargain bronze wood, so I'm literally saving 40 sovereigns by buying this now. So I will buy one. And then I'll go to the shop and purchase supplies. Just one though. I think we're ready to leave Trader's Wood for now. Where else did I want to go to? Lustrum. Perdurance. Hybris. New Winchester. But before I find Lustrum, I really want to find 2 more crates of munitions, because I need to bring 5 crates of munitions to Lustrum. But what places have we not found? We haven't found the Inconceivable Circus. It's east-northeast of New Winchester. Lustrum is north of New Winchester, and Hybris is east-northeast. I also... No, I don't want to abandon any prospects. I also need to find literature. And I also need to find more verdant seeds. Where did I get verdant seeds before? Maybe I got them from... Magdalene's? Or Fort Prosper? I don't know. It's on dock. What happens if I go over here to the edge? You dropped off seeds at Magda and then picked up verdant seeds, I thought. Yeah. No, we'll just go out exploring for now. Oh, I leveled up! Merled wood. I leveled up. Uh-oh. Oh, look how many things I can choose now. Holy shit. Okay. New ones include the smoggy streets. You spent much of your youth in the hard end of London, where the gas lamps are scarce, the prospects bleak, and the people as flinty as the cobbles. How did you like it there? You were at home. The smog painted your lungs black. Your knuckles were scarred, but it was honest. There were diamonds in the dirt, where you despised it. Only your dreams of something better kept you going. As soon as you saw an opportunity to make a new life for yourself, you jumped at it. You haven't looked back. Or there's the August Avenues. You spent your youth in stuffy sitting rooms and chandeliered parlors. Hush, and you can still hear the delicate sound of silver spoons on china cups. You were not ungrateful, but your life was hedged by bounds of civility and expectation. You had to disobey sometimes, to discover who you were. When you had to rebel, how did you do it? Secretly and occasionally? Wouldn't bring shame to your household. You kept your disobediences modest and discreet. No one was any the wiser. Or openly and frequently. A cage is a cage, whether it's gilded or not. You were punished, of course. It didn't stop you. We had Lost Love before. We had 15 Minutes of Fame before. Haunted is new. You are plagued by the past, by some guilt or sin or old ordeal that will not let you rest. What is the nature of the haunting? Is it a ghostly presence? A chill on the window? A breeze when the window is closed? A pressure on the edge of the bed, as if someone was sat there as you slept? You are not alone. Get a tale of terror. Or is it nightmarish visitations? You find no respite in sleep. When your eyes close, your nightmares climb down from their spidery loft. And if, in the morning, the crew won't meet your eye, you know you must have cried out in the night. Okay, that one's kind of grim. Then there's a promise of days. Her Majesty offered the earliest pioneers to enter the heavens a grant of 30 years if they would build houses and necessities for those who would follow. You were one of the first through the doors to the sky and accepted the offer. How did you spend the Queen's hours? In toil? You helped lay the foundations of London. You dug its sewers, laid its streets. 30 short years to forge an empire from nothing. Or was I gallivanting? You took the offered time and fled, leaving your crimes and past behind. While London grew, you explored the wide sky, untroubled by laws or horizons. That one's pretty cool. And then there's a coterie. I unlocked this by having affiliation Bohemia at 2 or more. Along with some dear friends and acquaintances, you have formed a tightly bound clique of free spirits. Finding the prevailing opinions of society stifling, you sought solace among more congenial company. What shared interest brought you together? Was it a love for art? Apparently I lose nightmares. That's nice. I don't have nightmares yet. Poetry, painting, music, sculpture. You mean to add to the beauty in the world. You were one another's fiercest critics and most dedicated supporters. Or was it a thirst for adventure? You were all captivated by the unlikely, the unwise, and the unnecessary. Why did they do it, people ask, of your latest antics? The answer is simple. Because you could. Haunted is kinds of interesting. Smoggy streets. A spell in prison. Could have nightmarish visitations. Get 5 hearts and 3 veils. I could come from the smoggy streets. And I despised it. I could serve my time in prison quietly. I think I will do the smoggy streets. And I despised it. It's 5 more veils, and 3 more hearts. Spent time in the bad part of town. Looks like we've got ourselves an asshole over here. What's up, Marauder? Got him. Approach the buckled wreckage, poised to plunder the plunderers. Behind you, someone is humming a song of victory. I'm not going to gain hull. I'm going to loot the hold. Some of it is even intact. A distressingly odored barrel. No one is keen to get close. Oh, I gained some fuel. That's not bad. The lid is gingerly removed. All breathe a sigh of relief when coke is revealed, black and precious. Captain's truest friend. That's right. My space train runs on coke. Like Coca-Cola. I mean, obviously that's not the kind of coke they mean, but it's a lot funnier if we think of it as... Oh, fuck! What is that thing? A scribe spinster. Can I beat this thing? Oh, I just dodged right into it. Oh, I dodged into it again! I can't keep doing that. Oh, I'm heated. I'm overheated. Oh no, I just tried to dodge while I was overheated and it was not a good move. Oh, I just dodged into it again. Why do I keep dodging the wrong way? Couple more hits. How many times do I gotta shoot this thing? No! I'm gonna die. I keep dodging the wrong way. I'm gonna die. Oh, I killed it, finally. And that thing was tough. Gained a lot of terror, too. A scribe spinster defeated. Some kind of space ghost. The splintered remains of the spinster turn slowly. The skies are full of fluttering paper. It is as if someone brought confetti to a funeral. I can send out crewmen with axes. The scribe spinsters were wrought from bronzewood, now popular with London trainwrights and cabinet makers, but I've only got a 43% chance. I could recover sheaves of parchment. The spinsters sew them into their coats and wigs, yellowed with age, blotched with mildew, spidered with writing. Who knows what secrets they may hold? ENXP. Or I can collect the trophy. I do need the trophy for the hunting club. So the new Somerset Hunting Club will be pleased. So I'm going to collect the trophy. Mounted and ready. The crew set about the creature with hacksaws while the quartermaster prepares a board. Once the entrails are dried, they nail it firmly there. The hunting club will no doubt wish to replace it with something in mahogany or bronzewood once you deliver it, but this will do for the moment. Alright, my ship is almost dead. Really need to get back to New Winchester so I can repair my ship before something destroys me. That could have gone much better if I didn't keep dodging the wrong direction. Ah, fuck. I'm in the danger zone here. Cool. I killed that pirate without getting hit. Oh, I should gain hull this time. Let the marauder find a better use in death than it had in life. Okay, I gained 11 hull. That's good. I'm not as scared about my impending death now. Your crew go to work eagerly, vaulting out into the bright, tools at the ready. The stripping of the marauder is slow and painful work. They are cobbled together of stolen parts. Finding suitable fits for your own engine is a process of trial and error. Many of your crew will have lost friends, family, lovers to the marauders. Speeds the work. Good, good. Not so bad then. Oh, there's some wreckage here that I can loot. Space debris. And I got some supplies. Free supplies. Yay! Super great, actually, because supplies are expensive. I'm a little concerned about my terror creeping up now. Oh, this is the thing for mining, and I can't mine. I'm gonna go back to New Winchester. How many port reports do I have? Just 2. want to get back to New Winchester before my terror gets too high. I will take a little bit of a roundabout trip, though. This game is really good. It's better than Sunless Sea. The Sunless Sea was good. The sky closes its cold jaws about you. Water freezes in the pipes. Engineers scurry to and fro with boiling kettles. It's cold. Uh-oh. I don't know what that ship is, but... It's just a marauder? Just a marauder. Damn it, I let it hit me. I'm overheating. I need to get some heat down. Got it. Do I want to gain hull again or loot the hold? I'll gain hull. Get my hull back up 10 more points. Oh, there's a shining thing up here. Space debris. Yay. What is that I just got? A crate of nostalgic crockery. Fine London china, porcelain plates bearing the Empress's face, cups and saucers traced with roses. Nice. Hey, here's some more space debris. Fuel. It's cool, but I need supplies more. Alright. We'll come over here. We'll drop off the port reports at Victory Hall. Oh, that's a friendly scout. Ow. Crashed into some shit. Broke my hull. Ooh, recent news. Skullduggery at Port Avon. The pages of the Gazette are awash with scandal. The Port Avon Parish Council complains of noises from the local ruins at night. The prudent secretary is eager for any confirmation of tackety activity in the ruins. The indolent veteran would also like someone to look into the matter, though not too hard, mind. I could investigate the rumors. Oh, but I need to have salon stewed gossip. I mean, I need to spend salon stewed gossip for this? Well, whatever, we're gonna do it. What could anyone want with some moldering old stones? Because it gave me a new quest. Winchester War. Digging at Port Avon. The Gazette has little of concrete use. Rumors of this or that criminal spied in the ruins. A particularly lurid theory about sacrificing company officials to unmentionable powers. If you want to find out what's really going on, you'll have to go to Port Avon. Okay, no problem. While I'm here, no bargains are available. Let's visit Victory Hall. Let's chat with the indolent veteran. Same thing that was said before. Let's deliver my pert reports. I only have 2. But I still gain 200 sovereigns. Services rendered. She listens with a scowl. Alright, this actually says the same thing as last time as well. 2 more gratitudes. 2 more fortunes for the Tacketies. 200 more sovereigns. Okay. Good. And don't need to do anything else here. So let's head down to New Winchester. Ice crunch time. I'm gonna need to hire some crew and do a little repairs. Oh, here's the literature I need. Oh, it's a wait, this is a new prospect about literature. Ministry approved literature. I've already got a literature related prospect that I don't know how to find this stuff. Well, I'll take this prospect for now. The Somerset students camped in the dark wood require fresh material for their continued studies, entertainment, and occasionally roughage. They've requested 5 consignments of ministry-approved literature. Trader's Wood lies to the northwest of New Winchester. Okay. Oops. I closed out of my account. Man, these ships are so expensive considering the amount of money that I'm working with. Alright, let's put some stuff in the bank. and let's see what stories we can do here right now. For the city. Oh, yeah. Oh, we can take the driver to the doctor now. That's right. What's going on in the Promise of Days? Apparently nothing. Escort the incautious driver to their family doctor. Okay, cool. We're going to do that in just a second. I need to take a super fast 2-minute break. Stick around, stay tuned, don't touch that dial. I will be right back. Hashtag super fast. Okay, hold on. I gotta do ice time. It's ice time, ice time, ice time, ice time. It's an exciting time. Have any ice in the ice bowl? So I got some ice trays. The ice bowl. I mean, in the ice tray, then the whole game with me. Rice, keep thinking. Like the ice in the glass. After that, working as intended. So then I come back over here to the desk. Hello. And that concludes ice time. Do you eat ice or something? No, I don't. Well, yeah, sometimes. Sometimes. But, just like keeping my glass fully iced up as I'm drinking my beverages. Okay. Cool. Let's do this. Any salt do 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 any salt do 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 any salt do 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 any salt. Escort the incautious driver to their family doctor. A silver plaque on the door, bearing only a name, indicates this as the address of New Winchester's most exclusive practice. An immediate important appointment. While the doctor conducts her examination, the driver asks you to update their old records with their current employment. You take a moment's pleasure in the driver's ridiculous middle name and pass over the field on gender, straightforwardly crossed out. Their address was last an eye-raisingly prestigious New Winchester townhouse. You amend it to the name of your locomotive. "Ah," the doctor says, peering into the driver's ear. "A case of verdancy. A fungal colonization of the brain, not uncommon in the Reach. You've noticed uncharacteristic impulses, changes in behavior?" She eyes the driver's sky suit and scars. The driver nods. "Yes. The spores root deeply in the brain. Attempts to extract them have had less than satisfactory results. I'm afraid the best prescription is to entertain them. Take them where they want to go. See the things they want to see. Typically, a little travel does the job. They'll soon lose interest." The spores will lose interest. We're learning more about the incautious driver, and we're learning more about getting 1,000 experience. Woo! Alright, perhaps not. Let's talk to our crazy chief engineer, the incautious driver. They've only been more restless since their appointment. Communion with verdancy. The incautious driver paces back and forth, clicking their tongue. "It must have been the crash. In the nature reserve. My father sent me there to take up a nice quiet job. I always did love botany. But when they pulled me from the wreckage, I had new dreams to follow. I thought they were mine. Now, how can I be sure?" A new resolve washes over their face when they turn back, eyes sharp and sparkling with a flicker of emerald. "Either way, I know where I have to go. Old Tom's well. Give me the wheel, Captain. I have an appointment to keep." The well lies to the west-southwest of New Winchester. Okay, hold on. Old Tom's well. West... southwest, New Winchester. Okay. Learning more about the incautious driver. Yet another thing in our quest journal. I go to Port Avon. Gotta go to Old Tom's Well. Gotta go to Hybris. Gotta go to Prudurance. Gotta get some chorister nectar. Gotta go to Lustrum. Gotta fight a cantankerite and a chorister. Gotta go to London. Gotta get a bunch of stories. I need 5 more sky stories and 4 more tales of terror to start the work on the Song of the Sky. Alright, is there anything else I want to do here? I do want to repair my locomotive. Just fully repair. Spend 24 sovereigns. I do want to hire on some crew. A few crew. There is a buzz of chatter as your new crew board your engine. A brief scuffle over the berths is swiftly resolved. Okay, that cost me 30 sovereigns and I gained 4 crew. And then the only other thing to do here right now is go and get some supplies. I'm actually gonna go to the hold bank. No. I do want to go to the bank for a minute. I'm gonna put a little bit of fuel in the bank because I don't feel like I need to carry 5 fuel around. That's a shitload of fuel. And that'll give me more hold space so that if I find some things I want to buy or other things to pick up like loot or anything, I'll have space for it. Alright, good. We're good to go. Where to now? Where to now? Still a lot of uncleared map. And this is just one of the areas. There's also Eleutheria and the Blue Kingdom and Albion. Look how big Albion is. Holy shit. And I'm not even close to having explored all of the Reach yet. So let's see. Inconceivable Circus is east-northeast. Lustrum is north. Hybris is east-northeast. Tom's Well is west-southwest. I don't want to swing by Magdalene's in Port Prosper and see if I can get some seeds. Friendly scout. Nobody we gotta fight. Already fucking up my hull. Driving a space train isn't easy, y'all. Oh, there's some like hard blowing space wind over here. The peacock wind buffets the engine. The incautious driver whistles a jolly tune. The peacock wind, huh? So much peacock wind. Seems like our terror is rapidly increasing because of this wind. Oh, here's a creature. Ow. Killed it. Magdalene. Small comforts for simple minds. Thanks, repentant devil. Let's get the trophy. The Cantankerei are lumbering, half-fossilized isopods that will attack anything they disapprove of. Given that they are very ancient and murderously grumpy, that means almost everything. The defeated Cantankerei has been blasted to smithereens. Only a cloud of stony chunks remains. I can get the trophy for the hunting club. I can disperse the rubble. The fragments could be a menace to passing engines. Clear it out of the way as a service to other skyfarers, which will cause us to lose terror. You can leave the beast untouched. You have presumably less unpleasant concerns to attend to. Or you can sift through the pulverized rubble. Perhaps you'll find something of scientific interest. Could get an uncanny specimen, only 38% chance with mirrors. We're going to get the trophy. Mounted and ready, the crew set about the creature with hacksaws while the quartermaster prepares a board. The hunting club will no doubt wish to replace it with something finer in mahogany or bronzewood, but this will do for the moment. So we now have 2 of the 3 trophies that they wanted. I have to clear this little dark spot on my map right here. I have to. Okay, that's done.
Finally, Magdalene's. A hot bath and decent conversation.
The princess desires that you dock. Yeah, we'll dock. Don't even trip, princess. Let's look at the bazaar. Oh, good, I can get seeds. This is what I was hoping for. Because I need them for Port Avon. I need 3 sacks of verdant seeds, and I can get them, and they're really cheap. Only 25 a piece. Fresh from the gardens of the Reach. This green-thumbed captain buys crops for a pittance from the region's scattered farmsteads, then sells the yield at larger ports. We'll buy those. And then we will... I don't have to buy jumbles of souls, right? No. So we can take those to Port Avon for a hefty profit. This is new. The Keepsake Market. An illicit stall has been set up near the port, where the doctors and nurses of Magdalene sell off the property of captains in their care who require extensive stays. The practice is not encouraged, but the amenable host usually turns a blind eye. We can purchase an otherworldly artifact, a fine price for a second-hand treasure, for 60 sovereigns. We can recruit some crew from the market. Their old captain is being treated. They find themselves stuck here indefinitely. We don't need to recruit crew because our crew is already maxed out. We can while away the time with other captains. Magdalene's is a popular respite with most skyfarers in the Reach. There's always someone interesting to share a drink with in this house of comfort. This will reduce a significant amount of terror to the tune of 50 sovereigns. Well, we don't have that much terror, so I'm not going to do any of those things. We're not going to treat nightmares. We're not going to treat terror because our terror is not that high. Magdalene's House of Small Comfort. Speak with a watcher by the station. This is new. He stares at your crew as they disembark your engine. He turns away when none emerge holding anything. He is clearly agitated. Missing in delivery.
Sorry,
The man apologizes.
I didn't mean to stare. It's just we've been waiting for a delivery from London. Really important supplies. I don't suppose you might be heading anywhere near the relay to Albion, would you? If you could check if anything's happened to it, we'd really appreciate it.
Albion Transit Relay lies to the south-southeast of New Winchester near Port Prosper. Yes, we are going to go to Fort Prosper next, so that's actually extremely convenient. So he wants us to go at the Albion Transit Relay. Sweet. We will write a previously impounded goods. You need a previously impounded goods. Let's write a port report. This says the same thing as before. Let's talk to patients being discharged. Okay, we've seen that before. Quiet weeping can be heard echoing through the glass corridors. We can talk to the amenable host. Oh, no. I don't want to talk to the amenable host yet, because I haven't been to all three places. So I want to wait until I have a full report for him. Ask the repentant devil about his possible enemies, but I need caddies of dried tea and gourds of chorister nectar before I can do that. Cautious driver. Old Tom's well, right. Okay. I have 9 out of 12. I have 2 fuel. 4 supplies. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. We can go. And now I have a port report. Magdalene's is a really cool looking place. Uh-oh, it's one of these guys. Damn it. Oh shit. There comes a bunch more. I just dodged into it. Well, that's two of them down. Oh, fuck. My ship's about to be destroyed. If I take one more hit from that thing... Oh, cool. They're all dead. This bull was a king of its kind. Alright, we've read this before. Otherworldly artifacts or chisel precious stones? Let's try to get otherworldly artifacts. Something is trapped in the segment joints of its inner plates. Old trophies. Bull cantankerei are aggressive, and once roused will bash themselves against a foe until either it or they are dead. During the battle, it's not unusual for fragments or belongings of their victims to become wedged in the bull's carapace. The thing you pull free from this one is ancient and inexplicable. Perhaps use will present itself. I gotta make sure I don't crash into any islands either, because I could easily destroy my own ship just by crashing. Retrieve a stony organ. May lose crew? No. Scraps of digestible meat? Only choose this if you're in the process of starving. Deploy canning equipment, which I don't have. Or we can just try to prize precious stones from its carapace. Partial success. I gained a little bit of terror, but I gained 11 sovereigns. Hauling the creature alongside your locomotive, you deploy hammers and pry bars. There, valuable stones glimmer amidst the whorls of uncanny fossils. The fossil shapes are sinuous and predatory, preserved for unknown eons in the cantankerized stony skin. And then where's the other one that I killed? There were 3. There should be loot from one more. There's up to 24. I honestly only came here to so I could get another autosave, so that in case I get destroyed with my 3 hull, I'll still have my save game, my progress. Alright, we're going to Port Prosper. Well, I'm gonna go to the rat thing because I can get my terror reduced there. The fallows. Alright, there's a big battle going on right here. And if I get shot by a stray round, I'm dead. I'm a little concerned. To travel from home, yet cling to past comforts. Fascinating. The repentant devil seems intrigued. I'm gonna dock here. Oh, it's an abandoned homestead. Here's an abandoned homestead. Its roof sagged, its windows empty of glass. For every settler that makes a life for themselves in the Reach, another is lost. Perhaps the settlers left something behind. 48% chance of success. Failure! No. Oh, I didn't want to gain terror, but I do like gaining supplies. You recover food tins and old wax stopper bottles from the house. During your search, you found signs of struggle. Broken plates, toppled chairs, a bullet dug into a lintel. Where's the rat? Where's the rat thing? Memorial to the unknown rat. Get that terror reduction. Alright, now let's try to kill this other pirate without getting killed. Or better, yeah, let's just go to Port Prosper. Belzo, silence. Lipkin's Field, the Avon. Discover the remains of an old locomotive, the victim of one of the innumerable perils of the sky. I'm just gonna mourn the dead. Simple ceremony. We've read that before. We've mourned the dead before on these things. Uh-oh. I can't fight that thing right now. Oh shit. Oh my god. I'm gonna get... Oh my god. I don't have the hull for this. I'm destroyed! No! My captain is dead! The unknown rat. Yeah, we don't know why the rat is so special, but it's unknown. The cold takes you. Now I gotta reload my save from when I was at Magdalene's, which is unfortunate. Oh my god. I just took off one of the 3 hull I have, just foolishly. The detritus of yet another skirmish in the Winchester War. The wreck gleams with frost. Its windows are dark, its engines silent. Perhaps something of value lies within. Oh, I could repair some of my hull. Or I could enter through the shattered windscreens. The steel of its chassis is mangled, but the bridge appears largely intact behind its broken windows. Can't resist. Success. You don your sky suit. Your driver pulls your locomotive alongside the wreck, close enough for you to leap from one to the other. The floor of the bridge is carpeted with glass fragments. It shines like stars in your lamplight and tinkles like bells when your boots brush it. A sky chest, nailed to the floor at the back of the bridge, yields to your efforts. What could it be? A slim, clasped box. The silver clasp gleams in your torchlight. Oh, I got a ministry-approved literature. That's cool. I need some of those for my one, thing. For love. Inside, a slim red volume. The bindings are leather. The covers are embossed with gold leaf. It is a book of love poetry, a collection deemed both acceptable by the Ministry of Public Decency and Her Renewed Majesty. A faded daguerreotype of the Prince Consort fills the inside leaf. That's cool. It has been thoroughly censored. Nothing here is likely to startle your maiden aunt or make her cackle. Takes up hold space. That's a lot of literature. I have 2 hull. 2. Oh, well that's about to be my ass. No! Oh, I'm dead again. Dead again. Alright. Here we go. Your bridge windows fog with recent steam trails. This place is well frequented. Let's try again. This time, no crashing into things. No getting shot. This time it's space debris instead of that ship. Oh, I got 10 hull out of that! Yes! Alright. Now we're living on Easy Street. We're on Easy Street. But you lost the book, yeah. It is sad that I lost the book. Alright, we're gonna go to the rat place. Now that we have some more hull to play with, I'm not gonna like die any second. There's some more space debris. What do we get out of this? 10 more hull? Oh, we're suddenly all badass again. We're all repaired up, pretty much. The memorial to the unknown rat. As terror goes down. Space debris can be very helpful. Here's the stalwart. And I just crashed into it. Alright, well let's try entering through the yawning tear in the hull with a 67%. Failure? God, I lost 2 crew members again. That's terrible. And gained a lot of terror as well. Yeah. We've read this before. We've had this wreck and ruin result before. That thing's shooting at me. Don't shoot at me. I don't have assaying, so I can't investigate this. Forgotten factories gently desolating. But what I can do is go to Fort Prosper. A rumble of far-off refineries, distant searchlights rake the sky. Alright, we're gonna dock. Why am I not losing terror when I dock at these places? Alright. Sale of shot. Oh, munitions! Yes! I need these. I need these. A crow-like captain sells used but functional armaments scavenged from the cold wreckage of a sky battle. Good pickings when the tacketies and stovepipes fight, he observes professionally. Oh, but if I buy too many of these, I'm not going to be able to... Alright, let's see what else we can do here. Explore the port. Write a port report. Attend a performance of the Gaudy Widow. That's new. We haven't done this before. Go to the theater. The vaudeville theater tends towards either quaint or vulgar. Or on good days, both. Located at the edge of the West End, overlooking the bridge, the Gaudy Widow promises unpretentious delights for most of the family. Although out of fashion in New London, the broad amusements of pantomime and vaudeville still carry favor with the well-heeled of the West End, though they are, of course, careful to never enjoy themselves too much. "She's behind you," the poster reads. What japes? I can really enjoy myself. Good honest theater. 100% chance because of my high hearts. I can retain my dignity. You might venture a comparison to Moliere if you feel moved to comment at all. Also 100%. I can sit in the stalls. You know your place, but I'm not embraced by the impoverished East Enders. Or a box seat, but I'm not embraced by the West Enders. I'm going to enjoy myself. Welcomed by the impoverished East Enders. You find your companions in the stalls, armed with boiled sweets and roast chestnuts. You soon have the vicar hopping about the stage, while the exuberant widow is almost beside herself with laughter. The interval, and subsequently the rest of the second act, is a hazy affair. So the EastEnders are starting to like me more. A fire at the Fulbright factory. Windward Company representatives race past carrying heavy buckets. Okay. Nothing else I can explore. I could get a new settler, and I will. Encourage others to seek adventure. A returning skyfarer is always the center of attention in the East End's pubs. Your tales could inspire listeners to settle at other ports. Oh, wait, I've got to spend a sky story to do it? Ah, alright, I'll do it. Crowd gathers to listen to your tales. Your stories of daring escapes and fingernail victories go down almost as well as the whiskey. Ambition dawns in several bloodshot eyes. Some might even follow through on it when sober. I can offer another settler transport.
One way to Lustrum, thanking you kindly. By Jove, I think it's finally my time to see the real frontier.
She rushes onto your vessel as soon as you finish shaking hands.
Excellent. I'll stay out of your way then. You'll hardly even notice me. Any luck, and you'll forget I'm even here.
It's good. That's Lustrum's where we need to take the munitions to sell anyway, so that's a good next destination after we leave New Winchester again. Ask about the Albion Transit Relay. Inquire about passage to Albion. Yeah, we've read that. The Windward Company. Windward Company has thrown open its doors for a celebration of itself. Maps of a tamed, industrialized reach line the walls. A model of an upcoming dreadnought sparkles in a glass case. Outside, children are encouraged to throw rotten fruit at a cardboard effigy of Tackety Jack with Windward stamped prizes for the best aim. The public will hand over Tackety nameplates, but we don't have those. Entrance is free. The souvenirs on sale are expensive. Hey, I reduced my terror. That's good. Oh, but the Tacketies didn't like it that I did this. You're encouraged to watch a kinetoscope about its planned expansion in the Reach now that Lustrum has been civilized. To throw balls at coconuts bearing caricatures of assorted tacky leaders, and to eat sumptuous biscuits with the company's sigil baked into them. Your presence is noted by stern men with very neatly written forms. Okay. I've already got a settler. Well, I need to grab some munitions. So I'm going to spend 120 out of my 153 to buy these munitions. And now I'm poor again. But I've still got enough fuel and supplies to get back. So that's okay. We need to go to the relay station down here. Because there's a delivery. Let's check on the delayed package. It turns out that the previous courier was detained for having the wrong paperwork. Fortunately, the goods were impounded on this side of the relay. Sign here. The bored customs official is glad to clear some space in their cramped office. As long as you don't want to travel between regions without the appropriate paperwork, they couldn't care much less about cargo. This package has been serving double duty as a card table for the last week, but now it's yours, and the people of Magdalene's will be glad to receive it. So we have a package to take to Magdalene's. Remain in the reach. Okay. So we're heading back to Magdalene's now. To deliver this. Warrington Abrathat span. Had a great time tonight. Huge thanks again. You might pick up Sunless Sea when I get home. Awesome. Alright, Terawak, have a good one. Thanks for coming. Thanks for hanging out and lurking, etc. We'll see you soon. Enjoy your own sunless adventures. A distant shriek through the clogging undergrowth. What haunts this far-flung path? I got something over here. Ow, Mad Mercy's claim. Forgotten factories gently desolating. I can't investigate. Oh, it's one of those scary things. Yeah, I'm not gonna go fuck with that right now. I can tell you that right now. We're not doing that. Peacock wind, fruit ripens in your hold. Inappropriately delicious growths bob in your porridge. I'm actually running low on fuel and supplies and running high on terror. Kind of need to just take my ass back to New Winchester pretty badly. Below far off refineries, distant searchlights rake the sky. No assaying, sadly. Just get back to New Winchester quickly. We'll swing by the rat. Unfortunately, we've been to the rat too recently and are not benefiting from it now. We killed that marauder, though. We'll gain hull. Gain 10 hull. Our hull's now basically fully repaired. That way we don't have to repair when we get back to town. Even wood. How do I turn cruise control on? Because it mentioned that that was a thing. Oh, it's C for cruise control. Really? I can toggle my light off? I didn't know I could do that. Okay. Cruise control. A homestead. The homestead is warm and welcoming in the wide night. Its windows are gilded with lamplight. A sturdy settler beckons you in. Oh, I could trade munitions. Oh, munitions for bronze wood? That's a good deal. This wood is worth a lot more than munitions. Trade a sky story for supplies, but I want to reduce my terror. I'm just going to eat my fill, which I've done before. Terror is reduced. You give the order for half rations to eke out the last of your supplies. We've got enough to get back to New Winch. How much money do I have, though? 33 coins. But what do I have in the way of port reports? I have 2. That's good. That'll get me a couple hundred. We'll go through Scamsonero. Taste of smog, the sound of iron on iron. We are home. Let's dock real quick so we can reduce our terror. Then we'll go up. We'll go up to hours for the Leadbeater and Stainrod Nature Reserve. Captain required to supply up to 5 barrels of hours to the Leadbeater and Stainrod Nature Reserve. Please report to Capabilities Cabins on arrival. Discretion prioritized. Leadbeater and Stainrod Reserve is south-southwest of New Winchester. Let me write that down. Leadbeater and Stainrod Reserve. South-southwest. Cool. Well, the thing is, I'm already full up on prospects. It says barrels of hours, though. Do I have... I'm just gonna go drop off my port reports real quick and come right back. So I actually have some money. Deliver my port reports. 200 sovereigns, 2 gratitude. Packaties are at 54 and stovepipes are at 0. And now I have some money. Ah, verdant seeds, really? That's a good price for verdant seeds. I'm gonna buy them. Alright. Nature reserve is interesting. Barrels of unseasoned hours. Now let's take this fuel back on board. Munitions. Seeds. I need 5 munitions. Literature. 3 seeds to Port Avon. Ministry approved literature to Trader's Wood. I wonder if a barrel of hours is the same thing as a barrel of unseasoned hours. Because, like, for example, this says crates of munitions. These say carefully packed crate of munitions. But it is the same thing, even though the phrase is not 100% sack of verdant seeds. I don't know. Sometimes a crewman pretends he's going to drop one. It's still not funny. Creative nostalgic crockery. Barrels of unseasoned hours. Alright. I'm gonna need supplies. I think I'm just gonna jam over to Port Avon. Deliver seeds. So I'm gonna put the munitions away right now. I'm just gonna carry 3 seeds with me. Port Avon. Polmere and Plenty's inconceivable circus, the Reach. I'm going to abandon that one and take this one. So I'm pretty sure this is the same as this. Look at the icons. Anything new I can do here? No. I don't need to do anything here. Other than buy some supplies. Alright, good. Good. Man, I'm tired. But I'm trying to go for 10 hours here. This is 8.5. So I can make it. I can do another hour and a half, plus about another 15 more minutes because of the amount of time I spent in the beginning of the stream before I started playing or whatever. I can do it. Alright, here we go. We're gonna go to Port Avon real quick. Just a quick trip to Avon. We discovered Cantor's Still. I don't know what all this is over here. Port Avon. What's up, Enigma Soul? How you doing? Today the sky is as cool and blue as ice in a glass. Alright, we can sell these seeds now. It's a quiet day in Port Avon. And we can get bargain Bronzewood, but we're not going to. Sell these seeds, get 240. And I completed a prospect. Attention! The annual allotment competition looms on Port Avon. Up to 3 sacks of verdant seeds required urgently. Delivered to the vicar at the Nowhere Inn as soon as possible, if not before. Port Avon lies to the west-northwest of New Winchester. The vicar is almost excessive in his gratitude. "Oh, I shan't be the laughing stock of the village this year. I shall put even the carpenter's narrows to shame. Thank you for recognizing the importance of our little competition." Oh, I got some welcome out of that too. And experience. And some extra sovereigns. Sweet. It's great. And that also frees up a slot of my prospects. And I'm back to having some money. Quiet day in Port Avon. Did I have any other quests involving Port Avon? I thought I did. But maybe it was just the... I need to check the Lustrum. Lustrum. No, none of these are for Port Avon. Oh yeah, the Winchester War thing, digging at Port Avon. I could get cheap fuel again. I could get cheap repairs, or I could play a round of cricket. Well, it's nice getting fuel for half price. But I want to find out what happens if I... Alright, see you later, Enigma. Have a good one. Play a round of cricket. We're going to try the cricket. One of the teams is a person down. A rare chance to join the games. The endless match. Nobody seems to remember how long this game has been going on. Just that the score is now almost a formality. You play your part and points are scored, yet by the time you leave it is no closer to an end. Nobody seems to mind. It is, after all, cricket. Oh, that just reduced our terror, which was already really low. So that was kind of lame. Not as good as the cheap fuel. Also, I'm clicking onwards and nothing is happening. So, alright, Port Avon. We can share gossip. We can... Oh, port report. Yep. We'll definitely get one of those. And we will definitely go to the ruins, where we can investigate the rumors of Tacites in the ruins. Tacity men have been seen entering the ruins in the dead of night, armed with shovels and lanterns, into the gloom. You wait until the sky is dark and the distant stars have dimmed before making your way to the ruins. You go alone, bearing only a shuttered lantern. Dust rises underfoot as you tread along shadowed halls, greater and gloomier than the manors of old London. Through gaps between stones, narrower than the inside of a coffin, voices grow near. Voices and a rich, resplendent light. It's the light. The luminous glow of brilliant souls, mined from the ruins, infects this hidden habitation with radiance. A group of heavy-set men and women in hobnail boots are just ahead. They are intent, not on the deposits of souls, but on the hollows amidst the stones, where they are busy burying caches of munitions. A crunch of stone behind you, a beam of lantern light. The burly MacDonald brothers have followed you in. I can warn the Tacites. If they're discovered, they'll be booted off Port Avon, or I can assist the MacDonalds. Tacites engaged in unauthorized mining of ours. No good can come of it. Well, I think I'm kind of pro-Tacity, so I'm going to warn them. You rush into the breach, startling the illegal miners. A chorus of surprise and alarm greets your sudden entrance, but there's no time for questions. You convince the leader, a hard-bitten ex-prospector, to lead her men out through an alternative escape route blasted into the ruins. You cut an expensive deal and stay behind to tell the MacDonalds you were on a nighttime stroll when you stumbled on a cave-in. They're more than happy to believe in the stupidity of outsiders. The Tacites will be back for their weapons in the future, but next time they'll be more careful about it. Alright, you helped the Tacites cover up their illegality, gained 100 sovereigns, gained more fortune for the Tacites, new total 64 prosperous, gained reputation with the Tacites, then I have 59 curious. I'm wearing up my welcome. Stovepipes remains unchanged, and I gained 150 experience. Yay. I do have some welcome left. I could try a nocturnal excavation, but I don't like the look of losing crew. The village green. Relaxing stroll's not going to do anything for me that I care about. I think I'll go to the Nowhere Inn and read another book. Oh, you know what? Maybe I can drop these trophies off that I've gotten and maybe I'll get paid for them or something. Deliver a Cantankerite trophy. The club will pay to hang this on their wall. Mounted and delivered. Ooh, 100 sovereigns for that. The stout veteran pokes it. What a horrible creature. He twiddles his bushy mustache. A perfect centerpiece. Jenkins, fetch the hoist. And I'll also deliver my Scribe Spinster trophy. They may need to clear some extra space on the wall. The stout veteran refuses to touch it. In my day, we never had nonsense like this, you know. It was all marsh wolves and ambulatory fungus. Good sensible hunting. I mean, what even is this? I feel like it's watching me, and it doesn't even have any eyes.
Jenkins, put it somewhere I won't see it.
Another 100 sovereigns. And 50 more experience. But I don't have a chorister bee trophy yet. Now the other thing we can do is read another book. How are we doing on... Well, I wanted to check. We have 1 Sky Story and 4 Tales of Terror. I need more Sky Stories. I know I can get them from the Eyes of Heaven or the Devil's Confession, because I've read those before. What's the next one? The Vacant Throne. Being a tale of political inevitability from the perspective of empire. We're going to try the Parsons Cookpot, being a darkly comic tale of domestic misbehavior and unusual appetites. Ah, it's a tale of terror, not a Sky Story. A ladle steamed. Another portion? Asked the parson's wife. Why not? Constance replied and raised her bowl. The parson's crockery was old and pretty. His chair was comfortable. His house needed only modest improvements, mostly in the area of the curtains. Perhaps he would be missed, but no one would ever find his remains, as long as Constance finished the stew. Cannibalism. So reading the Parsons Cookpot reduces terror and 1 tale of terror. Okay. Continue. Recruit a likely lass or lad. 100% chance of success. They are young, inquisitive, and stick to the back teeth of Port Avon. Perhaps they can be encouraged to sign on. Yeah, let's do it. I have room for 2 crew. Partial success. They're interested, but afraid to take that last step into the reeling sky. Don't press them. Let it go. You don't want them changing their mind when you're halfway to New Winchester. You will not lose any welcome. Or offer them in advance. A handful of sovereigns will tip the scales. Coins gleam on the table. Your newest crewman snatches them up and attempts an experimental salute. They'll do. So now we have 9 crew, and we only spent 10 sovereigns for that, which is fine. Alright. I could share some more gossip, but I'm not going to right now. Maybe I should buy another cheap bronze wood. I have a lot of money, but I should kind of be saving up. Like, I haven't managed to save any money yet. This is the most money I've had, but if I don't want to just spend it all. Fuel and supplies, huh? I'll grab a fuel and a couple supplies. Now I'm back down to 518. I do have a port report though. gonna go ahead and go. Tell me about my... Oh yeah, next I gotta get my munitions on board and go looking for Lustrum. That's the next order of business. Hey, Amaranth! Did I decide to go for a full 24 hours or something? No. Just 10. I'm trying to stream this for 10 hours. If I stream for 10 hours, then Special Effect gets a £600 donation. But I streamed a D&D session before this, so actually that was like a 5.5 hour stream before this stream, so this one's going to be like 10.5 hours probably with the messing around, so that'll be like 16 hours of streaming in one day. So not 24 hours, but still a lot of hours. I could go get a port report from the Northwest real quick. And I think I will. So I am pretty tired. Very tired actually, but... Oh, there's the experience for discovering Trader's Wood. Thank you. Very tired, but I'm not going to stop until I've completed my 10 hours. Which means I've got to go about another hour and a half. Just to make sure. Crashing my space train. I'm getting close to level 5. I am a trooper, yes. I came here once, don't remember why. A king, his cup. Alright, we made it back to Trader's Wood. A respite from labors. The distinguished retailers Ravenscourt and Stamford operate a small logging outpost in Trader's Wood. Okay, let's start with shops. Oh, I already have this one, right? Literature for Trader's Wood? Yeah, but I have to get the literature. Oh, they're going to pay a lot for the literature, too. 190 apiece. But I don't know where to get the literature. And see about this respite from labor. Hours are long and employment is precarious. Very seldom do the woodcutters and charcoal burners get a day off. Today is one of those rare occasions. I could rest. The workers share picnics out on the meadow. An aged charcoal burner plays a fiddle. That probably just lowers terror. I can ask for wood for my hull. They have wood in abundance. Perhaps some might be donated to a sky captain in need. Looks like this would involve repairing my hull, but I don't have very much hull damage, so I think I'll just rest. Lay down your burdens. The workers make room for you on the grass. You sup on cold meats and flat wine under the boughs of the trees. Later, you play cards and dice until the fiddler strikes up again. A charcoal burner brings out some whiskey she'd been saving. The singing lasts well into the night and almost drowns out the sounds of the wood. No more terror. So what's the goal of this game? There isn't one, really. I mean, you pick a win condition when you create your character. For me, it's to become the most famous explorer or whatever by creating the Song of the Sky, which involves like a whole bunch of steps and different things you have to get and do. But mostly the goal is just to explore the whole realm and discover all the stories and make money and buy better ships and buy better stuff and experience everything you can. It's like Sunless Sea. Edge. I could try to gather flowers. 24%. I could try to hunt, but my percent is really bad on that too. Or I could slumber in the woods. Last time I failed to slumber in the woods. Oh, and I lost crew too. It's dangerous slumbering in the wood. So 50%, maybe I just won't do that. The campfire, we can't do this yet unless I want to pay them in supplies, which I kind of don't. Expedition into Woods Deep. We're not doing an expedition right now. And the Parting Glade. Now here we can get a port report, which is what I wanted. Coming here. Explore the glade. Yeah, there's nothing going on in the glade. Okay, we're done here. We're done here. So let's turn around and leave. Merald wood. I'm just trying to discover stuff, as you do if you follow the coastlines and also clear away all the... A mist rises from the woods below. Your windows pale as if something vast had breathed upon them. I'm damaging my hull, crashing into shit. And we're gonna head back to New Winchester so that we can pick up our munitions out of the bank. And then we'll go looking for Lustrum. Is that a... It is. I'm overheating. I need to let my heat go down a little bit. Oh, I dodged into it. No. Yeah, destroyed them. Fucking raiders. I can explore the captain's cabin, seeking unusual items with a 72% chance of success. Let's go for it. Yay, success. Oh, I got a gossip. That's nice. I need those to do my thing at Port Avon, so that's a good thing to get. The cabin door did not survive the onset of your guns, nor did the captain. You have to tread carefully. The carpet will not be saved. A few scorched documents sit on the bronzewood desk. They make for interesting reading. Apparently, London had need of a few brave captains willing to bring fire to the Tackities. You would not have expected the signatories of the orders. Alright. We got some gossip, which we can use. Just clear a little bit more of this area here. Ooh, a crewman's observation. Oh, we've seen this before. Okay, so our passenger that we picked up is also a criminal. Just like the last time. This is all the same as before. Sky closes its cold jaws about you. Water freezes in the pipes. Engineers scurry to and fro with boiling kettles. Wait, what? There's a thingy here. Oh yeah, there's some debris. We can loot that. And one of these guys is here. A star-maddened explorer. He's got the shotgun type cannon. Ooh, and he charges you too? Ah, I dodged the wrong way. Ah, he's fucking me up. Where'd he go? Well, I've hit him a few times, but I dodged that. I've still got a decent amount of hull left, so I've got a chance. Oh, I killed him! That's my first time killing a star-maddened one. The star-maddened explorer is defeated. The crew of this weathered engine had been driven mad by the winds and the stars and the things that haunt the sky. I can scavenge for parts to gain hull, or I can examine the captain's logs and maybe find a sky story. They may shed light on what befell the explorer, and I've got an 81% chance with my veils. Success! Get a sky story and a little bit of money. Always defeated. The captain's door is covered in knots and crosses. So, it transpires, is the rest of his cabin, his logs, and his body. In every game, the knots won. Your search turns up a few valuables, and you return to your engine. Combat's a lot more fun in this than Sunless Sea. It's more responsive, feels more dynamic. The dodging to the side thing is really cool. What is that? Oh, it's a Tackety Scout. Okay, we don't have to worry about them then. Is this a homestead? It is a homestead. Oh, this is something different's happening at this homestead. This homestead is plated in a patchwork of corrugated iron. As you land, the barrel of a rifle pokes out from a boarded window and fires, kicking up a spray of grass at your feet. How unfriendly. I can return fire, but I've only got a 36% chance with my iron. And I might get crew killed if I do this. So I'm just going to leave swiftly. No one who lives in the wild is likely to welcome strangers. Terror is reduced. Alright, we're gonna go... Do I have 2 port reports? I do. We're gonna come down here to Victory Hall and drop off these port reports. Nolan's comment. We're home. Let's read about the recent news, skullduggery at Port Avon. The pages of the Gazette are awash with scandal. Oh, I could go investigate the rumors again if I want to use another gossip. Ignore them for now. Christopher the Mill, you put away the Gazette. No doubt tomorrow some other ludicrous rumor will fill its pages, like a cat thrown amongst squawking pigeons. Such is politics. Alright, port reports time. Two more gratitude, 200 more sovereigns. Packages are up to 66, prosperous. You know, I'm gonna get a savage secret just in case I need one. It's time she told you a few things. A favor repaid. She leans close before she speaks. Her voice is low and laden with tobacco. She shares what she knows of several motions that have not yet reached the assembly floor. Some would make changes to laws that it is helpful to know about in advance. I have a savage secret now. 2 sky stories, 2 gossip, 2 artifacts, 4 heavens, 1 settler. Truth is brutal. Brutality, truth. Where are these from? Victory Hall, the parsimonious chairman, or the New Street line? 5 tales of terror. Okay. Bazaar? No bargains available, but I have 731 bucks now. The most money I've had. Back to New Winchester so that we can get our munitions out of the bank. Company's retreat. New Winchester is in uproar. Crowds of boisterous tackities stamp through the streets in their hobnail boots. In Kissagar Gardens, they are burning piles of top hats. The Windward Company, whose fortunes have suffered recently, has abandoned the port. Really? Learn more. You piece together reports from several excited citizens. Ousted. They must have been preparing the evacuation for some time. Company House was emptied almost overnight. The Tackities have the upper hand in the Reach now, and the company has withdrawn much of its strength to fortify its holdings at Port Prosper. If you want to deal with the stovepipes, you'll need to seek them there. This change in the balance of power will affect encounters, discoveries, bargains, and prospects in the Reach. For example, the Tackities' redoubled spirit means you will encounter more homesteads while exploring. Huh. That's cool. Level 3 at Port Avon. Repair, get crew. Explore the city. Promise of days. No, back up. Shops, bazaar. Bronzewood for Port Avon. Really? I know where to buy bronzewood. You buy it in Trader's Wood. But going up to Trader's Wood and buying some bronzewood and taking it to Port Avon might not be that hard. Especially since I already have one bronzewood. They normally cost 175 each, unless they're on special. 4 of them would cost 400, 700, pretty much all my money. But then I would make a ton of money from paying for all that, or selling all that bronzewood, so I think it's worth it. I'm gonna take that prospect. Cricket season is nigh. Mr. Sharma of Port Avon will pay for 5 consignments of bronzewood to furnish the village team with bats, bales, stumps, shin pads, and protective cups to minimize damage to delicate areas. Port Avon, we know where it lies. Okay, so then if we go to the bank, we take this bronzewood out. Then we can do this bronzewood thing. So we need to go up to Trader's Wood, get the bronzewood, then come down to Port Avon. We can pick up port reports at both places, and we can make a whole bunch of money on this bronzewood deal. So we're gonna do that. We're not even gonna do anything else. Cruise control engaged. Hopefully we have enough supplies to do this. Space salvage. Got a crockery. We discovered Hodge's crucible. We're real close to leveling up. Real close. 1 hour to go. 1 hour to go. A new smell behind the coal and the oil, the green, unlikely scent of apples. Trader's Wood. I hope we have enough supplies to pull this off, because we're not going to be able to buy any because we're going to be spending all our money on bronze wood. We're almost there, though. Princess looks concerned. Why would you name a wood after a traitor? A sewer, maybe. Alright, here we are. Good. Oh, literature. They don't have... Oh, bargains available. Tea for sale. Buy tea. Everyone likes tea. Please. A disheveled research associate sells caddies of dried tea from an oak chest. Due to an unfortunate but entirely understandable administrative error, the professor's entire research budget has been spent on tea, she explains, shuffling her feet awkwardly. Please buy some. Well, we cannot be buying any tea right now. As British as crinoline or Lord Elgin's marbles. I've seen Lord Elgin's marbles. They're actually from the Acropolis in Greece, but Lord Elgin absconded with them to Britain. They're in the British Museum, which is a really cool museum. I'd like to go back there. There's a lot of stuff I didn't see in the British Museum because it's so huge. Okay. We gotta buy some bronze wood here. We have 1 bronze wood and we need 5. So if I'm gonna buy 4, it's gonna cost me basically all my money. I only have 31 monies left. Cannot even buy any supplies. So it's gonna hurt. Gather flowers. I don't like this 50% chance stuff, so we're gonna go to the parting glade, get another port report, and leave. Now we have the 5 bronze wood, so we should be able to make a tidy profit. If we can make it back to Port Avon before running out of supplies. Which I think we can. Because you get a whole other bar of supplies after this goes down to 0, so I think we'll be okay. see if I can pour a drink while my thing is on cruise control without having absolute disaster ensue. It's pretty cool. Uh-oh, uh-oh, disaster! Okay, good. Wilkinson's dead. Day the sky is cool and blue as ice in a glass. I don't want to fight a cantankerite right now. I'm just gonna keep going. Hey, motherfucker. Okay, you know what? Killed it. Leave it untouched. Get a stony organ. Prize precious stones from its carapace. I guess we'll try getting precious stones from its carapace. I succeeded! 27 sovereigns. Yay! You lash the beast alongside your engine and set to work with picks and chisels. Soon you have accumulated a bucket full of glittering stones. Back to Port Avon. All right, now let us make some money. Oh, they sell for $295 each. We're about to have so much money. So much money. Wait, I seriously could have bought bargain bronzewood right here and then sold bronzewood to them? That's ridiculous. 1,475 bucks we just got. And they gave me 2 supplies. Cricket season is nigh. Okay, so we read this top paragraph. Delighted by your arrival, the villagers invite you to afternoon tea on the green. There is an alarming surfeit of scones, and you are pressed to take rather a lot of them away with you. And I got XP, but I still think I didn't quite level up. And I got 3 welcome. Very nice. Now, I should buy some of this cheap bronzewood while I'm here. And they gave me supplies, so I don't even have to buy any right now. And I got 3 welcome. And I can buy some cheap fuel for half price. So now I have 3 fuel and 2 supplies, and I still have 1,100 sovereigns, and I got a bunch of bronzewood. This was definitely worth it, this trip. Worked out well. Now get a port report. That's another 100. And I will I don't want to do the ruins right now. Or the village green. Could watch a cricket match. I haven't done that before. Let's try that. The crack of willow on leather, a hesitant smattering of applause. It just reduced terror. Is there a more restful way to spend an afternoon? You sink into the glacial rhythm of overs and innings. You enjoy the parabolic descent of the ball into a fielder's waiting hands. You admire the gnomic pronouncements of the umpire. Gnomic? I don't admire anything that's gnomic. We've done eel fishers before. Gives us supplies. That's pretty nice. That's real nice, in fact. Let's do eel fishers again. What? They didn't give us supplies this time? Last time we sat with the eel fishers, we got supplies. Rude. The catches are infrequent, though, and aside from those occasional struggles, always swiftly ended by a meaty thwack, you can sit back, enjoy the starlight, and make conversation. Alright, we're going to go read one more book. Okay. So the ones that we haven't read are The Vacant Throne and A Corpse at the Window. So we're going to read The Vacant Throne, being a tale of political inevitability from the perspective of empire. Another silent century passed. Upon the throne, the king's corpse withered and sagged, mold devouring the incarnadine robes. Then, a sound. The doors opened. A woman entered, young, scarred, a sword in her hand. Behind her were more men, more swords. About time, thought the throne. Terror is reduced by that, and we gained a sky story. Now we have 3 of them out of the 7 that we need. Vacant Throne. And you get a sky story out of that, which I'm writing down. Okay, good. I think we're done here. 1100. And 2 port reports, which means we'll have essentially 1300. 3 sky stories, 5 tales of terror. We're getting closer to our goal for our ambition. Great. Let's go. I don't think I need... When the Tackities won the upper hand in the Reach, a new wave of settlement began. I don't think I need to dock at this right now. I'm going to save it. Because my terror is basically nil. I found Young's Found. God. Still haven't leveled up. It's sitting up there close to leveling for a long time, but... Hey, we found Kizagar Gardens. We found space debris. We got some hull repair out of it. Scamp Scenario. Back to New Winch. Alright. North the city, nothing new there. Oh, I do need to go turn in the port reports. Okay, we've got a new one. Munitions for the Lustrum mines. The Tacites, dominant in the Reach, intend to further their hold on the hours mining industry and demand better rates from Windward Company refineries. Prospectors are organizing in order to employ more intensive digging methods. One such mining association at Lustrum requires up to 9 crates of munitions and will pay 135 sovereigns for each. Lustrum lies to the north of New Winchester. Completing this prospect will award you an unlicensed chart. That's cool. But where do we get the munitions, though? I mean, I've got some munitions, but those were like a special deal that I was able to get them. Haven't found a port that just sells all the munitions you want. And I've already got one thing of crates of munitions for Lustrum. If I could find a place that sells more crates of munitions, that would be great. So I've got 6 here, but 6 is not enough. I'm gonna repair. Fully repair for 27 sovereigns. I will take this prospect. But now, so essentially, to finish both of these, I need 14 crates of munitions. Yes, Photon Joker. How you doing, Photon Joker? This is the sequel to Sunless Sea, yes. Yes, it is. And it feels like a big improvement over Sunless Sea to me. I'm really liking it a lot. So I guess I should buy some supplies because I hardly have any. And I have 1,000 left. Wish I knew where to get munitions. But until I learn that, we'll just have to go on about our lives. Time to get the munitions that we have in the bank and take them up to Lustrum. Just 5 though. To finish this one. Because that fills up most of our cargo hold right there. Alright, here we go. Come back up to Victory Hall, turn the port reports in. I don't want to investigate these rumors right now. We'll turn these in. Get 200 more sovereigns. And no bargains are available right now. So now we're going to go looking for Lustrum. Which all we know is it's to the north of New Winchester, so it could be anywhere up here. We're going to head up that way. Oh, as I immediately crash into that thing and start damaging my hull. Brilliant. You know, I wonder if they have bargains at Company House. Like, even if I'm not going to take my port reports here, they could have bargains. Company House is abandoned. The Reach is home to an ongoing struggle between London, via its proxy, the Windward Company, and those settlers who want independence. Company has had a bad time of it lately and has been forced to abandon their head office in New Winchester. There is talk of turning the premises back into a tinning factory. Let's inquire as to the fate of the prudent secretary. And, you suppose, the general manager, though the latter was rather less useful than the former. Are the rumors true that they retreated to Port Prosper? Prosper lies to the south-southeast of New Winchester. Banished to the edges. Perhaps, if the fortunes of the stovepipes improve, and those of the Tacketies worsen, the company may be able to reclaim its old headquarters. For now, though, you'll need to do business with them at their smaller offices at Port Prosper on the margins of the Reach. Okay. I couldn't even turn in port reports here if I wanted to. But, oh, there is a bazaar, but there's no bargains available. At least not for 4 more days. Alright, so we're going to head north. And see what we can find. Hopefully we can find Lustrum. Is that a bad guy? No, that's a Tackety scout. Reichstad. Up here into the frozen cold area. The sky closes its cold jaws about you. Water freezes in the pipes. Engineers scurry to and fro with boiling kettles. A sign staked outside the homestead reads, "Under the protection of the Assembly." I guess I'll dock at this homestead. Oh, it's an abandoned one. You sit down beside a cold, silent homestead. The windows are boarded, the door locked, but the foliage in the garden hasn't grown wild. It was abandoned in a hurry, and recently. Well, I've got a 24% chance to search this. Perhaps the settlers left something behind? I think I'll leave it. I think if I leave it, no one who lives in the wild is likely to welcome strangers. I think if I leave it, I can come back and dock here again. Oh, maybe I can't. If you dock at it, that's it. You can't dock at it again, even if you choose not to do the thing. Okay, well, I didn't realize that, but fine. One of these fuckers. I think that's a friendly scout. I don't have to worry. I'm gonna send the bat out. Scout relays its findings. Yep, there's something question marky. There's stuff this way. Oh no, not one of these! Ice-clad ruins, glaring sigils emblazoned on the stones, their fire angles melting the snow. Help me, tackety guy! Things are kind of tough. Hey, the tackety guy is helping me. Oh no, now a stupid fish is jumping into the fight. Oh, the fish is dead. Let's try precious stones from the carapace. Failure! I lost a crew member trying to harvest stones from the fish? Oh, that sucks. Your efforts yield only modest results before a violent shudder racks the beast. Two plates of carapace grind together. A crewman's hand was between them. His scream is thin in the hollows of the sky. Oof, it's horrible. Is this fucker ever gonna die? Gained a lot of terror. A lot of terror. We've hit this fucker 1,000 times. Need to cool off. I dodged into it that time. Yay, we got him, and I leveled up. Excuse me. Excuse me. Alright. Do we want to send out crewmen with axes? With a 43% chance? Or do we just want to gain experience from recovering the sheaves of parchment? We're just going to gain the sheaves. He died from a hand injury? Yeah, I guess his whole hand probably got ripped off and then he bled out, I guess. They remind you of Dementors? Yeah. They're pretty strange and creepy. The spinsters sew them into their coats and wigs, yellowed with age, blotched with mildew, spidered with writing. Who knows what secrets they may hold? Ooh, 250 experience is quite a bit, actually. Your crew lean from the outer hatches with boat hooks and nets, swiping at the fluttering pages like a class of frenzied lepidopterists. Soon you have accumulated a small pile of parchment, dense with pictographic script. You carry it to your cabin. Secrets might it hold. Alright, we can level up now. Look how many things we can pick. Alright. The black sheep's a new one. You never fitted in. You were a piece from another puzzle. You came to revel in your family's disappointment. Their disapproval was a trophy, their condemnation a commendation. Why did they resent you? For your successes. That which you deemed a virtue, they deemed a vice. What you adored, they despised. The things they revered, you mocked. You were a stranger to the people who knew you best. Or for your failures. What a disappointment you were, and how often and lengthily they informed you of it. But the things that mattered to them were unimportant to you. You would find your own path. Promise of days. Okay, we already read A Promise of Days. We read 15 Minutes of Fame. Family Footsteps is new. The apple did not fall far from the tree. The way you turned out came as little surprise to those around you. Cast from a mold, they said, but which of your family's qualities do you embody? Their virtues? Some inherit wealth. You inherited character. Good breeding, people said. Well, perhaps, but you've always been a keen observer and learned quickly. Or their vices. Blood will out, they said, darkly. It certainly does, with a little help and a sharp knife. You get hearts and tails for that. The bell tolls. You have foreseen your own death. It did not please you. Perhaps you saw it in a dream. Perhaps a medium read it on your palm or in your tea leaves. When death comes, where will he find you? In bed? Excuse me. Hold on a second. Alright, sorry. An insipid death. A death for bankers and laborers, not for one who rode the winds. You defy it. Or, you're gonna go to sleep? Alright, good night, Annie. Thanks for coming by. Good to see you. See you next time. And I will get some rest soon. Very soon. About a half an hour. In the cold skies, an early death and a cruel one. Sometimes you dream of hoarfrost gathering in your lungs. It is not the death you chose. You will elude it. Okay, the blockade of New Winchester is new. You fought in the greatest battle of the Winchester War, when the regional governor, appointed by Her Majesty, was driven from the Reach. The independent Tacketies besieged the port. The loyalist stovepipes hoped to hold out until reinforcements led by the Imperial Dreadnought, Her Majesty's Displeasure, could arrive. Which side did you fight on? The stovepipes? You braved the blockade, secretly running supplies to the beleaguered troops. It was not enough to turn the tide. Or the Tacketies? You were part of the blockade, hunting for engines trying to supply the defenders and scouting for the inevitable reinforcements from London. A settler, this is another new one. For a time, you lived the hand-to-mouth existence of a homesteader, carving a home on the frontier of the Reach. A hard-scrabble existence, scratched from the sky a month at a time. The Reach is verdant, but its homesteads cling to tiny, exposed sky rocks. Most fail. In the end, what drove you back to the skies? Predators, marauders, monsters, the merciless tides of the Winchester War. You fought as long as you could. Or one bad season. That's all it takes. One harvest where the crops grow weeping tumors or venomous nodules. One bad wind that rips a house from its mooring. We've already read about a coterie. A metamorphosis is also another new one. You could no longer be the person you were told to be. Your old life would have ground you beneath it. You had to change, but was the change slow or sudden? A gradual growth. You changed by inches, your new self growing from roots in the old. It was only after, when you looked back, that you saw how far you'd come. Or a blank slate. In order to become what you needed to be, you abandoned your old life. You cast it aside as a snake must shed its skin. Oh, I think I want that one. Alright, so... Haunted... Spell in prison, I do still kind of want that. Family footsteps, vices, I kind of want that. I think I'll take the metamorphosis blank slate, though. I like this about the snake shedding its skin. Hearts are up to 47. Masks are up to 37. Veils, I mean. Past a metamorphosis. You are not who the circumstances of your birth said you should be. Cool. Unsettled dreams. That night, your sleep is peppered with uncomfortable dreams. A dream of a midnight meadow. Above you, the stars are going out, one by one, as if their gas pipes had been turned off. Flowers bloom in the dark, colored in a spectrum of blacks that were heretofore imperceptible. The black of grief, the black of before times, the blacks of liberation and of possibility. A rainbow arches across the newly empty sky in 7 subtle shades. All black, of course. 50 Shades of Black. You wake. I can seek company, a conversation, and tea, and perhaps a biscuit. Those fundamental human things that help us forget numinous moments like this. I have a 70% chance. Your engine is mostly crewed by the living. That's good. I could commit my dreams to the captain's log. Trap the dream like a fly in amber. Gain terror and a tale of terror. I could make sense of the dream. It gnaws at you. It recalls certain eerie tales you have heard in the sky. Perhaps they fit together like the pieces in a perilous puzzle. Trade 3 tales of terror for a vision of the heavens. You will gain terror. No. We're going to try to seek company. Partial success. Oh, I lost supplies. This is really bad. I needed those supplies badly right now. Overindulgence. On your way to the galley, you round up as many crew and officers as you can and lead them on a midnight raid of the pantry. Brandy is drunk. Murgatroyd's fungal crackers are devoured in bulk. And now we're about to starve to death because I suddenly just lost all my fucking food. I don't even know if we can make it back to New Winchester. This town had better be really close by or else we're screwed. Or else we are screwed. Old ruins are locked in the ice. There's staircases leading nowhere. I had a friend. I'm one of them stairs, an engineer claims. Didn't come down again, though. The desolation of Saliba. A pre-human ruin, igneous and ignobly forgotten. But I don't have a saying, so I can't inspect it. I don't think I'm gonna find a port before I run out of food, you guys. You found a horror. The ruins of an ancient structure once kissed by a long-dead sun. Oh, now my terror is jacking up because it's a horror. Oh no. I need to find a port so badly. I'm almost out of food. I'm gonna die. Oh no, I can't. No, I can't even begin to fuck with you. Lustrum, where are you? No, I don't want to go toward the horror. Sigils crawl on these ancient ruins like marching ants. This is not going well. We're gonna starve. We're gonna starve, y'all. And my terror is jacked up really high. And my hull is super weak. But that's not gonna matter in a second when we fucking starve to death. Come on. Give me a port. Maybe we can find supplies on this wreck. The Howard's Nightmare. An old wreck, broken and bent. Mourn the dead? Signal the wreck. 32% chance of success. Sure. There's some tiny chance we could get food out of this, maybe. The windows of the crew quarters are occluded with frost, but what was that movement you saw? Failure! Fucking 10. As your terror rises, bad things will happen. You can reduce terror by discovering new ports, returning to major ports like London or New Winchester, and through special opportunities at ports you've been to before. Try not to let it reach 100. This is usually fatal, and if you do survive, you will still suffer grave harm. 54%. Gained a crew, but gained 10 terror. A raving recruit. Your signaler fetches their signal lamp and flashes a patient message into each portside window. You watch and wait. There, Hands banging at the glass from within. A wild-eyed face. You dispatch a boarding party. They retrieve a survivor who is eager to sign on. She proves to be a hard worker. However, her reckless laughter and her stories of the horrid, haunting things she saw from her frosty window do not improve morale. Well, you know what else doesn't improve morale? Not having any fucking food. We're gonna have problems. No, not one of these things. Starvation? Something's going on. Some of the crew look comparatively nourished. Others are more gaunt than ever and sport livid, unhealing bruises. If pressed, they claim the bruises are the result of an accident. Accidents happen on board, of course, but so does extortion. I can turn a blind eye. Fewer mouths to feed, fewer but stronger backs. You may be glad of that soon, and lose crew. Or I can punish the ones who look better fed. Even they are just skin and bones now. The birch will sting like oil of vitriol and gain terror. No, we'll turn a blind eye. To allow the situation to persist. Soon some of the victimized crew are too weak to work. So be it. Lost a crew and gained 2 terror. I don't have enough supplies to send the bat out, and I just don't know how to find a port up here. Found Borges Ridge, but that's not helping me. More starvation. Lost more crew. Gained 2 more terror. We're gonna die. We're gonna die out here. Cautious driver. Hours of mine in Lustrum. Good for going faster than possible. Going to get some? I think we might have found Lustrum. Salvation. Shit. Shaking hands, stomach pangs, delirium. It was only a matter of time before the accidents began. A corpse has been found in the engine room. A ruptured pipe released a fatal jet of steam. The body's flesh is seared. A sound from the gathered crew. Someone just licked their lips. Give the body to the skies, and quick, before some fool suggests something unforgivable. Or dispose of the body more pragmatically. Cannibalism! A nod to your cook. There'll be stew tonight. Well, we're not going the cannibal route just yet. Lost another crew. Wash the body and wrap it in muslin. Gather the crew. Mutter a handful of uncertainties. Was the deceased really an example of diligence? Or forthright? Well-mannered? Afterwards, open an external door and give them to the winds and the cold and the lazy, lingering mists. Oh no. Look, we found Lustrum. A new port, Captain. Your crew crowd to the windows. Could you get off me, Cantankerai? I'm trying to dock. Alright, we made it to port. We have an incredible amount of terror. We still have 6 crew left alive, though, and we made it. We made it. The frantic, hustling heart of Lustrum, crammed with prospectors, peddlers, and purveyors of essential and occasionally legal services. Most business takes place here, unless you're a dreamer seeking your fortune on the claim fields. Okay. Here's the prospects and bargains available. Barrels of unseasoned hours, cheap. So, monetary munitions. Explosives for Lustrum. Here's the 5 one that we can do. Now, yes, we can get more by selling these on this one, but they want 9. So I want to wait until I actually have 9 to do this one. Monetary munitions, explosives for Lustrum. For this one, I can sell these and get 600 locomotives. You now have enough money to buy a better locomotive. Every locomotive supports different equipment configurations. They also vary in the amount of cargo or crew they can carry and handle a little differently. To buy one, visit the Wolvesy engine yard. I also gained faculty fortune, experience, 100 more sovereigns. I'm up to 1900 now, which is awesome. More reputation with the Tacities. I could buy some of these barrels of unseasoned hours if I wish. A buoyant broker sells barrels full of geode-like hours. Dug fresh from the shapely flanks of the Mother of Mountains by rugged but well-mannered prospectors, he cries. Put 'em to your ears, my dears, and hear 'em call. Okay, it's a possibility. Sweet Jane's Trading Post. A bustling, family-run concern that supplies skyfarers and trades in hours bought from local prospectors. Alright, so we're in Lustrum. Let me go to my notes here. Lustrum. Sweet Jane's Trading Post. There's fuel with a standard 20. Supplies with a standard 40. Barrel of unseasoned hours for 80. Same as Port Prosper. Okay. Buying, selling. Bizarre. Stories. Prospector's Quarter. Claim fields. We're gonna check all of that out soon. But I think that's going to be in our next episode, because I think I'm finally going to stop for this session, having played for about 10 hours now. Pretty tired. The game is good, but what I want to know is how the saving works. So if I return to title screen now, leaving the game now will discard any progress you've made since last visiting dock. Are you sure you want to quit? Yes. But let us now continue and see exactly what it does for us. Puts us in Lustrum, and we've already done the other things. So it puts us exactly where we were. Good. Alright. It means it's a good time to, the princess has taken all the blankets.
Lustrum's code. Throw something on the fire. Books, if you must.
Turn to title screen again. Cool. Well, I've played 10 hours of Sunless Skies, and I gotta say, I really enjoy it so far. Really like it. I like it more than Sunless Sea. Definitely looking forward to playing many, many, many more hours of this. But all that is going to have to be in our next episode. So thank you for watching. This has been Josiah Plays Sunless Skies.